is it going, everyone? And welcome back to another episode of Buddy's House of Horror podcast. And well, you maniacs, you've asked for it, and you've got it. Welcome to every single Halloween film ranked the producer's cut, the ultimate cut, the Michael Myers cut. This is all parts of every single Halloween film ranked, not only from this year, but from the original list back in 2020. You're getting all 4 episodes in one monstrous cut right here, right now on Buddy's House of Horror podcast. Save this episode for your next 5-hour plus road trip because you're going to be in for a wild ride. And we're going to get started, of course, with the original iteration of every single Halloween film ranked from 2020, and then we will lead right into the re-ranking from this year, which includes Halloween Kills and Halloween Ends. So without further ado, we're going to get right to the show because obviously this one is a long one, but if you guys haven't already, please make sure you're subscribing to the show wherever you're getting the show, leaving me a 5-star rating and a review, and telling all of your friends in the spooky realm about the premier horror podcast on the internet, Buddy's House of Horror podcast. So now it is time to get spooky. Alright, so we're rolling sound here on the show. As I promised you guys, we were going to have some new friends on the show this year and some old friends on the show this year, so I'm chilling with one of the few recurring characters of the show. If you'd like to introduce yourself to the fine people out there.
I'm glad to be back. It's Midnight Miles 2020. We're heading into the fall season. I'm excited about it. It always gets me pumped to watch stuff, and thank you so much for having me back. I'm excited to do the episode.
Of course, yeah. So what's sort of been going on, man? It's been a year since you've been on the show. You don't gotta go too deep into everything. We got a full plate today, but what's kind of been going on?
I'll try to break it down. Really, honestly, not a whole lot. You know this. The audience might not know this, but 2020 kind of sucks, man. In all honesty, I'm not gonna really sugarcoat it. It's been a weird year. Everything I thought this year was gonna be, it's not. And really, honestly, I'm just looking forward to I have some stuff planned for the fall. I think the fall is gonna be the best part of the year. Fingers crossed. I don't want the summer to end yet because the weather right now in Cleveland, Ohio is fucking phenomenal. 88 degrees, perfect, good breeze.
Yeah. We were recording this in August, by the way, but you'll be hearing it a little later. But
really, honestly, just trying to get through the year and I guess keep my head up, you know. Hopefully that's what everyone's doing through, you know, the pandemic, quarantine, however everyone's doing across America, wherever you're listening to this at. Maybe overseas, I don't know, you know.
Yeah. So I haven't listened to our episode back from last year, but I do know that we left on a couple cliffhangers. So I think we were just about to do horror trivia that night, and we got body bagged.
No. Okay, listen. All right. I don't remember which horror trivia that we did, but we finished. Didn't we do 3 last year together?
We did 2. We did 2 last year.
Okay, I did 3. We did 2 together. We finished in the top 5 teams each time.
I don't know about the side quest one. Did we?
Yeah.
Because I know we finished 4th in the first one at $2. We were in 4th.
Oh, I thought we finished. Well, okay. So all right, let's rephrase this so we don't look like fucking idiots. Halfway through each of the trivias we went to, we were number 2. We had a great first round, but we only were missing number 1. I think both times, like maybe 2 points, maybe a question or 2 questions.
Yeah.
So we did great. It was a long trivia night. It was challenging. Let's be honest. Some of that side quest, the wording was very vague. I've done their horror trivia for years now. That is, it's not easy. It's not easy. You really, I did it 2 years. I did it by myself.
Yeah.
And I still finished in the top 5, and it was hard as fuck. It was a very hard. It's hard trivia.
Because I feel like with both of the ones we went to, we answered a lot of the questions correctly, but it was that the wording wasn't exactly what it needed to be. Like I remember one they were like looking for, what is the famous trope of the girl that's left at the end or whatever.
Yeah.
And like we wrote final girl, but they were looking for virgin. and just like
Yeah.
stuff like that. So like
Yeah.
stuff that like that are basically synonyms in the horror.
Yeah,
like,
essentially there should have been a little bit more freedom. I did guess that question at $2 that only, what did they say? Only 2 people in the 5 years they had done it guessed right.
Which one?
Where it was guessing what American president had been in a horror film, and it was Ronald Reagan. And they were shocked. They said I was the youngest person to ever guess that right. Yeah. And the only other people that got it was that team of like the 5 older dudes that got number 1.
Because I remember there was some discussion, and then one of us brought up, we were like, Ronald Reagan started as an actor.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, that's why I said it's Ronald Reagan. I was like, from the start, I was like, it's Ronald Reagan, because I've seen that. I can't remember I can't remember the name of the film is, but I saw it a long time ago. But we did all right. It's hard. The trivia, I don't know what it's like in other places, but the horror trivia in Cleveland, it's a tough game.
Yeah,
I've done a lot of different bars. I've done a lot of them, and none of them are basic. You are gonna have some head scratchers.
I think the hardest one that they did was at Side Quest when they had the sound effects round. Mm-hmm. That one was pretty rough. Even though I was kicking myself in the fucking face for that one. Because they were playing, like, the screams at the end for, like, Night of the Living Dead when, like, the girl's getting stabbed or whatever by her daughter. And I literally just finished editing a video about Night of the Living Dead and heard it in my head, like, 1,000 times. And I was like, I've seen this film in the last week, and I could not place what it was.
When they only give you, you're looking at, like, 90 seconds to 2 minutes to
or
guess
less.
something. Sometimes less. You're just like, holy shit, what am I going to do? I remember... I think it was 2 years ago. Maybe it was 2018 trivia. They actually, at the end of it, when it all ended, I think they posted something online. They're like, we're going to make the trivia not as hard next year. Because they'll do like a halfway to Halloween trivia, I think, and then they'll do around the Halloween trivia, and I've been to almost all of them. But the year before that was tough. They had one round that was horror soundtracks. And they were doing, like, super obscure, like, cult 70s stuff. I'm talking, like, one of the questions was, like, the I Drink Your Blood soundtrack. Or, like, other things like this where I'm just, like, you gotta be so deep. Like, I'm not at that upper echelon of that. I watch a ton of stuff, but, like, this stuff I was just looking at them, I was like, are you kidding me that these are the fucking questions?
Because, like, you gotta do questions that, like, people are, like, going to get, because I mean anyone can go on the internet and just look up like the most obscure film and like write like a bogus question about it, like you have to make it like somewhat.
It was so I remember a bunch of us looked around and we were just like, holy fuck, this is hard. And they even said, they're like, yeah, I'm sorry, that was too hard, we'll bring it down the next couple times, which is good because it was a doozy.
But no horror trivias this year, most likely. So unless they do some sort of virtual thing.
Fucking quarantine, man. I don't know. It's gonna kill me. I'm not looking forward to. Fall's gonna be great. Winter, I'm not looking forward to Northeast Ohio winter if we're still in
lockdown. Yeah.
Which it's not looking good.
Yeah, it's not looking good.
It's getting in the middle of August and it's not looking good right now.
Yeah. But one thing that I've really been missing is going to the cinema. Do you remember what the last film you saw was at all? Do you really remember? I think the last one I saw was Sonic. But
Continue.
No, I mean that's all. The last one I saw was Sonic.
I actually did this on another podcast. And this was actually asked the person that was on that podcast what was the last thing they saw in cinemas. And this was back in April. So it was about a month to a month and a half after things, towards the end of April. Shout out to Clumsy Walrus Podcast, Dylan Nemi. I think he shouted out you on one of his.
Did he? I know you've shouted me out once or twice.
I've shouted out every time I'm on there, but that's one of the, like, I've been on a few different podcasts now, so I try to shout out the other ones when I'm on there. But mine was actually The Lodge.
Yeah.
And I saw it at the beginning of March. I actually got to see between probably the 10 weeks that theaters were really open this year. I mean, really open. I got to see like 12 or 15 films in theaters.
Yeah, we went a couple. I mean, we saw Color Out of Space together. Yeah, we saw Rabid.
Yeah.
And since they closed, we've been to the drive-in a few times, which has been an experience.
That was nice, yeah, because I've always actually, spoiler, I've never been to the drive-in before this year, so that was on my bucket list. It's actually one thing I wanted to do in 2020, which is very pure, like, oh, I'm going to the drive-in. I'm like, no, because I've always wanted to go. but never went, and half the time they don't have a lot of things I want to see, honestly.
Yeah, and we got lucky because that first couple weeks, it's different now because now they're resorting to playing a lot of old films. But when we were going, they were still playing the stuff that was like in theaters or about to be in theaters like at the time.
Yeah.
So we got to see like The Wretched, an Invisible Man, and a couple others.
What else did we see? I can't remember.
It was Knives Out because they're all double features.
Yeah, Knives Out and Knives Out, Invisible Man was a double feature.
Oh, and The Hunt. The Hunt was after Invisible Man.
Oh yeah, Hunt and Invisible Man, and then I think it was Knives Out and The Wretched.
Yeah.
Which was kind of I feel like maybe Knives Out and Invisible Man would have been a better one to do it than The Hunt and The Wretched, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't book films. I don't book theaters.
They got to get you to go 2 weekends in a row like us, so they got to put one of the mainstream ones and like one that's like lesser known, you know.
I wanted to see that film, The Rental. Did you watch that yet? I didn't watch.
No, I hadn't. No.
Yeah, that was one they had that. They did a couple independent ones a couple weeks ago at the drive-in, kind of like newer ones to throw in, but it was only for a week, and I'm like, man, I feel like you guys, both the films had hype on them. I feel like you guys should have ran those for 2 weeks because it's not
right. Yeah, they've just been doing them like a week at a time. Like they haven't really been doing much reruns.
I think The Wretched got 2 weeks, but that was only.
Did it really?
I think that's the hype train. Cause it made.
I know the one with Kevin James got 2 weeks. Like 1 week it was the first film, and then the second week it was like the second half.
Did Netflix put that out? Like the
I don't
assistant producing it? There was a lot of money behind that.
I'm not sure who put it out.
And like I think, and then after The Wretched had made, now the run it had, one of the best drive-in runs they say in years, made over $1 million at the drive-in alone.
Yeah.
So I mean, they ran that for a couple weeks, but.
Yeah, well, hopefully they start playing some more stuff. I'm trying to get out there again. I know once we get closer to Halloween, I know they do a bunch of like triple features and like all night kind of things.
They'll do an all night one every year. They'll do one screen will be like more kid oriented, and then they'll do a bigger. Maybe we'll go this year because usually it never lines up with like my schedule or like whatever's going on. But if it's the last weekend in the month, please hoping.
Yeah.
Then I'll probably go.
Yeah. Is there anything else you wanted to discuss before we get into the main event here? Anything that's going on? I haven't talked. How are you liking the new place? You just moved. I mean, we don't need to go too deep into it, but are you getting into things or?
I don't know. I feel yet. It's the first. This is the smallest amount of space I've ever had in my life. I'm in my early 30s, so it's kind of like it's a little bit of a shocker. Not a shocker, but enough. Where I'm kind of like, but. I don't know. I've only been there a few weeks. I've been hanging some stuff up on the walls. I'm getting some stuff. The living room, the basic living is kind of around, but it's missing something. I think I got to finish and get everything up on the walls. And
yeah.
Maybe
it takes time. Yeah.
It does, yeah.
Yeah.
I appreciate you asking, though.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, we were talking about this before the show. We were just talking about random stuff. It was like, oh, shit, we should have been recording for this. So I was like, oh, well, what didn't we talk about yet? But I guess just sort of get to the main event here. We're going to be discussing our top 10 films in the Halloween franchise. I was a little disappointed, obviously, as I'm sure everyone was, because originally I had planned to have this podcast or a similar one be us discussing the new film, but unfortunately, due to everything that's going on, it's been delayed a year. They don't want to go the drive-in route. Obviously, because they're not going to make nearly as much money. So we're going to wait for another year for Halloween Kills. Hopefully it's pretty good. What did you think of the teaser? Did you watch the teaser?
Spoiler, I didn't watch
the teaser.
Which is crazy for me, honestly. Like, as anyone would probably know, I did not watch the teaser yet. I watched the initial teaser, which was like basically reruns of or reclips or like unreleased scenes of the 2018 film where they had the Halloween Kills and Halloween Ends. Like I watched that when that came out, but I actually did not. I've been a little behind this year since the theaters have been closed, and honestly, there really hasn't been a lot of stuff.
Yeah, and you've been gaming a lot.
It's been a big year for gaming. I haven't since I moved. I've basically just music. I mean, I've been gaming once a week, but with Resident Evil 3 remake and Last of Us 2 coming out, those are like huge games for me. So that's kind of like taken up my time, I guess, my extra time. So
yeah, the one thing I'll say about the teaser
it does get you pretty hype, but then immediately after I watched it, I was like, because the teaser, I'm not really spoiling anything, but it starts right when the last film ends, just like Halloween 2. Like, right when it ends, and it's just like, why didn't Laurie Strode think of that? Because, like, the teaser's only, like, 30 seconds long. It's just, like, a little clip. And it's basically, like, I don't know how she didn't plan ahead, but it basically sort of describes how Michael's gonna get out of the house.
Okay.
Basically.
She was so calculated in the 2018 film. So part of the series, before we dive into it, it's hard because a lot of these films, any kind of, the 70s, 80s series that had multiple sequels, almost makes the film before look stupid.
Yeah.
A lot of times, because they come up with such a great climax. I'm talking about Friday the 13th, Nightmare on Elm Street, some of these, such a great climax for the film prior, and then you're like, oh yeah, they got him. Or, it's done. And then they, backpedal in the first 15 minutes of the film to set up a new one, and you're like, really? Like, 'cause it's always such a hilarious out, in my opinion.
Yeah.
All of them. I love it because I love the series, but it's like, well, he rolled into this ditch and fell down a hill and into the water, and he's not on fire or blown up, and then he just gets up and a year goes by. Like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like, it's cool, but at the same time, like,
Right.
all of these try so hard to get rid of the fantastic climax the sequel had prior.
Yeah. And we're going to get into that a little bit and when we go through these.
I know,
But yeah.
I'm jumping a little bit ahead, but
No, you're good, man.
I'm afraid that I'm sure kills and ends are going to be fantastic, but damn, she did a lot of work to make sure things were going to end in that 2018,
Yeah.
entry.
Yeah. But yeah, anyway, I mean, the way I kind of went about compiling my list was, first off, I decided just to throw out Halloween 3, not because it's a bad film, but just because it doesn't really fit in with what all we're going to be talking. We're just going to talk about the Michael Myers ones here. Like, Halloween 3 is good in its own right, but this way we have an even 10, because there's 10 in the series with Michael Myers in them. So I just figured it'd be easier just to leave that one out. Not a bad film by any means, but just for the sake of the list, it's just not in there. So
Honorable mention, I'm a huge Halloween 3 fan.
Oh, I'm a huge fan of Halloween 3, yeah.
Tom Atkins, a true legend, a god in my opinion. I've met him twice, which I normally not a big fan of meeting people, but
Yeah.
both times meeting him, we had full conversations, and I had a really good time. He's a fantastic human being and a highly underrated actor, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But real true American man, true American actor.
Yeah.
Big Tom Atkins fan.
Yeah. So just for the sake of people who may not be as familiar with the Halloween franchise, do you still have that image up on your phone, or do you want to explain sort of the continuity of these before we get into it?
I can pull it up. Yeah, the continuity is...
If you're a fan, you obviously know this, but if this is your introduction to the series, the first one always counts in these. There's never that discredit the first one. And Halloween 2 is a direct sequel, takes place right then. And then that's when it gets a little fuzzy after that.
Then they decided, so basically there's 3 main timelines, taking out the remakes.
Yeah.
There's Halloween, Halloween 2, and then initially it went right to Halloween 4, Return of Michael Myers, Halloween 5, Revenge of Michael Myers, and then Halloween 6, The Curse of Michael Myers. It's a pretty even timeline across. They continue, things get a little wonky, but they continue this, same storyline. Well, fast forward in the 90s a few years, they decide to get rid of basically 4 through 6. They released H2O. So the second timeline, or the new, I don't know, depending on the creators, whatever, how they want to do it. The second timeline is 1, 2, H2O, and Resurrection. So, I'm not going to get too deep into that there. I think the first timeline's better, because H2O and Resurrection they're fine, but they're not 4, 5, and 6, in my opinion. Flash forward to 2018, John Carpenter being, very vocal about things, very forward, new creators, everything. Now we have Halloween, the original. Well, now we're going to flash forward 40 years, and Halloween 2018 is now Halloween 2, quote unquote.
Right.
and then there's going to be Halloween Kills and Halloween Ends. And then you have the 2 remakes out there, and just the alternate universe, alternate
the
vision.
redneck universe, yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
But it's, basically 3 different timelines. Almost what you prefer. Granted, we haven't seen Kills or Ends yet,
right,
so we'll see. As I just said.
What did you say? It was this timeline was more messy than another franchise? I can't remember what you were talking.
Said, I was like, God, this, when I look at this is more messy than the Terminator franchise.
Yeah.
Which is
it's kind of
almost getting true. Yeah, we'll see if they do a 4th Halloween timeline. If that is, it's definitely the messiest franchise timeline continuity in history, guaranteed.
Yeah. So I have my top 10. I wrote them all down with some basic notes. And then how were you going about this process?
Sorry, buddy brings me Midnight Miles in because I'm gonna wing the fuck out of this and I'm gonna piss everyone off. But I've seen all these multiple times, even 2018 Halloween, which we talked about. I'm gonna mess some stuff up, America. So just prepare for the ride. You can yell at me in later podcasts if there's comments or stuff like that. I'm going to do this right now from my basic recollection of the series, seeing all of them, honestly, every single one more than I should, even Resurrection, with the God Busta Rhymes in it, let's just be honest. I'll try to maybe not rate that too high, even though, real legends in that.
Yeah. And by the way, this is the definitive ranking. What we say here, that's how it goes. Like we're the experts on the subject, so no matter what,
God,
we're right.
So many people that I hear this that I know are gonna absolutely hate me after I make my ranking. But
do you want to start off with your?
Okay.
I didn't mean to cut you off there. Like say what you're gonna say, but I didn't know if you wanted me to start with my 10 first, or you wanted to start with your 10.
Do you want to do all 10, or you want to do 5 and 5, so we can both kind of bounce back and forth? What do you think? I'll let you be. You're the show.
Like, what do you mean 5 and like how do you?
I'll do my 10 through 6. You do your 10 through 6, and then go through. You think, or you want to do all 10 down the line? You're the show host. I'll let you decide.
Well, last time we did I did my 10 and then the next person did his 10, just so that way we can get our thoughts out.
Okay.
So let's stick with that. Maybe when we do another list, we'll try that.
Okay. I feel it. I'm just asking, keep it. People might actually tune out if they have to listen to me talk about my garbage top 10, but we're gonna see how it goes, right?
Would you have a 10? So here's the thing. The 10 should be easy. Which one of these do you hate the most?
Oof.
And I laid out all the DVDs and Blu-rays here in front of us just so we can look at them, I guess. But
I appreciate that because, like I said, I'm willy-nilly right now, America. So, man, I'm going to fucking piss some people off to start. You know what one I think is the most overrated film in the franchise? And that, honestly, half the film, and I just talked about this last week when we were hanging out, is Josh Hartnett in his fucking long sleeves. H2O is probably my least favorite Halloween.
Yeah.
And that's a
bold pick for number 10.
Very unpopular opinion. So I'm going to get right to it. It's boring. Most of the film, the early part of the film is boring to me. Yeah. I don't know. What do you think?
I have it slightly higher on mine. It's definitely not in the upper echelon of the films. I certainly wouldn't give it number 10. There's one that I think is much worse. I think mine might be a controversial number 10, honestly.
Okay.
But yeah, explain why you don't like H2O that much. Because I know you've told me, but tell the people. And it's good that our lists are different because, if we're just sitting here stroking the films off the whole time, and agreeing on everything, it's going to be boring. So I'm glad that we sort of disagree on some stuff.
To start, I understand how they wanted to change the timeline. They wanted to do things differently. I get it. They wanted to get that whole teen horror market that essentially started with Scream. I Know What You Last Summer. So they toned things down. They did this. First of all, to me, the kills in H2O are boring and uninspired. Mm-hmm. I feel like I
can see that.
I feel like they're very basic. I don't need FYI, I don't need a big body count of film at all. But to get this deep in the franchise and how weak the kills were or how uninterested, even more so, in a lot of the characters I was that they died, you're really taking the first 70 minutes of the film, and it's so much filler just to get to that final climax with Laurie and Michael. And I get that's the whole point of the film, but nothing surrounding it to me is overly interesting. Even her backstory and how she got to be where she was, and her son, the whole characters, all of that.
Right.
It doesn't click for me. Anytime I watch it, it just doesn't do it for me. I don't know what to say. I mean, it's not. But the thing is, it's not a bad film.
Yeah.
It's just. I mean, okay, the ending. Could it have been a great ending to the Halloween series? I suppose. But if that was the last film in the Halloween series, I would be vastly disappointed.
What didn't you like about the ending?
I like, the whole spoiler alert. If anyone's listening, and
Spoiler alert to all of these. Yeah,
honestly,
I mean, like,
if you haven't seen it, whatever. But her cutting his head off or whatever, and when he's trapped in the tree or whatever that is there at the end, it's a great ending. But honestly, even the chase and everything that happens there up to that point is a little weak for me. Like, it's not very memorable when I'm trying to rack my brain. I mean, his death, quote unquote, is memorable. But the film leading up to it just doesn't justify. I don't know. It's not for me, I guess. I'll leave it at that.
All right. Cool. Yeah, I have it a little higher on mine, but after listening to you, I might actually flip around two of them.
Oh.
But we'll see. We'll see how I feel.
Don't sway you. You know what? We're probably gonna rewatch some of these this fall. I'm gonna make you do that. You know, I'm gonna, but.
Yeah, because obviously, like, just like you have, I've seen all of these a million times, but I haven't seen a lot of them in a while.
Same.
Yeah. But yeah, so my number 10, I also feel is a controversial pick. I don't know how you're going to feel about this one, but my number 10 is Halloween 5, The Revenge of Michael Myers.
It's, you know what? That's not, I didn't know what your pick was going to be, honestly. I actually didn't know the format we were going, so us going back and forth right here is great. I actually like this a lot. America, I was misunderstood on the format. It is what it is. I actually enjoy this going back and forth right now. I'm just putting that out there. 5? It's hard because I'm like, you could put the list at anything. There's only a few that I think I would be like...
like, question it a little bit.
Like, if you were like, number 10, Halloween 1978, I'd be like, I'd honestly throw the mic across the fucking room, be like, I'm leaving, man. Good podcast.
Yeah. So just to defend my pick a little bit, this is the one that I think is boring. I think all the kills in this are a little bit uninspired, and honestly, like, the human characters, like, they're all human, but, like, the characters that we're supposed to relate to in this are some of the most annoying characters of all time.
Okay,
and it really...
I can support that. I can support that.
And the film loses all suspense when half of the film is just the one dude playing pranks the whole time in the Michael Myers mask and the get-up. Yeah. So when Michael is actually around, you're like, okay, well, is this just the guy playing a prank again and he's going to pull up the mask and laugh like an idiot or whatever, or is it actually going to happen? And then when it actually happens, you don't really care as much, I guess, because...
Right.
All this stuff's going on. And that's not the only film that's had people dressed up as Michael Myers, obviously. Right. But this one really overdid it. Also, the mask in this one is absolutely repulsive. It's one of the worst Michael Myers masks I've ever seen. The neck is really long, and the face, I don't... But here's the thing, even if you look at the cover of this one, they're using the original mask. Yeah, they're using the original mask. That's not the mask in the film.
No, it's
But
not.
if you look on the back of the case here, look at that neck.
Then I was gonna say the neck, 150%. The neck is like the most long. It looks like a kid wearing an oversized mask, even on an adult.
Yeah, and just a couple other things about the film that I think just make it the worst one. I feel like it's almost like a betrayal of Loomis's character. I don't want to say like a betrayal, but like the whole ending part where he's holding Jamie Lloyd in the basement, like using her as bait, basically.
Yeah.
Like, it's just kind of like really out of place. And it's really ridiculous when, spoiler alert for the film, we said that already, but when he's sitting in jail at the end wearing the mask, I'm just like, come on, man. It's just so ridiculous. I don't know. Like, half of it's boring and half of it's, like, absolutely, like, absurd. So I don't know. Like, that's why, for me, that one is the worst one out of the franchise. Might be a controversial pick to some, but for me, that's the one I find myself watching the least.
They hit the late 80s, especially for some of these franchises. They're on such weak legs. Like, they're like, fuck, we made 4 sequels, we made 5 sequels, we made 6 sequels. What the hell do we do to get the people back? Because honestly, the 80s was about excess, it was about money, everything was about money.
Yeah.
Half the people that made these films, the producers, they didn't give a shit about what it was produced, as long as it was something to get asses in seats, which is a wrestling thing right there as well.
Right.
Can we get enough people to come back to make 10, 20, 30 million, which back then was a ton of money? They're producing these things on $1 million, $2 million, $3 million budget.
Right.
Marketing that, okay, well, if they spend $5 million to do it, they make 10 to 20, 30 at the minimum, they've made their money, they've made enough to make another sequel if they want to. So the late 80s, they're like, I kind of like it because nowadays people don't take the risks that they took in the late 80s. They were
you gotta respect it, but yeah,
anything
it's just
on
like,
the wall, they're like, could we have this person end up here doing this, doing this? Michael Myers travels down a river when he fell out of an explosive thing and lands in some hillbilly's tree fort, and he's here doing
that. Is one thing I like. Okay, so the two things I like about the film, I like that he ends up with that hermit, because I feel like that is also a slight reference to Bride of Frankenstein, when he's like the hobo guy, like, teaches Frankenstein English and stuff, with the twist that Michael Myers kills the guy or whatever. But and the other thing I like are the cops. The cops are actually funny in this.
Yeah.
A lot of people I know don't like the cops. And then just one last thing I'll say about this one. I don't know if you have anything else to say, but you can say more when it's in your ranking. But the last thing I'll say is I don't like we talked about how some films will end on such like a good climax, and in the next film, this one, like, with such the high you get at the end of Halloween 4, which we'll get into, they completely scrap it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah,
I feel like the Halloween franchise kind of does that a fair amount. Like, that's why I was really talking about the climaxes. They'll have some great climaxes and then be like, fuck, we need a sequel. What are we going to do? You know, like...
Right.
Even more so than Friday the 13th, Nightmare on Elm Street. They kind of, when they did those, they were kind of smart, like, well, climax is good, but we have a guaranteed way that we can shoe in something else for the next one. Like, Michael Myers, they're like, we basically exploded his whole body or lit him on fire possibly, or shot him with 1,000 bullets, and they're like, well, let's find a way to do this, do this to get back. I don't really have any other thoughts on 5 right now, honestly,
What would you put as your 9th film?
I'm probably going to go with Resurrection.
Resurrection. So you're really not a fan of the second timeline?
Resurrection is entertaining as hell. Let's get that out of the way. It's a product of its time. The actor and actresses are very much a product of their time. I mean, when you look at them on here, I mean, come on now. Tyra Banks, Busta Rhymes. I mean, they really, really much a product of the early 2000s. I mean, and honestly, like, again, with the franchise, they had an essential ending, I guess you could say, and they're like, well, what if we did this? And then, you know, went right into the whole reality and kind of like pre-YouTube, everything, like, stuff like that, which I can't remember the box office on this, but if it you know, connected with the audience or not, but I do love the opening part of the film when he kills her.
Yeah. Because
it's intense, it grips you right off the bat, but then you're left with, you know,
whatever it is, the haunted house after that.
Haunted reality show, essentially. And it's fine. Like, it's entertaining, but it's probably, in my opinion, the absolute least necessary Halloween film ever.
Oh, I could agree with that. It's the least necessary one.
It's just not. It's completely a cash grab. Even having the actor and actresses in this it's such a complete cash grab. And yeah, but the first 15 minutes, amazing.
Yeah, pretty good.
Busta Rhymes doing all his trick or treat, motherfucker. That whole sequence. I mean, probably it's either the low point or the high point in a very funny way,
depending how you look at it.
Yeah, but it's honestly all I have to say about it. I mean, it's a very unnecessary sequel. I love that I guess they made Michael get his wishes after all these years.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of it's weird. It's a flip side of the coin. H2O, Lori got her, just desserts. Resurrection, Michael got his. It's interesting, It's kind of like to see what they did,
Yeah. I'll talk about it a little more when I get to it on my list. It's coming up pretty soon, but I don't have it at 9.
Okay.
But yeah, it's coming. Number 9, another maybe controversial pick, but Halloween 9 for the 9th Halloween on my list, not Halloween number 9. Actually, it was the 9th Halloween film to come out, the Rob Zombie one. That's my number 9 on the list.
Right,
the Rob Zombie original Halloween.
All right.
Controversial because I actually have H2 above it on my list, which is a little surprising. I don't know. You might agree with me. I don't know.
I'm not gonna spoil, but we'll see.
But I just feel like this one, the beginning is so the whole backstory stuff is just so bad to me. I don't like the child actor, and I don't like how unnecessarily big they made Michael once he grows up. He's 7 feet tall, ridiculous. To me, I mean, he can be a little muscular or whatever, but he's not fucking the Big Show or you know what I mean?
He's gargantuan of a man.
Yeah, and just and I feel once it finally gets going, there's parts of the backstory that I don't mind too much. Some of it's interesting, I guess. If you want to have that twist on it. To me, it's just always less is more is better as far as the backstory goes. With the Joker, I don't want to see Joker's back. Although the film Joker was great and everything.
Yeah.
Just for me, it's always more terrifying when you don't really see what's going on.
I feel like Michael Myers is the perfect example, depiction, however you want to say it, of less is more.
Yeah.
Where to make Jason and Freddy survive all these things, do all this, the way they are kind of, in my mind, design these characters, I don't mind having multiple backstories for them, or more in-depth ones, where Michael Myers just being the shape.
It's always more mysterious.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then, I mean, besides that, once it gets going, I just feel like it tries too hard to emulate the original instead of trying to be its own thing. Because the beginning portion, it's its own thing. I mean, obviously, none of that was in the original, but then it starts even recreating some of the shots and stuff.
Right.
And it's just not as good. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan of the original remake. Yeah, so that's why I have it as number 9.
Wait, we're on number 9. I thought we're on number 8.
You were on your number. That was my number 9. We're on your number.
I'm only a few in. I'm already completely lost.
I'm on my 3rd right now. Thanks for the. We're drinking Sam Adams Jack-o'-lantern pumpkin ale right now, but I had 2 Stellas before this. So
yeah, there we go. Well, I had 2 beers too, but
please drink responsibly.
Yeah, I ate before I came, so I'll probably be all right. But trying to keep track here, America. I'm staring directly into this pile of Halloween films, and I'm recollecting all the, I keep seeing different scenes, different images. I'm trying to keep on track with this here. For my number 8, if I really want to be honest, I'll probably go with Rob Zombie's Halloween remake as well.
Okay.
So it's a good segue because I didn't even have to talk about it in your scene,
cool.
to be honest.
And then we'll set this one right here so we can keep track of your order so we know which ones you've said and what ones you haven't. So Halloween, the director's cut unrated specifically.
Specifically, yeah. When they had, what did they have? Didn't they have 3 endings to this?
I can't remember.
Because there's a 3-disc edition that he has.
Is there really?
Yeah, I've heard one of them is a significantly better film, but yeah, they had a 3-disc for this.
The only ending that I've seen the one, I think it's the one that's on there. Actually, I don't even know if I've watched this DVD, but I saw it in theaters, and it's the one where he gets shot in the face or whatever.
Right. This one, it's kind of for me, it's a by-the-numbers film, even with the backstories and stuff. I mean, it's a standard remake, reimagining. I actually went and saw it with one of my exes, her mom,
Oh, yeah.
and her mom's best friend who was in town for the weekend.
Was
So
your ex with you?
Yeah.
Okay, because you were just like, I actually saw it with my ex's mom.
Yeah, I tried to put my ex's mom, I saw it with 3 women, and they had a great time. I had a really good time, to be honest. I mean, especially because I'm a slut for any kind of horror sequel in the theaters. I'm like, yeah, let's go. I don't care if it's hot garbage. I mean, whatever. But actually, this came out end of August. Actually,
It did.
Yeah, it was the end of August. I remember that, around the same, almost similar time to what it is now, or where we are right now. It's not horrible. It's fine. Like I'm a Rob Zombie fan. I don't think I'm not that, upper tier of he can do no wrong.
Right.
Because I saw what came out. Didn't that come out earlier this year or was it last year?
What, 3 from Hell?
3 from Hell. Maybe that was last year. I saw 3 from Hell. 3 from Hell is easily his worst film.
Is it really? I haven't watched it yet.
The first half of it, the second half is pretty good. The first half is fucking horrible. And I don't care who wants to disagree with me. It is bad. It's not, and I'm not one to normally say I like bad stuff, in all honesty. But it's pretty, you're sitting in there, you're kind of watching, you're like,
yeah.
God, this dialogue, everything that's happening is kind of bad. Like, not even fun bad. It was 2019. I remember who I went and saw it with. And we were both kind of like,
I don't know about
I hope this gets better, because I paid to go to the premiere. And I want, like, his, like, introduction and, like, some other stuff, too.
Yeah.
So
Because it got, like, a very limited release.
yeah, he had, like, 3 different releases. They were all limited, and each one of the days had some sort of different thing you could get. Like, one day was Q&A, one day was an introduction, the other day was Devil's Rejects back-to-back with a sequel.
Right.
Second half, 3 from Hell, very fun. First half, I know we're in the middle of Halloween, but I'm just throwing it out there. It's a newer film. Make sure it's a $2 to $3, $5 rental, more, because it's not. I like Rob Zombie, but he must have been half asleep for at least the first half of the film, because it was not good.
And speaking of Rob Zombie, so the Halloween remake was your number 7. So my
8. See, you're getting off.
no, that's your 7. See, because you had 5 Resurrection in that, so that's your number 7.
I had H2O Resurrection.
Oh
That's
fuck,
10.
So
9,
we gotta put this.
8.
So we'll put this back. Where's H2O at, bro?
Right here.
Okay.
See, look. The host is even all messed up.
because we're getting the DVDs all messed up.
Okay.
So H2O was your 7. I mean, your 10.
10.
9. 8. All right, so
you're
8.
on your
So
8.
I'm on my 8. Yeah. My 8 is H2. Rob Zombie H2.
Okay.
Is my number 8.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Here's the thing that I like about it and what gives it the edge over his original remake to me. It's free from the shackles of having to be a remake. It was finally able to be its own thing. Whether its own thing was good or not, I mean, that's up for you guys to debate. But I like that he was actually able to go further into his redneck horror, which has sort of been like his staple. It has some of the most hilarious moments in all of the entire franchise.
Yes, it does.
I mean, Michael Myers goes to a strip club. Michael Myers goes to a hospital and stabs a nurse a billion times.
So many
We were
times.
talking about this the other day.
So many. And I can't. Does anyone know? If anyone knows, let somehow comment on one of Buddy's things, because I don't know how many times he stabs that woman in this.
Take a shot every time he stabs her. It's at least 7 or 8.
Yeah, she's beyond dead.
Yeah. But yeah, I just like how weird it gets. I mean, you have the visions of like this unicorn with Michael Myers' mom walking around.
The walking scenes without the mask.
Yeah, he's unmasked for a lot of it. The ending, I've seen both of the endings, like the director's cut ending and the theatrical ending. Both the endings are terrible. I can't defend either of the endings. I'm not a fan of Michael Myers talking. I think he says like die or kill or something like towards the end.
Something.
He like confronts Loomis and he's like kill or like something stupid. I don't like what they did with Loomis's character at all. But even with all those negative things about it, I still think it has more positives to put it slightly above the original Halloween remake. But still not in the upper echelon of films at all.
So that was your 8. So now I'm at the hard part in my list because there's this is where it starts to get where I could kind of, depending on my given mood day, kind of throw a few of them in here. So my number 7. This is where I'm like really torn right now.
Yeah.
Between 3 films, actually. It's not even like an easy
Between 3?
Yeah. So all right.
I would tell you my 7, but it wouldn't help you out at all because it's already on your bottom tier there. So.
All right. Okay, so in any given day, probably the next 3 films could change depending on my mood. And
yeah,
honestly,
the middle of the lists are always the hardest because it's like, what do you do?
I guess I'll go with 5.
Okay.
So
Halloween 5,
that's
man.
kind of like a lot of your talking points were very valid, obviously. This hilarious cover that's not any. I don't even.
I will say I like the cover of it, but it's not even the same mask.
Right. Yeah. Film starts off great. Some of these, I will say probably the Halloween franchise compared to some of them has very strong starts in every film. That first 15, 20 minutes gets you extremely gripped in every single one of them. And a lot of times you're like, wait, what did I watch? Compared to like what comes the next 20, 30 minutes after that. Because it's we talked about it, the whole him surviving the blast, in the river, the hobo, being taken care of for a year. It's kind of an interesting way to keep him where he is for a whole year until the next Halloween. I thought that was
and they came out the next year, right? One was like 88, one was 89.
89. Yeah, it was right back to back, which was nice. They probably, with the masks difference, I don't know, but I know they shot them pretty damn close together.
Yeah.
I need some pumpkin ale. We're getting into the list right there.
Yeah. We're getting to the midway point of the list pretty soon here. So
I will say a lot of the people who survives. This is bad to say, but who are the main people that survive from 4 to 5? I feel like they changed their characters in 5. Like they made them more unlikable, which is kind of like what you were touching on.
I honestly can't remember all the ones that remain. I know there's like the Tina girl. I can't remember.
Tina.
Was she in the 4?
She was in 4, and I feel like however she acted in 5 was either her role was significantly reduced or she was just completely unlikable in 5 compared to 4.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I see what you're saying, yeah.
I'm pretty sure that all of the roles were lessened besides Jamie, Loomis, and Myers.
Yeah. Well, even still, because, like, I already spoke my piece about 5, but just, like, I don't know, after the ending of Halloween 4, when she's, like, set up to be the next killer or whatever, they completely scrapped the idea.
Right.
And then I already said my thing about Loomis at the end, who completely breaks character for a while. But
you got to think Loomis, too, as we're talking about the franchise. We can kind of throw this in there. Loomis has a very interesting character arc because he definitely loses all of his initial self-confidence in the case as the series goes on.
Right.
In 1 and 2, he's very confident. He's like,
I know how to get this guy and all that.
Michael Myers is the boogeyman. He's the face, this and this. He can't do this. But I'm still confident I can find a way to either get him back to some sort of restraint or kill him. But as it goes on, they just continue.
He gets desperate.
He gets super desperate, almost demented. That's the only thing with yours where you're like, he's completely out of character. But you got to think about
where he would be at that point.
How they started depicting him, because now he spent the better part of a decade beyond obsessed, like more obsessed than he was when he was a child.
Right.
Because now he's like, God, it's my fault. I can't fucking kill this dude. I'm still alive, but I can't get anyone else to, I can't make this happen.
Yeah.
And everyone around me's dying.
Yeah.
Where he almost probably dehumanizes Jamie, where he's just like, this is just a pawn. This is a tool.
Yeah.
This is like literally.
That's what I mean. That's where it's like, I don't know. For me, that sort of crosses the line a little bit, where he's going to put, like, a 10-year-old's life at risk or something. But, like, I see what you're saying. Like, I understand.
Yeah, that was my other side of the coin, where it's like, God, can you imagine chasing something for 10 years of your life and fucking up every single time? I mean, being honest, like, it's literally become your whole life. And,
just fucking up.
And fucking up, watching a guy kill 20, 30 other people and surviving every damn Halloween. So, I'm going to cut him a little slack.
Okay.
But I don't really have much more to say about 5. I can't disagree with you that there is some boring parts. I've seen 5 a lot, but I honestly, at this moment in time, can't remember a lot of the kills, which is kind of like disappointing to me because we're doing this right now, but I'm just going off the top of my head.
I mean, it's just like I said. I think it has some of the least memorable ones. Like, I can't really think of any right now either.
It must, because I can't remember hell from it, honestly. So let's, there it is. You got it.
Yeah. So now we're finally on to number 7. I got a little screwed up. It's a little hard when you're going back to back because you did 8, and I was like, okay, 7's next.
Yeah.
But so my number 7 is already in your stack there. My 7 is Resurrection.
It's a little high, but yeah, I mean,
little high. You'll be mad when you see where H2O is.
Oh my God, I'm ready for it though. Continue.
But so Resurrection, again, all the things that you had already said, completely valid. It's again the early internet age. But I do appreciate that they did try to adapt to the times instead of rehashing the same thing over and over again.
No, that's
because I mean, at this point, this was
2002,
the 8th film or whatever. Yeah, this was the 8th film. It's the early 2000s. So at that point, people who were going to the cinemas, they didn't want to see the same thing over and over and over and over again. You know what I mean? That was an 80s thing. It's like, all right, another Friday the 13th coming out. Everyone's going to go see it.
If I remember right, as we're looking through the stack, the guy who directed Resurrection actually directed... He didn't direct 2. No, because that was...
I couldn't tell you.
He did.
Did he
really?
I was
right. That was the trivia. The guy who directed Resurrection directed Halloween 2.
Huh. So...
I thought that's the thing in my head.
Fact.
I was thinking in my head. I'm like, because there's some weird coincidences with the series where like they brought people back to produce or write or do things.
Yeah.
Very much farther down the line.
Huh. I did not know. I mean, I don't usually pay attention. Well, with Halloween, I don't pay attention to that kind of stuff. But yeah, I mean, you're this guy directed this kind of guy, so like, yeah, you would know that.
I used to be even better at that. But I had a feeling, I'm like, I'm pretty sure the guy who did 2 did Resurrection.
Huh.
Which is hilarious.
Yeah.
And it's almost exactly 20 years apart. I think it's 21. Legal age. I don't know, whatever. Sorry, Internet, I had to throw that in there. But but yeah, it's crazy how many years are in between.
Yeah, that's why I didn't know that. But yeah, I mean, that's really all I have to say. I mean, I appreciate what it did. Busta Rhymes is a trip. I mean, I will say this: the film is not boring. No. It at least try with 5 and some of the other ones. Like, it borderline and boring territory for some of this. I'm never bored in Resurrection. I haven't seen it in about a decade. But I remember it being a lot of fun, even though, obviously, it's not high-class cinema or anything. But I had fun with it. I enjoy it more than my 8 through 10 picks, so...
Hey, there's nothing wrong. Like I said, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
So, now I am on... 6.
You're on your 6th, yeah.
This is where it gets dicey again, because this one's gonna piss off your boy Dynamite Jared if I'm feeling about this.
Yeah.
But
he's not gonna listen to this back. You don't have to worry.
Oh, come on.
What, I should give him some credit?
I don't know. He probably won't. He'll probably be too pissed or Rick's already to shut it off 15 minutes ago or something. Maybe not though. I'm gonna go with Halloween 2018.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
So
There's no judgment here, man.
No, I know. We're getting in the, it's a fun film. It's a good film. It's a lot of fun. Kills are good. The soundtrack, because John Carpenter did it, it's phenomenal.
Oh, yeah.
I actually own it on album. I when it came out, I was listening to it a ton when I was doing housework on the 2018 soundtrack. But good kills, good solid story. I don't really care about any of the other characters besides Laurie, which is kind of sucks because I know they try to put a lot of investment
in the granddaughter or whatever.
Yeah, maybe she's just not fully fleshed out enough for me. Because I saw it a couple times. I really tried. I've tried to give this film quite a bit of credit and, like, really, like...
Yeah. And you rewatched it a number of times. I saw
it in theaters twice, I think. And then after that, I saw it. But... It's good. I mean, it's good. It's a good film. It's one of those things where it's like...
Yeah.
It's not I'm desensitized to Halloween films, but you're so late in the franchise.
Right,
You're like... there's some great... chase scenes. There's that one scene that's super memorable where he like steps out from behind some sort of like stone, like they're like it's not a pillar, it's almost like not a fence, but some sort of like, you know what I'm talking about, where he steps out from the shadows and then music cues perfect, where he's like behind, it's almost like it's like some sort of stone block, not blockade. I don't know.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. But anyways, we're losing viewers as right now. But but you know what I'm talking about. The cue's perfect. He chases the girl. I mean, there's a couple scenes that are brilliant. The scene where he is walking through the crowded trick or treating street, phenomenal.
Right.
I mean, there's
there's
a few scenes in this that are just brilliant.
Yeah.
Amazing. Like, but I'm at the point where myself. I've seen it all before. Yeah. I mean, honestly, like, it's good. It's real good. Even the whole final, ending, whatever with Laurie and stuff like that. It's great. It's real good. Pretty sure if I remember right, they hinted at that whole final sequence way too hard in the trailers.
Yeah, they did.
So, like, I was kind of a little bit like...
Decent. I mean, you kind of already knew a lot of the stuff. Yeah.
There was going to be some sort of final...
confrontation,
escape room, booby-trapped house, whatever. And then I don't want to say it's very anticlimactic, but it happens, they get out, it ends. A very almost TCM ending, and you're kind of just like, huh. Okay,
like,
that's
all
cool.
right, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they really didn't pull, there was no tricks, no whatever. I mean, it's kind of just in there for me. It's good. I don't know.
Yeah. So for my next pick on the list, this is one of the ones where I was like, all right, I might flip-flop to, but I'm just going to go with my original thought. I'm not going to let you influence me at all. I'm just going to go with what I have written down. So my 6 is Halloween 6.
Nice.
So for a lot of people, this is one of the weaker ones. For me, I have it in about the middle of the list. I think that's where it deserves to be. That's actually the producer's cut right there. I actually have 2 copies of Halloween 6 right there. So, yeah, there's the producer's cut, and then there's the theatrical cut. I have a lot of nostalgia for this film. A lot of people hate it very, very much. Paul Rudd is in it, but he doesn't have much to do. And Miles just went to use the restroom for a little bit, so I'm filling time. A lot of the things I want to save until he gets here so I can get his reaction for it. So we're going to take a little bit of a pause for the cause here and wait for Miles to get back.
Are you tired of plain old breakfast? Cereal's not sugary enough?
Are you tired of burnt pancakes and waffles? Then you need Slapjacks!
The slap against your face and it causes a chemical reaction to heat up!
No cooking required, just slap and eat. Don't believe us? Here's a satisfied customer.
Slapjacks are the best breakfast food ever made. Slapjacks, slap those smiles back.
You heard it here, kids. Slapjack saves lives. Order at www.slapjacks.com.
All right, so we're back. So yeah, we're talking Halloween 6. I have a lot of nostalgia for it. But yeah, I mean, a lot of things could have been done way better in it. but I still think it's a very, very entertaining film. The kills are great. I mean, you got a head explosion.
Such
One thing, like as I said, it's never boring. I do think that I prefer the original cut over the producer's cut.
Same. I
Have
agree.
you've seen both?
Yeah. Yep. I agree.
I actually have the producer's cut on Blu-ray, but I haven't watched it yet. When I saw the producer's cut, I saw like the shitty like Blu-ray. I mean bootleg, whatever.
That's the only one I've seen too. So
Yeah.
when you watch the producer's cut,
Yeah.
let me come over and watch.
Yeah.
that
So
with you.
so maybe the actual official producer's cut could maybe rank it a little higher, but I don't know. I'm just not a big fan of the cult stuff. Here's the thing: I would have loved the cult stuff if it was slightly different. I don't like Michael Myers as a pawn of a cult.
Yes,
and like I don't want to see
I
don't want to see Michael Myers as a cult leader either. Like I mean,
agree.
he'd never talk or anything. But when I was coming up with this list, how cool of an idea would it be is if there's just a cult surrounding Michael Myers? Like there were
Agreed.
people that were worshiping him because he was killing all these people.
He's-
That's why they broke him out of jail. That's why
Yeah,
all this stuff's going
I
on,
agree.
and that's why he's been protected for so long, at least throughout the Thorn trilogy, because people are out there idolizing Michael Myers. I thought that would have been a fantastic idea.
It would have been great. Sign me up. Honestly, I'm
John Carpenter, I'm out there if you want me to remake Halloween 6 for you.
I am a huge Curse of Michael Myers fan. Even though we obviously, because I haven't even got to that in my
Right.
series, so I'm ranking it high enough.
Yeah.
I love the tone of the film, especially for when it was released in '95, because it was just pre-teen horror,
Right.
and horror in the mainstream was kind of it was almost non-existent.
Yeah.
For '94 to '96 was kind of like this weird couple years where mainstream horror was just almost just not there at all, especially a franchise.
Yeah.
Sequel released in theaters.
I mean, just in general, like, that whole period of, like, the mid-90s was just sort of, like, a dark age of cinema. Because, like, I mean, not to get super off topic, but, like, once Jurassic Park came out, like, that was, like, such a high. Like, after that, you either had films that were trying to be that big-budget blockbuster, or there was just, like, a lot of, like, filler stuff. Like,
Yeah.
it was just... the mid to late 90s were very, very difficult, in my opinion.
I agree, actually, yeah.
But, yeah, as you were saying.
No, it's a very dark film. They pulled a lot of punches. The kills were, a head explosion kill in the mid-90s in a major film is insane that they even got that. I don't even know what they had to do to get that approved.
And that was part of the reshoots. Like, they wanted that in there, because that
Yeah.
wasn't in it in the cult producer's cut or whatever.
Yeah,
that was something they were like, all right, we got to have something crazy happen in this.
I feel like it's almost a final, I'm giving a lot of praise, but almost a final ode to a lot of 80s cinema. Almost like the final shebang, because obviously as decades go, usually the first 2 to 3 years is a lot of bleed over from the previous decade. You'll watch stuff that's from 1990, 1991, and it's so fucking
It's
80s.
so 80s,
It's, or
Well,
whatever.
decades are never defined by the year. Because, like, I talk about this all the time, and, like, when you're talking about the 60s, you're not talking about the early 60s, you're really talking about the late 60s, early 70s.
Yeah.
Like, you're talking about the 90s, like, you're talking about the mid-90s to the early 2000s, basically. Like, it's not like, well, I guess this year, actually, is the difference. Because 2020 hit, and the world is completely different.
2020, yeah.
But other than that...
This will probably be pretty definitive. These
Yeah.
decades will probably be pretty definitive.
But, like, it's not like as soon as it hit 1990, like, the world changes and there's a big cultural difference. It takes a little bit of time for that to happen.
I agree. But still, to be 95 and doing
Yeah.
some of the kills they did in it, even how dark the cinema was, I almost want to say stuff like maybe The Crow or other stuff like that, the super dark visual cinema that came out in like 93, 94,
Yeah.
almost could have influenced some of this shooting on this.
Yeah.
Because it was very dark colors, almost like blue matte, almost where like there were a lot of like bluish shadows, bluish things like that. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah. I know what you're saying. Yeah.
I feel like there was a very weird time in the 90s where, like, stuff like Dark City, I'm a huge fan of. Did you ever see Dark City?
I haven't seen it, no.
Ooh, we might have to.
We might have to have that.
Dark City, phenomenal film if anyone hasn't seen it. Dark City, The Crow, even the cover. I mean, look, I didn't even think about this. The cover has a bluish
Yeah, it does.
tint
It's a blue tint over everything, yeah.
Over everything. I mean, it's a very...
I see what you're saying, yeah.
I love the way it's shot. I love the kills. I actually love the characters. It's gonna get ranked high. Spoiler alert.
I will, and just as a side note, since you mentioned the cover, that's the best mask out of the Thorn trilogy. So, just as a little sidebar there.
Hands down.
So now we're at the midpoint. What's your number 5?
My number 5. This is also where it gets
It's a little dicey.
It's a little dicey, but man, people are screaming because of how I feel about it. I'll go Halloween 2, 2009, Rob Zombie.
Okay, yeah.
So, I
can respect that.
I'm a big fan of this film. It's the anti-Halloween Halloween film, and I love that for it because I'm always one of those people that if something needs to, if they're gonna remake, or the remake trend was a real thing. No, anyone wants to talk shit on it, anything like that, it's fine. The remake trend had a 10 to 12 year span. We're talking about including J-horror remakes or everything. I mean, it was people just said, let's remake this in my own vision. And you know what? Now that remakes really aren't in fashion anymore, I respect a lot of them because a lot of people just wanted to retell stories. And the thing is, too, people forget so many films are retold throughout history.
Yeah.
I mean, look at The Thing and The Thing 1982.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, things
completely
like that.
different
films.
But
Granted,
it's still the retelling of the same.
There's a lot more originality in some of these remakes that were, you know, you look at even before the remake trend totally blew up. I mean, you know, The Haunting, stuff like that. My brain's not working. The Haunting at Hill House,
Yeah,
or whatever.
Stuff
like that. I mean, there's all sorts of different. I had a brain fart there, guys. I'm sorry, but stuff like that. I mean,
The Haunting might come up a little later, by the way.
Oh yeah. Okay.
But
stuff like that. I mean, people have been remaking cinema since the dawn of cinema. So, or sequels, because honestly, let's think about it. Early sequels, a lot of them were the new director's own vision of what they thought that story was. Technically,
right. I mean, sequels. I mean, not sequels. Remakes have always been a thing, even since the dawn of cinema. So, like, I can't really knock people too much for wanting to do remakes because, I mean, if you look at film history from like the 20s and 30s and stuff, a lot of films from the 30s were actually remakes of stuff that were in the 20s. But it's like, oh, the technology is so much better. Like. And it's a lot of times it's the same director. It's like, all right, I need to make this again
right.
the way that I wanted it to be. But yeah, I digress. But
no, you're fine. Halloween 2 just, it's weird. It really highlights a lot of what Rob Zombie could do. Because I feel like I like Devil's Rejects, actually. When I first saw House of Thousand Corpses, I was not really a big fan. I thought it was overrated. I thought it looked cool, but I thought it was overrated. It really... I hate to use the word amateurish because I love amateur filmmaking, but I just thought it was way too hyped. Devil's Rejects came out, and I was like, okay, I see...
It was much more polished, but yet keeping the dirtiness.
Yeah, it was... He started to understand filmmaking.
Yeah.
And I'm like, all right. And then he did Halloween, and I'm like, you know what? It's a pretty damn good remake compared to the other remakes that were out.
Right.
I mean, just in general. But it just lacked originality. And then he goes, well, now that I made the studios $100 million,
right. Let me do what I want.
They're gonna give me the money. They gave him double the budget on Halloween 2 from Halloween 1. And he goes, well, now I'm gonna do whatever the fuck I want because I actually don't care how much money I make. Granted, luckily he was already a semi-wealthy man before filmmaking, then made studios money. Yeah. So he had enough wealth where he was kind of like, in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, if he never make another film again,
whatever.
He's successful.
I had fun.
He's done everything. Yeah, he's successful. I mean, he's made 4 films. That's his 4th film. successful guy. He knew his music was going to continue him even
Forever.
far
Yeah.
after.
Yeah,
So
right.
he made exactly the Halloween story he wanted. It's ballsy. The kills are, as we talked about, absolutely insane. He takes the characters in every direction. He knows that people aren't going to like his character direction, but I kind of like... You didn't like Loomis's direction, but I kind of like Loomis's self-obsessed, out there to make money, out there to do this kind of... Because it's a very modern mindset on what people would do.
Right.
Especially even more so, I feel like, in this decade
Yeah,
than the
now.
last. Now
Yeah.
it's, oh, I knew someone's serial killer, that was their friend's dad, or whatever.
Right,
Like,
yeah, I'm going to write a book about it or whatever, yeah.
That's what it was. But I don't know, man. I kind of would have liked to seen... There were two different... If I remember, there were two different script treatments for an actual Halloween 3.
I don't know.
So one was Rob Zombie, and then one was I think it was Todd Farmer. Don't quote me internet. There's a couple, but pretty sure it's Todd Farmer and the fucker who did Halloween H2O. We're gonna we're going on some. I'm gonna do some deep dives right here.
H2O's on your bottom.
Oh yeah, all about him. Steve Miner too, because I think Todd Farmer and Steve Miner were working together, and they had did a Halloween 3D where they were using elements from Rob Zombie's film, but changing it.
Huh.
And they wanted to do it with Dimension, and Dimension almost signed up for it. And then they were really worried about finances.
Oh, really?
So they actually ended up doing Scary Movie 5 over Halloween 3D.
Huh.
And the same duo, I think it was Todd Farmer and Steve Miner and someone, I can't remember if Todd Farmer or who directed My Bloody Valentine 3D, because that was one of the other people. It was like a group of the three, because they had made enough money for Dimension. They'd been working with them for Dimension and Lionsgate. Actually, it was Lionsgate. I'm sorry, Lionsgate, because Lionsgate did both Rob Zombie remakes, and they had made them a ton of money. They had wrote a Hellraiser remake that was supposed to be phenomenal.
Yeah.
The script. So they had some big properties, and Lionsgate chose to do Scary Movie 5, which absolutely tanked.
Yeah.
Which I hope they realize in hindsight how fucking stupid that was. Just like Paramount. The reason Paramount never made the last Friday the 13th was because Rings bombed.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Everyone knew Rings was going to bomb, and I'm a huge Rings series fan, but I just don't understand in hindsight how some of these production companies had, from the sounds of it, some pretty solid horror sequels, and they're like, well, let's do Scary Movie 5, let's do Rings, and then they all bombed, and it's like, why would you pick that property over this?
Yeah, that's weird.
I'm getting off topic now.
No, you're good.
Huge Halloween 2 fan. I think I've talked enough about it, maybe.
Yeah. So midway point on my list, again, I debated flipping the 5 and the 6, but going with my gut. So my 5 is going to be H2O. For number 5, I think that's where it belongs. It's definitely not one of the best, but I also don't think it's one of the worst. I think it's exactly where it needs to be on my list. It was great having Jamie Lee back. I think now in hindsight, especially with the new one, we kind of take that for granted a little bit, because we're used to her being back for some of these. But I mean, for a while, I mean, she was an B-list actor at that point. I mean, like, she had no reason to come back and do Halloween, but she did. And the reason I don't like it as much, I mean, it tried to do what the 2018 film did, but it just wasn't there yet at the time. Again, with Laurie being a badass and all that. As you said, it's still stuck in the 90s. A lot of 90s cliches. There are tons of jump scares in this movie that are completely unnecessary. Like, people are always sneaking up on Laurie, and I'm just like, bro, like, you know what she survived, and you're gonna sneak up on her like that?
True, yeah,
like, you know what? It doesn't make any sense. Like, from her husband, and then, like, people are, like, sneaking up on her all the time. I'm just like, all right, this doesn't make any sense. You're gonna trigger some, like, PTSD or some shit. But yeah, I really love the ending. I think that if they had left it at that, people would have been fine. they decided to move on to Resurrection, which is cool, but like I feel like it really destroys the ending of this one.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a decent twist or whatever, but I mean, you get to the fight scene or whatever, and you think, okay, Michael's gonna go off in this ambulance, and then he's gonna get up, and then it's gonna leave on a cliffhanger. But then Laurie comes out, she's not fucking having it. She's coming out, she's threatening everyone, pointing a gun, pins him up against a tree, and chops his head off. I mean, like, at that point, like, I imagine the crowds were going wild.
Yeah, I was gonna say
I
the
wasn't
crowd-
there.
No, I wasn't. No, I was alive, but I was like 10, 11 when that came out. So yeah, I mean, I'd assume, yeah, and being in theaters, like you'd probably be like, holy shit, because you watch Michael Myers' head get chopped off. You're like, well, this is the fucking end, you know?
Yeah.
20 years later, finally, you know?
Yeah. And then one other thing that I don't like about it, I feel like I've brought this up with a lot of these, but this is also one of the weaker masks, especially because you can see his eyes essentially the entire time.
Yeah, it's a weak mask.
But yeah, I mean, you talked about it a lot in yours. I agree with a lot of your points. Again, you had me debating flipping it lower on my list after what you said. But I'll keep it at number 5. Yeah, and I think that's where it needs to be. So
I respect that mine was at 10 and yours was at 5. It's a very,
yeah,
I like that. That was good, you know?
yeah. So we're on to your number 4.
Number 4. Number 4 is going to be Halloween 4.
Halloween 4. Well, okay, so I guess I can spoil it. We agree on a slot here because my 4 is also Halloween 4.
All right, there we go.
So
we'll pull out the Halloween 4 here to look at this
a very
nice limited edition.
very
Yeah, I remember
unnecessarily
this.
large case.
I remember this, yeah, when this came out.
Yeah.
I hate to say it's a great return to form because I love Halloween 3. So, you know, we're kind of excluding that. But,
Yeah.
you know, I understand why they did it. The introduction of Jamie. Loomis is back.
Yeah.
The kills. Tina was much better in this. I remember she talked about. I mean, all the characters. It was good. I mean, I don't know. I would say like everything kind of clicked. It hit. It was suspenseful. I mean, I think it was exactly where they needed it to be to get the franchise. I don't want to say it was ever off track because John Carpenter wanted it to always be different stories.
Yeah.
He never wanted Michael Myers to be the main villain. He wanted every single, if they were going to do a Halloween series.
It was going to be an anthology.
Yeah,
Everyone was going to be different.
So,
but as I said, people in the 80s, they wanted the same thing over and over and over again.
They
Not
did.
like it's not like it is now. So some of the things that I like about Halloween 4, I like the mask ironically. I think the mask is fun with the slick back hair.
Yeah.
Once again, I disagree with the decision. That also, I know it's so shitty. It's in a fucking
It's
jewel
just in a
case in there.
just a
It's
case,
so
yeah.
bad.
I'm just looking at it.
But this is sort of what started the trajectory of having like an unnecessarily large man portray the shape.
Yeah.
He looks like a linebacker in this, and I think
Right.
every film after this, he just keeps getting larger and larger. Yeah, and some of the things that I like about it, I obviously love Jamie Lloyd in the ending. I wish they would have followed through sort of with that idea. Imagine Halloween 5 with Michael Myers and a protege.
Would have been phenomenal.
That's another
Yeah,
thing.
Would have been phenomenal.
Like,
yeah.
And I will say my favorite thing about this film has absolutely nothing to do with Michael Myers or anything. My favorite thing about this film, ironically enough, is the opening credits of the film. When it's just showing all like the dilapidated farm equipment and the Halloween
okay,
decorations.
Yeah.
It
yeah,
just
that is amazing.
like
Yeah, I agree.
I'm a big fan of setting and I try to do this with my films whenever I make films. But the opening credits I feel are like such a missed opportunity in a lot of films. It's the perfect
agree.
time to set the mood. Like people aren't like you start them off with something. I can't remember if this has anything before the credits. But you got to put people in the right state of mind to watch something. And I think that really eases you in to that spooky mood.
So many things start off opening credits with like a driving scene or someone
Right.
getting to where their initial place goes, and it's so blasé, so just like, hey, okay,
Yeah.
I met them. Okay, now I'm starting to watch a movie. Like, but a bunch of those '80s opening credits with the aggressive music, synth stuff. You know, as you were talking about, dilapidated farm equipment, things like that.
It's such a lost art, and
Yeah,
I mean this one goes for the subtlety, because it's just like the drone and like very quiet. Like the Halloween theme isn't even used. It's just very
you're right,
very atmospheric. But yeah, I just think opening credits are like such a lost art. But yeah, Halloween 4, great film. It's number 4 on both of our lists, so we can agree on that.
Solid.
And so now we're on to your third. I'm assuming our top 2 are the same top 2, but so can I be safe in assuming that your third is Halloween 6?
Halloween 6, and I feel like Jared and I have talked about this. I'm a huge Halloween 6 fan. I talked about it earlier. I love the way it's shot. Atmosphere is good. Creepy. It's dark constantly in the film. Kills are phenomenal. Michael Myers is menacing as fuck. I mean, there's no let up, no give, an even negative amount of remorse compared to like other. Like, he doesn't flinch. He's ready to go, ready to kill, ready to. There's no remorse isn't even the right word. There's no anything. He's ready to go. It's phenomenal. Paul Rudd's great in it. Surprise, Paul Rudd actually was not. That was not supposed to be his first role.
Yeah, it was supposed to be. I forget what it was.
Return of the Living Dead Part 3.
Yeah, we've talked about this.
Yeah, he was that was supposed to be his initial, big breakthrough, and then they cast that other guy, the actor from Pumpkinhead 2, Blood Wings, who I thought did phenomenal in both of those films. Wherever that guy is, he'll probably
wherever he is now.
But he did a bunch of early '90s horror cinema. Good for him. Then you did a great job. I don't, you're not Paul Rudd, but they gave Paul Rudd's full name in this, didn't they? What was it?
Paul. He definitely used a middle name.
Yeah, he used his middle name. What was it? Paul Stephen Rudd.
Yeah, your boy.
Dang.
But yeah, so you haven't seen the producer's cut besides the bootleg either.
Just the bootleg, yeah, because like I haven't. Yeah, so I wanna.
So we're gonna have to have a movie night at some point, and watch that. But yeah,
I talked about it earlier though. I mean, I'm like, it's just phenomenal film. I love it. I kind of like weird cult. Like cult is in like, a cult.
Yeah, right.
Cinema,
Yeah.
So like.
Yeah. You have to specify when you're talking about Halloween 6 which cult you're talking about.
I know. That's why I said, I'm like, yeah. But I like cinema like that.
Yeah.
I think it was an interesting twist because before this, I feel like it's unnecessary, really, honestly, but at the same time, I feel like they've kind of done anything that they could have done with Michael Myers.
Right.
So now to throw this whole kind of different storyline, different story aspect into the film, I was kind of like, oh, what are they going to do next?
Yeah.
So it kind of sucks they never really went on from that.
One thing to bring up again about something earlier, but I completely forgot about this until you started talking about Halloween 6. Another reason why Halloween 5 is the worst is that they had the cult guy walking around, but they had no plan for it.
I remember,
it was
right.
just
I remember that. I remember reading about that.
Yeah, so it was just like, all right, what does this mean or whatever? But if you didn't have a plan, like I don't know. I feel like they worked themselves into a hole with that.
They did, yeah, 100%. And especially because the gap between Halloween 5 and 6 is so literally 6 years. I mean, like, for them, I mean...
They're like, fuck, what are we going to do?
I'm surprised they even... If you really think about it, how surprising is they released Halloween 6 when they did. How insane it was.
Yeah. And
how they threw the storyline in there like that. It just... It's kind of a weird anomaly to me, honestly.
Yeah.
And I love it for that. Like, especially for, like, the time when it came out.
Right. But yeah. Any other thoughts about that?
Or we're on to
my number 3.
3, yeah.
So my number 3 is the Halloween. Well, I guess my number 2 pick and my 3 pick are both Halloween 2. But for my 3, I'm going with Halloween 2 2018.
Okay.
So
wow, you're
obvious-
actually calling it Halloween 2 20.
Well, I mean, that's what it is. I mean, it's called Halloween, but it's the sequel. I agree with a lot of the things you said. I had a ton of fun with the film. I haven't seen it since theaters. I only saw it the one time. It's definitely one that I need to give a rewatch. Maybe I'll do that show with Jared, because I don't know if he's rewatched it either, because we did our review of the film together. So maybe a re-review is in order at some point, just to see. It's a good modern sequel. I mean, that's another thing.
He was a huge fan of it, if I remember. He was a really huge love of it.
If I had any critiques, I'm not the biggest fan of the new doctor guy who like goes nuts and then he puts on Michael's mask and starts dancing around and stuff. Not the biggest fan of that at the time. I remember I was rolling my eyes in the theaters and I was like, if they do something with this guy where he is the new killer or they do something stupid, I'm going to be so pissed. But thankfully that was not the case. And again, I mean, I feel like this is what they tried to do with H2O, but it just wasn't there at the time.
Yeah.
I mentioned it when you were talking about the film. I love the one-take shot where he's going through. That's an homage to the original Halloween 2.
Right.
And it was just really surprising. I guess, I don't want to say it's surprising, but, I mean, the production team was Danny McBride and Joseph Gordon-Green or whatever. I mean, a comedy...
David Gordon-Green.
David Gordon-Green, yeah. People that are known for making movies like Pineapple Express and stuff.
Right,
I mean, like...
Right.
So it just goes to show that, like, people shouldn't be shoehorned into a genre. And, like, people can do all kinds of different things. And, yeah, Miles Robbins is in the film. He's one of the guys that gets killed. I love that guy.
Yeah.
I worked with him on My Friend Dahmer. He's a great dude. When I saw him in the film, I popped because I did not watch any of the trailers leading up to it.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh shit, I fucking messaged him on Facebook. I was like, Kat, you were great. But regardless,
did he message back?
He did not message back, but that's okay. I was like,
Sorry, I just called you out, but I was
like, Kat, he's making Hollywood films now. He doesn't need to message me back. So
I understand.
Yeah, but that's how it goes. Yeah, another thing I don't like about the film is they make the granddaughter's boyfriend incredibly unlikable.
I was just thinking, the most unlikable, just trash human being of all time.
And he never has anything bad happen to him.
True. But I'm hoping he gets absolutely ruined and killed.
I hope they have a good plan for him, because I remember when I was watching the film, I was like, all right, when's Michael gonna get the boyfriend? Like, he's gotta get his comeuppance, and it just never happens. He kills, like, the nice kid, right?
Yeah. Everyone else gets killed basically besides him, and I'm just like, how? Like, fuck, dude.
So yeah, Halloween 2018 is my number 3. Moving on for number 2, I think I'm assuming we share the same opinion on number 2.
I don't think we do.
You don't think you do?
I think I'm about to drop the, if you listen this long, the big bomb.
Are you seriously about to drop a big bomb, or are you fucking with me?
Oh, not fucking.
Okay, so Halloween 2 is my number 2. I'm hoping you agree.
Halloween 1 is my number 2.
Halloween 1's your number 2?
Yes, it is.
All right, so
and this is very divisive. I knew Halloween 2. So I can't say that because I picked Halloween. Do you want me to go first?
Okay, so I guess we'll just say it. So Halloween 1 is my number 1. Halloween 2 is my number 2. Yours is reversed. So now we can we'll just discuss them. So that's the top 10s, and now we can just discuss.
Halloween 1 is phenomenal. We all know this. It's one of the best horror films of all time. It's in my top 50 my top 50 films of all time, even though most of those are horror. Let's be honest.
Let's be honest.
I'm not gonna lie here, but phenomenal, great direction, great atmosphere, great setup, great new just villain, horrible villain. All the characters, great teen, just everything is relatable. John Carpenter did a phenomenal job of making things relatable, believable. Besides shooting in California and trying to save us Illinois in October, he did a fucking great job. Halloween 1's amazing. Everything's great about it. There's not, but that's where my but comes in. I saw Halloween 2 before I saw Halloween.
I think we've talked about this before.
And
but yeah.
I saw Halloween 2 actually probably 2 or 3 times before I saw Halloween.
Really?
I actually, everywhere I've gone, I have a Halloween 2 poster hung up, usually in one of my favorite spots in where I live, purposely, and I have a Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2 hung up usually right next to it, because these were 2 films that kind of paved the way for me at a very, very, very young age to getting into horror, and I'm also a mega Texas Chainsaw fan. Texas Chainsaw and Texas Chainsaw 2 I could flip-flop at any given day, but I keep, even right now, where my new living room spot, I have both of them, and I'm waiting to put them up because I need a third thing to balance out the room.
Right.
You know, the whole feng shui, whatever it is. But I usually keep my Halloween 2 and their recreations of the original, film posters, Halloween 2 and Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2, right next to each other, multiple places I've lived, because those films were huge influences on me, despite them not being maybe my favorite films of all time.
Right.
Halloween 2 is definitely, really high up there, higher than Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2, but I'm a huge Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2 fan. Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2 was one of the first films I ever bought with my own money. I went to a Best Buy, and it was on sale for $5.99, and it's $7. I'll never forget this.
Yeah.
And I bought Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2 at a very young age.
Yeah.
Because I never had allowances. I never had. It was always like I had to do something, and maybe I'd get a little money every handful of months, so I'd save that money. But I remember, fucking Dennis Hopper on the cover with the
right.
It's a shitty cover for the DVD.
Yeah.
But I remember buying that. But anyways, I'm off topic. But just still like relaying how big of films Halloween 2, Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2 were for me. Halloween 2. One of the best sequels, if not the best sequel ever created across any genre. I will fight anyone over that. Starts within minutes after the first film, which is brilliant. Beyond, to me, that's just a fucking brilliant thing to do. Especially considering the film shot 2 years after the original.
Yeah.
So, which was like, in horror sequels, that's light years.
Right.
They already planned out 3 films in that, timeline. But, kills are great. Michael's phenomenal. I love the hospital, setting. I love everything he does in the hospital. I love Donald Pleasance. I love everything he does in it. It takes the original and just amplifies everything to the next level, but to the point where it's still believable. There's still like completely 2 just phenomenal films. You could watch them if you didn't have to put a new film in, and you just watch them
watch it back to back. Yeah,
it's probably that's why it's it is my best sequel of all time to anything, because it feels like the same film.
Right. Because as you said, with a lot of times with these sequels, and especially with like Halloween, it'll take place the next Halloween or years later. This takes place immediately following it. Like as you said, it would go seamlessly into Halloween 2. It takes place seconds after the one wraps up, Again, everything you said about Halloween 2, I agree with. Let me see in my notes if I have any things to bring up that you did not mention. Did you mention about the super memorable minor characters? I love the guy that's like swearing, and the nurse is like, all you say is hell or shit or damn, and he's like, sorry, I fuck up all the time or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
It's fucking great. Love the characters in that one. But yeah, I do put the original Halloween slightly above it. That's just where everything came together. The music is phenomenal. Again, a lot of people, I think we take it for granted just how iconic that theme is.
Oh, yeah.
And I mean, to me, you just can't top the original. I mean, there's nothing I can say about the original that hasn't been said on the internet a million times, including by myself. I mean, like, I've said a lot about Halloween over the years. Admittedly, very slow at the beginning, but I feel like that is necessary to build up the ending. That's really... I mean, you can't build suspense if you're going at 1,000 miles per hour the entire time.
No, the 70s... I love 70s cinema. I've gotten into a fight with Jared about this because he loves 80s cinema. I love 80s cinema as well. But the 70s were so crucial because it was probably the last decade that really respected true slow burn cinema.
Right.
You'll see imitators now, and throughout the decades, yes, people are influenced by different things, but they really knew how to take a 90-minute film, a 100-minute film, and make it insanely suspenseful. Where to me, my attention was never swayed. I never lost attention. But it's slow. I mean, it's, for modern audiences, it would be way too slow. For most of my favorite films, it would be way too slow. But I thought it was a perfect way to grip someone and get them in, and then just take them on this wonderful ride.
Yeah.
The roller coaster. I mean, Exorcist, Dawn of the Dead, which is like tied for my top favorite film of all time.
Right.
Even if you look at Star Wars: A New Hope, which is also not horror, but tied to that and Dawn of the Dead, my two favorite films of all time. That initial, the droids going back and forth, everything, them going, landing on Tatooine.
The first one's a slow burn.
Very slow burn. But they hook you in and they just slowly reel you in through the entire film. Exorcist, another one of my top, like I said, top 10. Alien, another one of my top 10. Dawn of the Dead. Star Wars: A New Hope. I mean, some of my favorite films of all time. Such slow burn reels. Jaws is kind of slow burn, and that's one of my top 10.
Starts you off on a high, but then it pulls you into the slow burn. Yeah.
It's phenomenal.
Same with Halloween. I mean, Halloween has the kill right at the beginning, and then
it's a phenomenal trick of cinema, and it's not used enough anymore, in my opinion.
Yeah. So that's our top 10s. Did you have anything else to share about the Halloween films before we get into our little teaser here?
No, I wish that I probably could have watched the entire franchise with you beforehand, just as a fun experience. But that takes a lot of time.
Maybe for next year. Maybe for next year, because obviously we're gonna have to review Halloween Kills when it comes out.
Right, that's true.
But next year we'll have to do something.
Maybe
crazy.
We could get you and Jared on live commentary on some of these films.
That'd be interesting. A watch along,
Pretty hilarious.
We could do a watch along of the producer's cut.
I'd be all for it.
Yeah. But we're gonna take another quick pause for the cause here until we get into our sneak peek for an episode you guys are gonna be getting in the following weeks. So, yeah.
Well, that is it for the original ranking of every single Halloween film from 2020, and now we're going to the new, updated 2024 Halloween ranking. All three of the episodes that I originally did are now put together into one monstrously long segment right now, just as we recorded it. Obviously, we didn't record it in 3 separate parts, so this is more accurate to the representation of what actually happened, because this is how we recorded it, in one giant chunk. So now you're going to listen to it in one giant chunk. And if you're listening this far and you haven't subscribed to the show, wherever you're listening to the show, you got to make sure you're doing that right now. Leave me a 5-star rating, a 5-star review. And now let's continue being spooky. How is it going, everybody? We are rolling sound on one of the most heavily anticipated episodes of Buddy's House of Horror podcast. A very exhilarating show today, ladies and gentlemen. We are re-ranking every single film in the Halloween franchise. And of course, I am joined by my esteemed guest, a man of many names, many faces, but you know him as Midnight Miles, the Rizzler. Miles, very excited to have you on the show tonight. Very excited to do this episode. A long time coming, no doubt. Stoked to be here and stoked that you are here.
We're here. We finally made it. We're finally going to do the proper ranking of the series, including us doing rewatches for every film and the films that have come out after the last podcast we did.
Yeah, so it has been... That was 4 years ago or 5 years ago?
That was 2020. So
that was 2020. So 4 years ago, we ranked the original... Well, we ranked the original series, the Rob Zombie remakes, and the only one film that was out on the time of the David Gordon Green, what would become the trilogy. But now everything has come to an end, allegedly. So this is the full series.
And
including Season of the Witch.
including Season of the Witch. We did not include Season of the Witch originally, but this is including all aspects of Halloween, except basically the TV edits of the films. Those
we're
not being
going
included.
that hard. Yeah, we're not going.
All the theatrical runs, maybe a little bit of a producer's cut thrown in. But very excited to be here. We did rewatch the entire series leading up to this podcast. Notoriously, on the original run, we just did it based off of memory. This round, we really revisited this series, which was an exciting thing to do and something I've wanted to do for a few years. Something that I forgot to do because I told Miles that there was a little bit of a story involved with this. So I took very detailed notes for these films, and leading up to this podcast, I was like, all right, I can't wait to do this. I didn't rank the films. I took all these notes, but I did not order them.
Nice.
So during the last couple minutes, as Miles and I have been chatting about Twilight New Moon of all things, he may have noticed me on my phone frantically typing things. So I now have them ranked. So this is a very not premeditated list. I watched all the films, but stream of consciousness right now, right here in this moment, this is my definitive ranking.
Definitive ranking.
Definitive
we
ranking.
can never re-record again.
Yes.
If any more Halloween films come out, which they will undoubtedly, we're not doing this whole fucking, what are we on, 13 films? 13, right? We're doing
This is 13.
So we're not going to do 15, 16. I'm going to be honest with you, buddy. A couple of these films, because I actually rewatched the entire series last year for myself. So I've now rewatched the Halloween series in its entirety twice. And I'll tell you, I love me some Michael Myers, but fuck, I don't want to do this again for a while. especially probably a couple towards the bottom. I think, in all honesty, there's a couple towards the bottom that if I never have to watch them again, I think I'm good. I think I'm solid, you know?
We've talked on other shows. This is our 5th anniversary of doing podcasts together. Maybe on our 25th, we'll rewatch all the Halloween films again.
Hopefully we'll be like, we can have some sort of like 3D graphics that our minds, you know, we're like.
I mean, the entire podcast will just be AI, so it doesn't matter. We won't ever have to do it again. So
it'll just be our floating heads. Our bodies will be hopefully fully robotic. Anyways, off on a tangent already.
But I was going to say, we're setting the stage. We're having our first pumpkin beer of the year. At least it's my first of the year.
I am. Sounds awful. I won't word it this way. As I've probably hinted or talked about in other podcasts, I don't really drink it all anymore. But it's been a couple years since literally a couple years since me and Buddy have probably had a beer together. So we will be having a couple refreshments during this episode for old time's sake. I don't know if I need to apologize in advance. Hopefully it'll be fine. But I'm just throwing that out there, FYI, for the listening audience. But this will be a long one, as anyone can imagine. So just strap your seatbelts, because we're in it for the long haul today.
Yes, we are. So with that said, should we just sort of stop beating around the bush here and get into it? We're getting our second holiday beer, so we got.
To be fair, we did split it with your wife the first beer. So go ahead, introduce what we're gonna have. I guess we'll open it right on the air.
You brought the beverage. You can introduce it.
You're the host, though, my friend.
It's the pumpkin pie Kolsch. Is that how you say it?
Yes, Kolsch
by Mueller Brew Barn.
I've never had anything from this brewery, but my brother-in-law, I believe, has had stuff from them. So I saw this at the store the other day, and I was like, well, let's get one for me and Buddy. I said, we'll open it right on the air.
Yeah.
So cheers.
Cheers.
Let's open it.
Before we even open the can, we're cheering.
We live by our own rules on this podcast.
All right.
I'm going to pour it. Or you know what? Yeah, I'll pour this one. I'll save the cozy for a little bit later in the podcast.
Okay, so we'll pour this. We'll do
a nice little pour. Thank you again for having me on after all these years. I'm hoping that this kind of wipes. We'll use the word palate as we're talking about putting some new flavors on our palate right now. I'm hoping this podcast is a palate cleanser for the last time I talked about Michael Myers with you. I still have PTSD, and one of the reasons why I don't think I can do another podcast with Dynamite Jared until we inevitably do probably the other most talked about series between the two of you in Paranormal Activity.
Yeah.
So I even then I think you and we're gonna get into it a little bit on this podcast on a couple films, but do you want to explain to everyone, maybe if they haven't listened or didn't listen to the other one, how we're gonna do this?
So when we do these rankings, we go back and forth. I always let the guest go first, so we'll be going from the 13th, so the worst, ranking it all the way up to the best. So worst to first, 13 through 1. We're ranking the original series, obviously going through Halloween 1 and 2 and 3, then the Thorn trilogy, talking about the run in the 90s, talking about Rob Zombies, and then, of course, the new trilogy. Again, you watched them all last year. It's been a while since I actually went through and watched all of these. So it was a hell of a run. It was a hell of a trip to do all these.
We did Saw last year, and once you start getting these series that have over 10 films, even if you just take notes on most of them, or even just some bullet points, half page of bullet points, page of bullet points, it's an okay amount of work to really think about this and try to put something together. You know?
I will say, because I've had the first couple sips of this now, you're really getting the pumpkin pie aspect of this. It's not a pumpkin beer. This is a true pumpkin pie beer.
It's pretty good, isn't it?
Pretty good. It's really creamy. It's nice.
And we're actually not in kayfabe today. It actually is now fall.
Yes.
And we're recording this. And Ohio, it's gloomy and overcast. It's a little bit windy. It's definitely the perfect mood to be recording.
You reminded me, I forgot to set the ambiance on the TV, so we're getting the 1978 Doyle house after this ad on the TV to really set the stage for us. For the listeners at home, you'll have to set your own ambiance. But when I was ranking these films, I guess I'll talk a little bit about my process when I was thinking about how I wanted to rank them, and then when I initially ranked them, I tried to judge the films basically based upon the film itself and what came before it, if that makes sense.
Okay.
So not like, for example, not judging H2O based upon what happens in Resurrection.
Yes.
Basing it on the film itself and what preceded it, not, oh, the ending is messed up because this, that, and the other thing, or whatever. So that's how I sort of judge these. Did you, when you rewatched it the second time, was there anything just in general that surprised you? Any thoughts you had about the franchise just in general that maybe you weren't expecting?
There were... my order has definitely changed. I guess I'll just start off with that compared to
last time
for sure. I mean, obviously, because I'm not just going off of a nostalgic memory of certain films, certain this. And I've found myself enjoying some a little bit more. I definitely will say probably a few of them have become, I think watching them 2 years in a row, a few of them have become pretty tedious rewatches where... I hate to say it, there's I want to say this right off the bat, and I know that because I've seen a couple of your Letterboxd scores. I did not rank a single film on Letterboxd. When this podcast ends tonight, I will give my Letterboxd scores. I'll just dump them, all 13 of them on there. I like parts of every single film, even from the bottom, me personally. It's just unfortunate that the Halloween franchise has multiple films that are very uneven in tone. Probably, honestly, compared to the other franchises we've done, the Halloween franchise is probably the most uneven as far as consistency film to film to film. Would you agree with that? What do you think?
I would agree, like, tone-wise. Like, a lot of them, especially sort of with the later Thorn trilogy films or even the David Gordon Green ones, it kind of is losing its identity a little bit in some ways.
Yeah.
And I will say Nightmare on Elm Street kind of does this too, where, like, if you were to watch the first film and then jump to, like, Freddy's Dead or something, you're like, what happened?
Yes.
So, like, this one, especially when you do throw in that curveball of Halloween 3, when you do throw in the Rob Zombie ones that are so, like, wildly different,
Yes.
it's kind of hard to... differentiating the films is such an easier thing because they all look and feel so different.
Yes.
It's not like Friday the 13th where, like, certain moments you have to kind of be like, oh, was that in 6 or was that in 7? Like, when this, everything is very distinct, but not necessarily always for the reasons you want, I guess.
I think this franchise, and why we chose to re-rank it, is... I think you and I have different opinions, we definitely do, on maybe what we want from the Halloween franchise. But now, like, when I see things about Michael Myers or the Halloween franchise online, I see people have wildly different opinions. I see people that love the original and then love both the Rob Zombie films. I see people that love the David Gordon Green trilogy. I see people that, like, it. I feel like maybe Halloween, of any of the franchises, is the easiest to, let's say, do a choose your own path or choose your own adventure, which makes it, I think, fun, and probably why we went back and re-ranked it, besides the fact that there are new additions to the franchise.
It's definitely, it's not like one of those series where, like, okay, Saw, like, everyone likes the same couple ones. Like, we debated doing, there was one franchise, the Night of the Dead trilogy or whatever, but even including Survival of the Dead, whatever, we were like, well, we can't really do that because we know what the top 3 are, like, gonna be, so, like, it's kind of, like, redundant. Like, this franchise, more than any other, like, you can totally see someone liking Season of the Witch #1 for some people, like, you know what I mean?
And
like,
I actually know a couple people that feel that way.
So my list is a lot different from what it was originally. Yours is a lot different, and I feel in the fandom, like, there's a lot of people who it's gonna be hard to find someone with the same exact 13 in the same exact order.
That's correct. Yes. You want to get started? I think we've explained things well enough, right?
I think so. I will say, in general, in the one of the observations I had, and maybe we'll get into this a little bit when you see where I have stuff ranked, they have a hard time, just the series in general, wrapping up their eras. I will say that.
I can agree with that. Yeah.
Like, the first 3 I consider an era.
Yes.
The Thorn trilogy is its own era. The 90s, the Rob Zombie, and this. Each iteration, I'll just say the endings to all of them, from one way or another, kind of feel a little flat. Like, even with Halloween 3, just because it's not, like, a true ending of... I don't know what I'm, like, trying to say, but, like, you get what I'm saying. Like, each era, like, the last one just kind of... maybe that's why they keep making them. Like, the last one, you're kind of like... I don't know. I wish that wasn't the end of it. I mean, I don't know.
It's hard, too, because this franchise has, like you just said, it's in blocks. It is from 1978 to 82. Then it's from 88 to 95. Then it's 98 to 2002. Then it's 2007 to 2009. Then it's 2018 to 2022. It's very odd. Like, there'll be 3 to 5 year gaps in between each one.
It's very, like, segmented.
Yes,
like,
yes. So you're going to get that's probably, again, why. I mean, it's self-explanatory, but, like, the people that choose your own path or choose your own adventure, you could have people that grew up and saw their first Halloween was Rob Zombie's remake.
Right.
So, I mean, it's definitely a very interesting franchise. Basically, even though, and this is a questionable take, that the first Halloween was more of a thriller than a slasher. That's a little bit of my take, but it still is, I guess, the godfather of modern slasher films and the template, even though, if we're being honest, more people took the Friday the 13th template and then went on and made their own film.
Right. I will say, this will be my pitch to John Carpenter, because I know he likes some wacky shit, because he wanted to put Michael Myers in space.
I mean, I like wacky shit too.
I'm telling the studios out there, if you want to bring this franchise back in style, and you have someone who is ready to do it, it's me, and we have to do Halloween Enter the Michaelverse.
the multiverse of Michael Myers.
I already love this.
You gotta Josh Hartnett comes back. You gotta get fucking Jamie Lee Curtis while she's still kicking. You gotta get fucking Daniel Harris. Just bring all the eras together and finish this fucker Michael Myers off the way he's meant to be finished off and make everybody happy.
Can you explain before we go into our ranking? We're going to go into some sidebars here, so this is a long podcast, but we're looking at, what are we looking at right now? And why is there a random cigarette graphic off to the side, but I can't see the cigarette? You just see the smoke.
Well, right now we're looking at Halloween ambiance from 1978. We're now in the bedroom with the Judas Myers headstone, but there is a cigarette. I can't remember the character's name at the top of my head, but was she smoking when she was in there?
I don't remember all of these parts together, but somehow I like this. I love this.
Yeah.
Sorry, side tangent. All right. Am I starting it off?
You're
then?
starting it off, yeah.
All right. I, on this rewatch, struggled with I don't want to say struggled, but between two films, what would be my lowest? And I had a better time with this film than I did of any of the previous rewatches, but when I thought about it, I just couldn't. I don't like it. I like parts of it, but it's just the bottom for me. So I'm going to go with my number 13 is Halloween H2O.
Again, at the bottom of the list 2 times in a row.
You know, and I took notes. I took a fair amount of notes. Here's my biggest problem with this. The film is actually, as far as when it gets to the Laurie story, it is only 69 minutes of screen time. It doesn't feel, it feels so safe, so by the numbers, no memorable kills. I don't need a high body count, but the kills are about as mid as can be. Not a single memorable one. The only thing that people really remember it for is for, I mean, spoiler if you're listening for all of these films, just throwing that out there. But Laurie killing Michael at the end. But if I'm being honest, on this rewatch, even the chase sequences with them at the end is significantly shorter than even because I was timing things, even seemingly shorter than the original Halloween and all the David Gordon Green things where they interact, and it just feels like a WBCW pilot for a TV series that never got off.
It does give off made-for-TV vibes.
Okay, thank you. I took a lot of some stuff I like. I'm gonna spitball just a few things. I mean, I said this probably in the last one, maybe. I do love the first 10 to 12 minute opening. It's got Joseph Gordon-Levitt as the punk kid, and they're trying to steal the beer from the nurse. The best kill in the entire film is arguably, to me, the ice hockey boot to the face, and you kill a kid in it. I mean, it has a strong start, but then it goes into just introducing the school. You never really. I mean, you can put 2 and 2 together, why they're there. They wanted to leave Haddonfield. They wanted this and that. But there's really not a lot of great world building. You pretty much just have to accept things at face value, which works if you have, let's say, a strong enough film after that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I like Jamie Lee and I like Josh Hartnett. I think they have a good chemistry, actually, in the few scenes they have together as far as a mother and son chemistry. LL Cool J's character is fun. He's one of the more fun characters in the entire series. I'll give it that. Obviously, the Jamie and Janet Leigh introduction. I even like Laurie and her love interest Will. I think the whole stuff of her struggling with alcoholism. I think there are some interesting beats, but the problem is you never really see any of these things come to any kind of conclusion or really they don't grow. They have no time to grow because the film's only 80 some minutes long. I mean,
yeah.
You know what I mean? They introduce these beats. I would say that half hour, I'm like, okay, we're introducing, the mother and son chemistry, the relationship, all this, but everything is basically a surface level of those interactions, and that's it.
It's very hollow.
Yes.
It is very hollow.
Ooh, there you go. All right.
But
I agree with pretty much everything you said. I don't have it at number 13, but it has dropped significantly since the original ranking of this.
I've tried to be. I went in with all these with a completely open mind. I have no problem. I am not elitist with any of my rankings. If I watch something again and it just doesn't hit at all, fuck it. I'll put it. I really don't care. You know, as I've said in other podcasts, Jason Voorhees is my main man. So I am not biased with Michael Myers, even though I love the franchise. But 13, H2O, it's too fucking mid for me, man.
I respect it and I understand. As long as you respect and understand, number 13.
I'm trying to, because I know what it is, but I don't know if I still feel like you're not giving it a fair rewatch. But I want to hear.
I rewatched it.
Okay.
Oh, did I rewatch it? Ladies and gentlemen, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I had the worst time out of any of these films. Again, with an open mind, watching all of them. Halloween Ends. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a good film. I know Miles is going to have it. If not in his top 3, it's going to be dangerously close to the top 3. Dangerously close. And I went on this with an open mind. The only notes that I took for this were things that I liked. I went into this not being like, I'm going to hate on this film during the podcast with Miles, because I've done that already in multiple podcasts. You know it's bad when the IMDb official synopsis for the film says the plot follows the outcast Corey Cunningham who falls in love with Laurie Strode's granddaughter. While a series of events, including crossing paths with Michael Myers, which they do cross paths, drives him to become a serial killer. When the synopsis of your Michael Myers movie, and Michael is the third name mentioned as an afterthought, that tells you how I feel about this film. Literally from the first millisecond of the film when it starts, you see the Universal logo come up, and you're hearing like radio buzzers and stuff. It lets you know that you're in for something wildly different from any Halloween film you've probably ever seen before. I don't know. It doesn't establish good tone for me right off the bat. Some things that I liked. I liked they're watching John Carpenter's The Thing. But I will admit, it reminds you of what you're not watching, because you could be watching John Carpenter's The Thing.
I was gonna make a joke. I said, you still gave it the score you gave it. Even the fact that John Carpenter's The Thing was in it should make it at least a half star higher than what it is.
That's the only that's the only reason why there is the half star, my friend.
Oh my god. I'm sorry. I know some of the absolute shit that you've watched, because I have watched some absolute dog fucking shit, and Halloween Ends is way better than that. But I am gonna say my piece more later in the podcast, so I'm gonna let you keep going.
Just the whole, like I said, the whole opening sucks. I hate the CG pumpkins exploding into themselves. It looks awful. I'm surprised as a practical effect guy, you don't have more to say about how bad that was. I do like the opening segment with Corey in the house with the kid who falls down or whatever. I like that opening. I like the scene with the record player, obviously. There's not a whole lot.
The kill, you mean?
With the tongue on the record. There's not a whole lot else for me to like in this. Especially because you'll see when I get later on into my list of some of the other films that I have ranked, I've never seen a trilogy, not counting Halloween 3 because it's a completely separate thing. I've never seen a trilogy just completely neglect the prior films in that trilogy more than this. And this isn't even a Halloween thing specifically. I'm just talking a trilogy of films. I've never seen such a drastic turn in the third film.
I don't think you're wrong. No, I don't think that. I think each of them, as someone I've watched all of them, this trilogy, at least 3 to 4 times. I probably have watched, as far as like modern films, I don't think I've watched any films that have came out in the past 5 to 10 years more than this new Halloween trilogy. The only other thing would probably be actually the new Star Wars trilogy, which is strange, but I think you understand that I do love both of those universes.
I will say
I mean?
Rise of Skywalker, too. Like, a lot of people have to say what they want to say about that, not having anything to do with the 2 prior films and just throwing whatever at the wall and seeing if it sticks. Halloween Ends does it even worse than that, guys. Even worse than that. But again, I'm not going to spend the whole time trashing it. I don't know. I mean, after the first 2, where I was like so high on them, like I was just really let down with it in theaters and in the second time watching it. And I know Miles is like, oh, David Gordon Green wanted to tell a love story. It was like, okay, well that doesn't matter if it's a love story or not. If it's bad, it's bad, I guess. I mean, I don't know. I got nothing else to say.
I got a lot to say, but I will. I respect it because again, when we started this, like I said, I think you and I at times want different things from this series, and that's why I'm interested in doing this podcast, because we both want different things from Halloween and Michael Myers, especially as a series that is now, over 45 fucking years old. So I mean, it's I respect it. Let's keep going. I think we got a lot of films to talk about today. We'll get back to Halloween Ends. But
so you're number 12.
My number 12. Let me. Well, hey, it's right there. So, all right, I am gonna keep it similar to 4 years ago. Halloween Resurrection at number 12.
It's also my number 12, so we can speak about this freely.
Nice.
So number 12s are Halloween Resurrection. So you can start us off.
I mean, I want to say one thing. I think that the portrayal of Michael Myers in Resurrection is better than the portrayal of Michael Myers in H2O, and that is the one reason why I like, in regards to the entire franchise, I like more of the scenes, even if there's all the joke shit and reality TV shit around it. This, when Michael Myers is stalking, or the way that he looks and interacts, I think is more in line with the entire franchise than H2O. And for fuck's sake, I can't see his goddamn fucking eyes or his shitty mask from H2O. So that is why I know people are like, oh my god, H2O at the bottom. No, I'm sorry, guys. Watch it again. I'll respect
Resurrection is more in tune with the character.
Yes.
I will agree. It's more in tune with the look. It's more in tune to kind of what like David Gordon Green was like getting at in his films. Like, Michael just wants to go the fuck home. Like, that's part of it too. And like, these people are invading his house. Like, it's a stupid premise, but it makes sense within the universe, I guess. Like, his character in this film is done well.
Yes. The kills are better than H2O. That's something I always put. There's more memorable kills.
I say this in a lot of my things. I'm really big on establishing mood and tone. I think that, like, the opening credit sequence in this, it just leaves you fucking bored. Like, from what I remember, it's literally just the song, just plain text on the screen.
It's got that weird 2000s, like early 2000s, turn of the millennium video game text that they use. It's like, I like the look, but the only reason I like the look is because it reminds me of stuff growing up. It's definitely the most boring, like you said, intro of any of the franchise, like opening text, crawl or credits. Stuff I put, I actually, I like that they officially kill at least one of them in this film. At least Laurie gets some kind of, and I like that this film just has an overall darker tone and look than H2O. H2O was way too brightly lit for me, and just certain things like that. But anyways, we'll keep spitballing off of each other. There's some other things you're feeling about it.
I mean, in general, like, I don't like the way they killed Laurie. I think there were ways that they could have worked around that. I know they only had her for like a limited amount of time. I would have maybe drawn it out a little more. Like I would have maybe had that happen like at the end, like after he clears everyone out of his house. But like during the film, you're kind of getting glimpses of what's going on with Laurie. Like you could have kept her screen time the same, but it's not like, okay, Laurie's gone within the first 7-8 minutes of the film.
Yeah.
Like at least string the audience along with some kind of suspense. Because then, once you have that story element gone, it's like, okay, now I'm just basically waiting for Michael to kill people.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't really. And again, some of the same reasons why I don't like Halloween Ends. It doesn't necessarily respect the storylines that was leading up to it, I guess. But that doesn't mean it's not a good time. Like, obviously, we both have it very low on our list, but this would be a hell of a film to put on with a group of friends and have your own commentary during it. Like, you know what I mean?
This would be perfect, yeah. I mean, it's a very interesting time capsule, and I think it's the one that really dates itself the most in regards to, you know, people have fucking like beepers and pagers in the film. There's early like instant messenger chat things. They're using them to communicate. The beginning of online like webisode type stuff. I mean, it really, really dates itself within honestly like a 5-year range of time before technology surpassed it. I think it does kind of predate kind of the true crime obsession that comes into American culture. Like now you turn on Netflix, Peacock, any of these. One of the first tabs is usually some sort of true crime documentary or show. I think it does a good job of almost getting ahead of a now worldwide trend where it puts Michael Myers as almost this, you know, crazy true crime story that they're going to portray. Obviously brings in the obsession with reality television in the early 2000s. So it really is a time capsule of this very small window in America, especially in obviously American culture, that someone like myself and even you, like, we remember that vividly, but I don't think anyone maybe even that was older, that was maybe younger or our age now, even in 78, 80, or any of these kids.
It would have been completely lost on anyone besides our generation. Yeah. Like if I were to show this to like my students now, or like if you were to watch it like with your parents or something like that, like the culture would be completely lost. Like no one would understand when we were growing up, we're watching The Real World and shit like that, or we're at least aware of it if we're not watching it. Like nowadays, like you don't really like see that, and then obviously before that, it didn't really exist.
Exactly.
I will say one of the major downsides of this too, when it has its highs, obviously when Busta Rhymes is being insane, it's great. But like there are a lot of boring moments within this film too.
The dialogue's awful.
Like you cannot neglect the slowness of a lot of this film.
Yes. Dialogue is, I mean, probably the worst script in the entire. I mean, there's some of these like, those are great legs, baby. When do they open? I mean, just the most.
Yeah.
It's bad. The dialogue's bad. The characters are nothing. Probably the most nothing characters in the entire franchise.
I can't tell you a damn thing about the characters. I know there's the one kid from American Pie is in it.
And he's like one of the first people to die.
Yeah,
I mean, you barely even can't remember any of their names.
Here's a question. Michael Myers is trying to kill off his family, allegedly. Where the fuck is Josh Hartnett?
Facts.
There's a lot of stuff in this film that just kind of doesn't add up. And what's with the title? Halloween Resurrection. I'm proposing this to you. Did they make a change last minute? Did Michael actually die in H2O and they were going to do a resurrection storyline where he is resurrected after being decapitated and they nixed it? Or what happened here?
There's, and I guess I'll shout out another podcast here. There's a podcast called Development Hell, and it's through the Dread Central Network. They did a whole series on unmade Halloween sequels. A lot of them were actually sequels to Resurrection. There were supposed to be 2 other sequels, possibly scripts for Resurrection.
There was one in an asylum or something,
yes,
right? Yeah.
And it was supposed to actually have Busta Rhymes' character coming back. So around this time, I feel like they were really throwing, even before Resurrection, and then the probably like a 5-year window, because look at how long, on a side note, it took them to go from H2O to Resurrection. There was almost a 4-year gap between those. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm sure that there was probably some stuff that was nixed. There was probably stuff that no one even knows about as far as is left on the cutting room floor. Yeah, I mean, really, when you think about it, now that you say that, I mean, the title doesn't make any sense. But okay, I'll throw this on you. What would you call this then? What would you call this if you were titling this film?
Well, I'm saying they called it Resurrection, then they got cold feet about doing something supernatural.
I think Supernatural, this could have been good, because at this point, this is the film where they just throw everything out the window and they're like, we're just going to do any old fucking thing. If you want to talk about loss of identity, besides the way that Michael's character acts, this is it. You know? I mean, Tyra Banks having a dancing latte scene, I just want to throw that in there. I mean, from Michael Myers stalking people in the streets of Haddonfield in 78 to Tyra Banks fucking putting whipped cream on a latte. That's how far the franchise went.
If you were to watch Halloween 78 and then watch Resurrection back to back with no context about what happened in between, you would be very confused.
Very, very confused. I can make up a quick backstory if you wanted to do the two. Lori lost her mind, was in an asylum for 40 years. Michael was just out there on the street, came back, killed her, and they did a reality TV. Honestly, if you think about it, the stretch isn't that far if you came up with some middling backstory in between. Because you could do that. You say she's been nuts for 40 years, been in an asylum. Michael's just been out and about. Michael finally finds her, and then he just wants to go live back in his weird dungeon lair underneath the fucking... What do you think about Michael's lair on a final note? This is his little rat-eating lair underneath his house.
I mean, it makes sense. Again, it's in tune with what they were doing. So.
Well, trick or treat, motherfucker. I don't know if I really have anything else to say about Halloween Resurrection.
His lair's better than in Halloween Ends, I'll tell you that, brother.
Oof. All right. Here
anyway,
taking shots.
So now we shared a 12.
I'm glad we at least shared one.
We shared a 12, so we're on to 11 now. So you can go ahead with your number 11.
Look. I gotta make sure okay, this one was another one that was pretty easy. Let me pull there are the notes for it. All right, number 11. 11. Jesus Christ, there we go. I'm already off track. Rob Zombie's Halloween 2007. Do we share that one?
We don't share an 11, but it's pretty damn close. But we don't share an 11.
Just some notes I had on this. I mean, it's the first half of the film is essentially a prequel. I mean, Rob Zombie didn't want to remake. The second half of it is basically a shot remake, but there was a lot of studio interference in this. I mean, kind of shows, it almost feels, the more I watch it, like it is two separate films, a prequel and then a proper remake. I actually decided on this. I was like, I've seen this enough. I put on Rob Zombie's commentary when I watched this for the first part of the rewatch and just shut everything else. So I'm just listening to Rob Zombie talk over this film. It was quite entertaining. If you want to have him defending why he put a rape scene in the film, it's just peak commentary if on the uncut. So I mean, if you want,
Lord,
if you want to hear some great behind the scenes, I put a couple notes. He said the rape scene was very realistic and a draining experience for everyone. It was based on a 70s documentary he watched on hospital abuse. So he just thought, it was very in the times that they had to have a rape scene in a hospital added to a Halloween film.
I'm telling you right now what would be a hell of a commentary. The two of us doing commentary over Rob Zombie's commentary of Halloween.
Facts. That might actually have to be, if we make it to 1,000 podcasts together or something, we'll do that. I'm throwing that out there. I think, and I said this to you, I think when we both when we rewatched it, I think this is one of Sherry Moon's better roles. I actually like her as Michael Myers' mom. I mean, there are aspects of the prequel. Rob Zombie gets his bullshit dialogue out of the way in the first 10 minutes. I honestly am blown away the film doesn't go more off the rails after the first 10 minutes of her shitty boyfriend saying a bunch of ridiculous shit, then talking about her daughter's dumper, I think he calls her ass. It's just it's off the rails. But then miraculously everything kind of levels out. It's very strange. He's like, let me get all the awful dialogue and sexual like innuendo stuff out of the way, and then I'll try to make a normal film. Anyways, you got anything to say about that?
We'll get to it when we get to it on mine. You got anything else you want to share?
I'll probably.
I mean, you can always chime in.
I can always chime in.
Yeah.
I mean, I think on this one, I did watch all the alternate endings, and I will say that I liked the original ending that he showed to test audiences, and they didn't like it. I think this was the first time I've seen all 3 endings. Have you seen all 3 endings?
No, I just watched the unrated whatever, the shot in the face one.
Yeah,
the one that everyone knows.
So I'll just give a brief explanation of the alternate, the one that I'm talking about, and then we'll go on because I know we're going to talk about it more, and it's your ranking. So the alternate ending basically, like, Lori gets pulled out of the car, like when she's with Loomis, like through the police car window or whatever. I think they go in the house. They have another chase sequence, but the chase sequence is more intense. And then it ends up with like Lori and Loomis getting like outside of the Myers house, but there's an entire police force there. Like they've shown up. Mm-hmm. And I believe, if I remember right, Myers is holding Lori hostage, and Loomis convinces Michael to let her go. And like Loomis is basically like, I can fix this. I can bring him in. We can make this right. And then the cops just ignore him and blow him away. And Loomis is just distraught and like destroyed because he just feels like he's let everything down. And I felt like the way that they portrayed his character in the whole alternate sequence, I just liked it better. I thought it was a more, I guess you'd have to see it and it depends on the person, but I just thought it worked better with the character they were portraying throughout the film prior.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I mean, you'd have to see it, but I put also another note. I do like the pool scene ending as far as like if they were going to because that actually was a reshot ending because the test audiences didn't like this one. But I think tonally, I think the original, what his original vision, I think the ending's better. I don't know. I know you haven't seen it, unfortunately, but I mean,
I'm sure I probably saw it like a while ago, but I didn't watch it with this rewatch.
What do you think? When that, like, if something, I know we're going to talk about it more, but as a final thing, like, what do you think on that? Is that something that's more up your alley with like maybe the more struggle between their characters, between Loomis and Myers?
I'd probably have to see it, like you said, but like the ending that I saw, like it works for what it is, I guess.
Yeah,
but it's definitely not something super deep or something that's like you kind of said, like in tune with what the characters were going on. It's like, okay, we got to wrap this up, have something violent happen, roll credits.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm glad that that he was able to show all the endings and the things that he did, because I honestly still, with the zombie films, with the David Gordon Green films we're going to talk about more, I think that there were a lot of great ideas between all of the films, but maybe they weren't necessarily in the right order, the right edit, the right this and that. And that's very fascinating to me with the franchise in general. But anyways, I'm on a tangent. What's your next pick?
Number 11. Miles will be happy to know that this is towards the bottom of the list, because last time I had it, I think at number 5. It was pretty close. So from 5 all the way to 11, we've got Halloween H2O.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right.
Halloween H2O, I would probably say because I knew going into it, it was not going to be as good as I remembered it.
Yeah.
Because we did the original list based on memory, based on nostalgia. I knew it wasn't going to be good. So when it came to these rewatches, even more than Halloween Ends, this is the one I dreaded watching the most. I don't know, again, I went into it with an open mind. I took some notes of the things that I liked, but the things that I didn't like heavily outweighed the things that I did like. I
Of course, I like the subtle references to classic horror that they have in there.
Yes.
They're watching Plan 9 on the TV, guys. Like, there's stuff in here that, like, in the back of my brain, I'm like, oh, nice touch. But that doesn't mean it's a good film. That, like, you can put as many references, as many callbacks. You have Janet Leigh in there with the psycho car and the psycho music. But it doesn't matter if your subject matter isn't good.
There's nothing. The script of the idea for H2O could have been written on 2 fucking pages. Like, if you're being honest, you know what I mean? There's nothing to it, you know?
I like the cops and the people acknowledge that Michael Myers is pretty damn old already, and this is only 20 years. This is not 40 years. To my knowledge, this is the only Halloween film to feature a song by Creed. So
I believe that factoid is correct.
So that gets it a bonus point for me. Very surface level story. I'm even acknowledging this too. I could have had this lower on the list. I could have had this number 12. The couple things that are keeping this up a little higher is I mentioned I'm not ranking this based upon the ending doesn't matter because of resurrection. So in this version, the ending still stands. She kills Michael at the end, in my mind. If you were to just watch this, that's how it is. But again, the preceding 79 minutes of this film, the chase isn't good. Everyone talks about this chase at the end. It's not good. I can barely remember any of the characters. I think even Josh Hartnett isn't that great in it. I mean, he's fine. The boyfriend is fine. There's not much really to say about any of them.
The problem is they all have like 1 or 2 standout scenes in the beginning of the film, and then they do nothing. They just exist in where they need to. It's like by the beat. They're like, oh, stand here until Laurie screams or Michael is here. Like they have nothing. There's nothing to them after that.
And like there were just like so many ways that you could, and I get they wanted to distance it, have her being like, not a witness protection program, but like she's kind of like distance herself. But there's so many things that like they could have done to tie it back into the series that they just didn't. Like no mention of like Ben Tramer. Like there could be a way where like, oh, that wasn't actually him that got killed. Imagine her if she was married to Ben Tramer in this. I'm still just waiting for that guy to come back. He's never going to come back ever. But I don't like how it ignores 4 through 6. I think that there was a good way that you could have been like, oh, Laurie faked her death and she didn't actually die in 4 through 6. 4 through 6 still could have mattered.
Yes.
It still could have been canon. But like there's so many things like, and this is like the slippery slope. This is like one of the first series that like I'm aware of where it's like, we're going to make a new sequel, but we're also going to ignore some sequels. And now every franchise kind of does that kind of thing.
Yep.
So it kind of started something that was, in my opinion, detrimental to the movie industry in general, I guess.
There you go.
But the thing that I will say, which is why I'm ranking it above Resurrection, because it sounds like I hate it more than I hate Resurrection, because I said good things about Resurrection. This is the film that cemented Laurie's character. This is the film where you think of Laurie Strode as this badass who confronts Michael Myers. This is really the first film where she does that. In the original film, she's a teenage girl. It's self-defense. This is the first one where she's fighting back in a way that is influencing the character in people's perception of the character. Because even in Halloween 2, when you get to Halloween 2, she's not really doing anything particularly like badass.
She's just trying to survive. She's trying to get through the night. You know, I mean that really is that's all that is. I can agree with that. I mean, I have even on my notes for H2O, I put ending goes hard. I think I put that as something.
Yeah.
Like there are parts I like in it. Like I said at the beginning of the podcast, there are parts I like in every film. Part of the reason why I said I don't want to watch these maybe ever again and stuff, I watched after our podcast initially. I went back. I'm pretty sure I've watched H2O 3 fucking years in a row because I happened to watch Resurrection and H2O because they were on streaming or something back in 2021. So I've done 3 years in a row or whatever where I've watched H2O. That's a
That's a
fucking
lot.
lot.
That's
That's
a
a
lot.
lot. I mean, I've seen H2O more than films. A couple films I've given 4.5 or 5 stars, if I'm being honest, and that's pretty fucking stupid to admit. But yeah, I mean, I don't want to say that I'm happy that we agree a little bit on that, but I think H2O is being reevaluated because I see more people online. Not that we need people to agree with us, but I just think that it was overblown at the time because they rested their laurels on 2 things: killing Myers and Laurie coming back. And they're like, we don't have to. Basically, it's like, that's all that matters. We're going to put asses in seats. Scream. Everyone wants this teen horror stuff. We'll get some fresh kids that are popular. I mean, it was as hollow. You used the word hollow earlier.
Yes, I did.
It was as hollow as it can be. And it worked. It worked at the time,
But going back to it 25 years later or whatever it's been at this point, doesn't work. It doesn't work. I don't know. There's not as much to say about it. This isn't a full video about H2O. We could do a whole thing about H2O. Mask sucks. Kills suck. The CG mask sucks.
Yes.
Like there's so much about it that I just don't. It just doesn't vibe with me.
It's not good.
Yeah, so I'll consider that. It's my number 11, but it could be a loose 12 or even like tied with 12.
I have a couple that before I came over, further up the list, where I was like, wait, did I put that at this? Because I wrote everything out, and then I looked again. I'm like, huh. So there's definitely a couple that I could flip flop to, but we got to keep going because we're just getting to our number 10s.
The top 10 Halloween starting right now.
Jesus Christ, guys! If you need a drink break or a smoke break or whatever, take it right now. My number 10. This was one that I guess the flip side of what you said about ends, where I want to like this one more than I do. And I went in, I've seen this now 3 times, and this 3rd time was my least enjoyable time watching it. I was kind of like, but number 10 is Halloween Kills.
Oof.
I know I know. My guy, all right, I'll say some things. The whole intro, the whole, prequel thing, fire. I love it. I loved it every time I watched it. But all the hospital shit and the crowds and the fucking dialogue and the shit at the bar, so much of it, I'm just like, the more I watch it, I'm like, the writing sucks. The acting is all over the place. I've read in interviews that he wanted to do a Michael Myers exploitation flick, and I feel like, okay, he did get that. The kills are fucking rad. They're gory. They're super inventive. Some of those inventive kills in the series.
So what don't you like about it?
There's just a bunch of shit in the middle that just sucks, dude. And I just don't like the way that so many of the characters are presented as completely fucking idiotic. Just like they're just stuff like that. Like I just, the whole chase sequence of the fucking, escaped patient from Smith's Grove. Like I couldn't get in with any of that. Like the more I've watched it, there's some great shit at the beginning and there's some great shit at the end. And then I have to watch the middle though to get there. And I respect and I can understand why you like it. And there is stuff to like. But
He's acting like I have it ranked number 1 or something, but like...
Well, you act like I had ends ranked at number 1. But anyways, it just wasn't it for me. I mean, there are parts I like a lot. I will say the beginning and the end, I like a lot. I just really struggle with so much of that middle. And the fact that it's almost 2 hours long and there's probably almost an entire hour that I couldn't, like... I'm just trying to get through it to get to like, thank God there were some incredible kills at certain points because it kind of kept me going.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't know. I'd still much rather watch it over 3 other films. So I mean,
that's something. I'll take it.
We're talking. the Rob Zombie, we'll talk about as we go on, maybe some films back and forth this, but like the Rob Zombie remake, it's like the prequel aspect of it, and then the basically shot for shot remake. It has the distinction of just being so fucking like just mid of the road that it's almost like a non-entity where it's like I don't really mind it, but I've watched it enough in my life.
Yeah.
It's like that's almost the worst thing. You get a couple of these entries that are almost like such non-entities where you're just like it's fine, but like you're never gonna like choose to go back to it unless you're doing a podcast or something. But I know we'll talk about Kills a little bit more when we get to it in your ranking, but I don't have a lot else to say right now besides. Remember, I do like it. Okay, I'll put it this way. I would still right now sit down if you're like, let's watch Halloween Kills. I would do that with you. If you told me any three of the previous films, I'd be like, can you find something else, Kat? Like, I'd just like honestly, like you got anything? Like, let's throw Jason X on again or something, like. So that's where I'm at. This is where my division of the Halloween films are. Top 10, could probably throw it on. The last three,
I was just gonna say, now that we're into the top 10. These next 10 films, although they could be ranked lower than others, these next 10 films are films I like.
I
like these next 10 films.
Yeah.
H2O, Resurrection, and Halloween Ends, not so much. These next 10 films I like.
You're number 10.
Speaking of which, Rob Zombie's Halloween.
Oh, wow.
Number 10.
All right.
The original. I knew going into this one that obviously the beginning portion is a prequel. The ending portion is the shot-for-shot remake. I would have told you, oh, the beginning's great and the ending sucks. That's reverse. That opening was atrocious. Atrocious. It's some of the laziest dialogue I've ever heard in any film. It's just random Rob Zombie redneck. Like, what controversial thing can we say and do?
Oh, you wait. I'm throwing this out there real quick. I told you I did get 3 from Hell on Blu-ray, and we are watching it this fucking October.
We can watch 3 from Hell.
All right,
I want to watch Lords of Salem with you soon too.
Okay, cool. We could double feature that. Anyways, that's after the podcast. Continue. I'm sorry.
I just don't like the idea of Michael coming up from a messed up home. There's so many stories of that in real life. There's so many horror films where it's like, oh yeah, he kills and he's fucked up because he had a fucked up childhood.
The true crime aspect comes in real time into that, his
What can you
films.
assume about Michael in the original film? Not a whole lot. They don't show it. We can assume, and what makes it so scary, he had a perfectly normal childhood.
He just snapped one day, which is the most terrifying thing.
Once you start explaining all this shit is when it loses it for me. But I will say this, although I don't like the beginning, I still don't think the ending is that great either. Like the ending segments. It's still very entertaining. When I was watching this, I was like, oh, I can't wait till it starts feeling like a fucking Halloween film. Like, that's what I was thinking when I was watching the beginning part. But the best part of this film, and I don't think you mentioned this at all, the middle segment. It's not in... The film isn't in thirds. The beginning and the end are a lot bigger. But there's that little sweet spot in the middle where it's Michael and Loomis in the asylum. That's where this film shines. That's where they should have spent a lot more of the focus on this. Because when it tries to be a Halloween film, or when it tries to explain how we got to where he's killing, that's where it kind of doesn't hit for me. When it's Michael in the asylum, that is really where you're getting the more interesting stuff. Because regardless of his upbringing, those are very realistic interactions that they would be having in the asylum. Yes, go ahead.
Part of that, in the commentary, because I gotta say, I fell asleep halfway through watching the commentary with Rob Zombie, because I started it late. And then I actually started the film over, or I think I started it right at the actual like remake of the original, and watched it without the commentary. So apparently, if I'm remembering this right, all those scenes you're talking about, Rob Zombie just let the camera roll for like 2-3 hours, and he just had them kind of almost like bullet point those conversations. And then he picked and chose the parts that he liked to put into the film. So apparently somewhere out there, there's like a B-roll of like just 3 hours of random Myers and Loomis conversation, and almost all of it was just...
It's gone now.
Yeah,
probably.
it's gone, but it's also like, it's just ad-libbed. Like he just wanted it to feel as authentic as possible. So maybe that's what you're feeling, because that was maybe the most authentic part of the film.
And like I said, like they do a lot of like black and white like close-ups of Michael in the asylum, which are great.
Yes.
Just like I feel like that whole segment is the movie he wanted to make, and so that's why I think that shines the most. The beginning feels like any Rob Zombie Halloween film. It feels like it was written by someone in 5th grade. It feels like, I mean, in all honesty, like if you wanted Rob Zombie to remake a franchise, like give him Texas Chainsaw.
That
like
was
he
the most obvious thing.
Like the most like I don't know.
Rob Zombie at times, I cut you off, but I'll say, and we've talked about this. Rob Zombie, when he wants to make something or when he has his moments, he shines bright, in my opinion. The problem is his filmography has the strangest inconsistency where he just gets in his own fucking way. He has moments, and we've talked about this. I'm gonna cut myself off here. We'll talk about it a little bit later in the podcast. But he has moments where he shines, and I think that's why he's so disappointing at times.
Yeah, I agree. Sherry Moon's great in this. I mean, you mentioned that as well. I think she's kind of like underrated in a lot of films. Like, I mean, I get it's overdone. I get he uses her in fucking everything, but like, I thought she was great in The Munsters too. Even like, I don't think she's bad. Part
of it's the writing. If he gives her,
yes.
I mean, she is acting out what he writes in the way that he wants things done. So if she has a more humanistic approach or character, it comes off well, when she's not saying, fuck me, whatever the fuck she's doing,
I don't know. And like, I don't know how much is studio interference or whatever, but like, I talked about this in the last one. They used the theme song at like the weirdest, inappropriate times. Like the first time we hear it is when Michael runs out of the principal's office for some reason. Like he hasn't even really done anything that terrible yet. I don't know. The film just feels like it was just a mix match of like studio interference, shit he didn't want to do, shit that he did want to do, but the studio didn't want. A film that maybe he wasn't even that passionate about making if you read up on like a lot of the shit that was going on. So it ends up sort of an unbalanced mess. But on this rewatch, I did find myself liking it a lot more than I previously would have said. So that's why it's number 10.
That's fair. My number 9. This is one that I guess you would say probably climbed the ranks for me. It's Halloween 5, actually. I've watched Halloween 5 twice in the past 2 years.
I thought you were about to say ever. I was like, bro.
No. But when we talked about it in the prior podcast, there's so many. I'm just like, my memories are just wiped of Halloween. Like I remember key scenes, and that's it. Now I did take some notes. Let me flip over to that. But I mean, talk about a mess. Halloween 5 is a little bit of a mess. I mean, Halloween 5, after like reading about it and listening to other podcasters talk about it, they started filming it basically with like a non-finished script. Right. They had no idea what they were going to do. It was rushed. I think it went into production like 4 or 5 months after Halloween 4 was in theaters. So that just to get something out within a year's time frame, which at that point was the quickest a Halloween film had been made or rushed into production. Right. I mean, just notes that I took. I've always liked the opening. I'm pretty sure I said on the first podcast, the opening where he's, it's hilarious. He's floating down the river. He just barely escapes the whole, police, shootout. I like the Loomis makeup is considerably better in 5 than 4, which I don't know how the fuck that happened considering the budget, but whatever. I had to put probably, I think, the hottest chick in the entire Michael Myers franchise, Tina. Tina is hot as fuck. Thank God she's in it. I'm just going to throw that in there. I put that 5 definitely is the most, like, out of the ones that came out in the 80s, 5 looks and feels like a 1980s film. Part of me enjoyed that more. The jokey cops, like, I think the cops are actually kind of funny, even though they have the weird fucking, like, sound bites when they come on the screen. This is where you start to see Loomis, which in the past, when I was younger, I was like, I don't know if I like his character changing, but now as an adult and I understand everything that he's gone through, you know, Loomis is kind of out of control. You know, he's fucking screaming at children. He's just, you know, trying to commandeer stuff. I mean, his obsession with Michael Myers is full blown. I think he's realizing what a fucking failure he is at stopping Michael Myers after all these years, and he's just trying to finally end this nightmare for him. Some funny parts. Michael Myers in a jail cell at the end is fucking hilarious. Just the way that it's shot, it's just fucking so stupid. The fact that Loomis constantly tries to use Jamie as a scapegoat, just says awful shit to her. Like, basically, if that child were to grow up, she was already ruined. But I mean, he's just nasty to her. The Men in Black subplot, which I'm sure we'll talk about even more as the podcast goes on. The fact that they had no fucking idea what they wanted to do with it, and they just threw it in there. But the thing is, through all the chaos and all of it, it's now I think that where I'm at and what my sensibilities are, I think it's the most entertaining it's ever been for me. I mean, it's still only number 9, but I think it's a fun mess. It's a much more fun mess to me than Rob Zombie's or the films I talked about prior. That's what I got to say.
I'll say this, because notoriously, on our first time around, Halloween 5 was at the very, very bottom of my list.
Yes.
I ranked it as the worst in the franchise.
Yes.
So out of all of them, in comparison, no film has risen in the ranks.
It is risen.
As much as Halloween 5.
It's the Rizzler. Halloween 5
yes.
is the fucking Rizzler of
Yes.
the fucking podcast.
Yes, exactly.
So what the hell's your number 9 then?
This might piss you off a little bit.
I've already said. I mean, fuck, it's fine. Anyways.
Because like I said, these 10 films that I like, there's a certain way you have to order them. This is just where this one happens to fall at number 9. Doesn't mean that I hate it. Doesn't mean it's a bad film. Doesn't mean that it's number 9 because Michael Myers isn't in it, even though he's not in it.
I already knew it, but anyway, yeah.
Halloween 3, just something about it, in comparison to some of the other ones, it just wasn't as an enjoyable time to watch as some of these other films. I don't know. I know you love it. I know you're going to talk about it a lot when we get to it on your list. But the things that it shines at, it really shines at. I love the aesthetic. I love the vibes. I love the new synth music. I love that they tried to do something different. I don't think it really would have worked, and we'd be sitting here doing this podcast now if it did become a true anthology series. But I like that they took that risk.
Yes.
There's just some things about it that come off cheesy, I guess, is the way I want to say it. Like, even though it's like, doesn't take itself super seriously, but like, there's a lot of things in it that are just like, this isn't as good as I remember. Because, like, had you asked me before I watched it, I was like, oh yeah, Halloween 3 is great. It's like one of the best 80s horror films in general. But for me, like, a lot of it just didn't hit for some reason.
Halloween 3, and we are going to talk about it more later, I will say, I obviously just rewatched it, as we mentioned, it almost comes off more as a weird sci-fi thriller, or like a weird Carpenter-esque genre film, just like a mashup, than it does a horror film. And I am perfectly okay with someone saying it's their favorite, and I'm perfectly okay with it being the redheaded stepchild of the series. Like I feel differently, but it does not fall in line anywhere with the franchise. So I get it. That's basically, I'm sure I'll talk about it more when we get there, but hey, I think it's a little bit better than number 9, but I'll take it.
I'll say, obviously, my favorite shot in any film ever are the kids walking across the mountain with the beautiful fucking moonlight. I mean, it's on every poster.
Yes.
One of my favorite things ever. Tom Atkins is great in it. I'm not the hugest fan of his character, but he is great. Here's a question for you, because I don't know if it's something I'm missing, because I've rewatched Halloween 3 Season of the Witch actually a couple times in the past few years.
Okay.
At what point does she become the robot? Because did he have sex with a robot? Was she a robot the entire time? Did they intentionally send a robot to this town to bring someone to the Silver Shamrock Factory that they didn't want there originally? There's so much in this that doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
In my interpretation, she became a robot when she got captured, and then the thing that you see, like strapped to the bed or strapped in that room, is a robot is like a failsafe in case they fuck everything up. She is the last resort. Like, she'll make sure his character is fucking dead.
And that's after he fucked her or prior?
That's after he fucked her. Because just certain mannerisms watching it again, I think, me personally, I think that's when it happened. She got captured, they replaced her, they fucking killed her, and then she became the robot. I mean, Tom Atkins maybe likes that robot pussy, and I don't know. I mean, hey, the world will never know. Open to interpretation.
There's a lot of stuff in the film that I like, but again, we'll talk about it more when we get to yours. But for me, it didn't always hit.
Fair enough. All right, my number 8. This is one that I think it's kind of been around the same placement as the last time. Honestly, 6 through 8 for me could flip probably the easiest of any of them. I honestly looked at my list earlier and I was like, I thought my 6 was 7. And I looked at it and I was like, should I change it real quick? But I'm going to just throw that little asterisk in there. I think 6 through 8 for me are the ones that are the easiest to change. I honestly would rate almost all these as similar star score. I wish we could tell the audience what we're fucking watching right now. Anyways, the ambiance is perfect. I want to continue to throw that out there. But my number 8, as of right now, is Halloween 2018.
Okay. All right.
So,
I respect it. I mean,
I like it. I've watched this film. This is probably the most rewatches of any modern film in the past 10 years. I've seen this 4 or 5 times now.
it's a lot.
That's a lot. That's a lot for me. I really do enjoy it. I have a good time each time I watch it. As you can hear me trying to flip through my notes. I still always feel, one thing I put in the notes is the researchers, podcasters. I feel like there's a lot of underutilized potential with those characters.
Well, yeah, and they get rid of them so quick, too.
I
mean,
mean,
it's essentially those are your intro characters to get you through what you need to get to. But in this film, it does extend it out for the first 20 minutes, half hour. It's not...
Yes.
They're essentially the pre-credits kill, but it takes so long to get to it.
Yes. I just think that there was a lot of potential with them to build them throughout the film. Honestly, even maybe one of them, either one surviving and going to the second film. I think there could have been a nice revenge angle or some sort of thing. And each time I watch it, I always feel the same. I feel like they could have done something with those guys. What do you think?
No, I agree. As it is, it's just kind of... They essentially become throwaway characters.
Yes.
When, they were a big part of the marketing for this.
Yes,
if you
they were.
If you remember all the trailers
Yep.
for it, all, the sneak peeks, they were a big focus. At least that's
Yes.
what everything like focused on. But again, like as we talk about with this David Gordon Green stuff, like it kind of not always knows what it wants to be.
I think the biggest thing as we get talking about these films more is there are a lot of cooks in the kitchen as far as the writing and producers on these David Gordon Green films, and sometimes I just think there are too many ideas on the table, and they really needed someone to come in and say,
You gotta hone this in, guys. You gotta like pick something and
put this here, do this. This would be good for continuity. Again, talking about the newest Star Wars sequels, the problem is somehow they feel like a trilogy, but at the same time they feel completely disjointed as three separate entities. They needed someone or something to just say, this works better here, this works better there. I'll stand on this, and I've said this before. I think if you rearrange parts of everything David Gordon Green did on these trilogies, you could have 3 incredible films and a very solid Halloween trilogy, in my opinion.
But like
they had to do a lot of moving parts and take stuff from ends, put it in the first one, and that's my biggest thing with 2018 is I'm about to talk about. I cut you off though. What were you going to say?
Well, I was just gonna say like, that's just a big problem with Hollywood in general because you want to make it a trilogy, but you're not pitching it as a trilogy. You need to sort of have this is where we're at. And maybe we don't know exactly how we're getting to the finish all the way, but this is the beginning. This is where we're ending. The problem with this is, like you said, with some of these films and even stuff we've talked about in like other franchises, like they're just throwing shit wherever and seeing what they need to roll with.
Yeah. Not a lot of payoffs in some of these either. So a couple notes that I put, positives. I think obviously like where Laurie's at as a character, the compound, everything. It's a very interesting take, one we've not seen in the franchise prior. One note, Judy Greer's acting feels a little flat. I don't think she's, for some reason, I don't care for her in either this one or Kills. I don't know why. I want to, but just sometimes it feels her lines and the way she's acting just doesn't work for me. I don't know if you felt that way.
See, I like her in these films, but I don't think that she maybe was 100% the person that you should have gotten for this.
There we go.
I like everything she did, but I've said this, and I think it's like a controversial thing. There's nothing she did in this that Allison Hannigan couldn't have done better. The girl from American Pie.
Yeah.
For just some reason, like, she would have been perfect for that character. I don't know why, but I don't know.
I think the dad and son school bus sequence I still like a lot, like with them talking about like him going to dance and he wants to go hunting. I think that's where some of David Gordon Green and Danny McBride's comedy, like it's smart, it's funny, but I also think the flip side of that sequence, which is perfect and probably one of my favorites in the new trilogy, is they're having these lighthearted moments and then all of a sudden the car slows down and they frame this very eerie moment of the bus and the way the lighting and the shot.
Yeah.
I can see why David Gordon Green got this trilogy with some of the ways he frames stuff, the way that it looks, some of the writing. It's a similar problem I talked about with Rob Zombie earlier in the podcast where I can see why these people got it, but it's either too many cooks in the kitchen, not enough confidence in what their original visions were, too much studio interference, and that's a big thing where it comes off enjoyable, but it's disjointed. There's so many disjointed elements in these films.
It needed like a true like showrunner. It needed like a true person to be like, and obviously like they can take suggestions, critiques, but like when you look at Halloween Ends, like you look at the writing credits, there's like 6 fucking people.
There's too
like
many,
credited as like a writer. Like it needed some sort of clear focus for this new trilogy. Like I do agree with that.
I will say a couple final notes. I know we're going to talk about it more later with you. One thing I noticed more on this rewatch randomly is like the whole bathroom encounter when Myers is like getting the mask and like attacking the podcasters and stuff. It's just a weird tidbit. I would have preferred it took place somewhere a little bit more remote because the more I watch, there's like 1,000 background
Right.
actors, like
Yeah,
just
yeah.
people just doing their daily, like you can literally see people like across the street getting coffee and doing stuff, and it's basically like you're in the middle of a town, and then they have the slow-mo shot of Myers putting the mask on. Like there's possibly like 20 people that could be watching him do that, and no one does anything. And it was more evident this time around. So I would have preferred for that to be a little bit more remote, because it doesn't make sense that there's all these background people and none of them are like, what the fuck is going on over there?
Yeah.
I like the trick-or-treating sequences. He finally starts to feel like Halloween. Random other bullet point apparently put, do high schools really have Halloween dances? Is that something you think they do?
Well, I know Lakeside tried to have one a couple times when we were there, and they didn't have enough people buy tickets for it, so they canceled it.
I now vaguely remember that.
So it is a thing that exists. I'm sure nowadays it's. I mean, I don't think schools do it, but like you probably could. If this was an '80s film, that would totally make sense.
Oh, of course.
But like, it's not something very common.
Another note, just a couple things, because I know we're going to talk about it more with you. I don't want to say it, but like, I still think one of my favorite sequences is when Allison meets Myers for the first time. They have like that brand new music that the Carpenters make, where he comes back from around the gate, and just the lighting, the terror on her face, it's just fully believable. I think it's one of the best acted scenes in the trilogy. And then her just being just disheveled, running house to house, trying to find help. I think it's one of the better, 5-minute sequences in the entire trilogy. But there are some things that I don't love about it, and some loose ends and some stuff.
Some things that I don't like about it, and I'll talk about it here since on my list it's obviously a little bit higher. Like, part of it is just kind of like a slog to get through, because like they're playing up this whole like, oh, Lori actually is crazy. There's no reason why she should be doing this, when like the audience has seen 11 films up to this point. Like so for a lot of it, you're sitting there thinking like, okay, let's get to the point, just get through this, because it's not like this is film 2, 3, whatever. Like this is like the 11th fucking film that they've made. So, like, parts of it is just kind of, like, spinning its wheels, I feel.
More and more rewatches, I completely agree. Also, I mean, the ending's great. And that's a positive and a negative, because I feel like they just blew their load so hard with the compound and everything that it does.
Like, again, if that was ending your trilogy, cool.
Yes, this is the problem. They have the parts and pieces, in my opinion, to make a great trilogy, but they are all fucking out of order. I know we're going to talk about it more later, so I don't want to stay in this too much longer, but...
Hell, man, burn them to a crisp and then put them through the fucking meat grinder thing. Instead of just, I'm going to be 2 6-year-olds fighting in a kitchen for 30 seconds, and oh yeah, I guess he's dead now.
I'll talk more about that later, but man, I love these cigarette graphics we're still having on the
TV has now moved past the original Halloween, and we're now into Halloween 2. So we're going through the Haddonfield Clinic. So I'm getting some very
the
nice
Memorial Hospital.
Memorial Hospital.
Sorry, I got to correct you. I know it's your podcast, but it is Haddonfield Memorial Hospital.
It's still a clinic.
I know. I'm just talking shit. Anyways,
Anyways.
where are we at with you, buddy? And you're number 8, I believe.
Coming up next, for me, I don't know where this is at on your list. I'm surprised this one hasn't come up yet. I'm assuming it's soon. Halloween 2, Rob Zombie. Number 8.
Well, it's number 7, so should we just...
Yeah.
Do you think that's okay?
Yeah,
Should we just do it?
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay.
So then we'll do my number 7 after we're done talking about this.
Fair.
Halloween 2. It's consistent for me that on the rewatch and part of my nostalgia list last time, Halloween 2 is better than Halloween 1.
Same.
For Rob Zombie. I don't agree with the decision that you should have recasted the child actor.
No.
It was only 2 years. I get the kid would have aged 2 years. there's no way he looked that much older. That you couldn't have used him.
They said the problem was that he grew like a foot in 2 years. So they were scared.
So would have Michael Myers.
That's
I mean, he literally turns into a fucking Andre the Giant. And
that's the thing. Like they just said that he looked too old for the flashbacks. But I'm like, aren't all the flashbacks him sitting down? Like just about, yeah. So I mean, I don't. Of all the things, of all the nitpicks to worry about in the Halloween franchise, I want to say one thing. I love the way that Halloween 2 looks. The way it's shot, the camera angles, the lighting. It's just so far above 1 that immediately when it starts, I'm like, I just fucking love the way this looks. And it didn't look like a lot of other horror films coming out at the same time. So seeing it in the theaters, it just stood out to me, just starting that way.
I will say this because we talked a little bit before this podcast, but Miles has not seen Deadpool and Wolverine yet.
Facts.
Michael Myers in this film is literally Sabretooth from fucking Deadpool and Wolverine. It's the same actor, and he looks identical. Literally looks identical. Like when I was watching Deadpool in theater, I was like, oh fuck, that's literally Michael Myers from Halloween 2.
It's Michael Myers without the mask.
Literally looked identical. The things I like about this is that it has the aspects of Rob Zombie films that I like that are good, I guess. It has the trashiness that's fun.
Yes.
The fun trashy, not...
the rock and roll trashiness, you know? Laurie's now working at a record shop / coffee shop. She's into rock and roll. She's into partying. She's into, you know, all the stuff that entices you at that young age, you know?
First time Michael Myers has been to a strip club that we've seen.
Hard.
Side note, it's a character named Buddy in the film. So shout out to that.
There you go. I like the whole fucking intro sequence with the two like morgue workers, like, you know, it's not really an ambulance, but kind of they're taking his body to the morgue. Just the fucking crazy. Those are the moments, like the fucked up morgue workers and the shit they're saying. Those are the moments when Rob Zombie's dialogue actually feels. I'm like, all right, these weird middle-aged morgue workers, like I can believe them saying these fucked up things. Like it comes off believable. And the scene I put cow wreck when the guy's like cow, cow. He shines there because it works with what he's trying to do.
I mean, in tune with that, like I love the whole opening segments of this film. Don't like that it's a dream sequence per se. I think there was a way that you could have done it where she escapes, and then it doesn't have to be a dream sequence because it kind of does feel like a slap in the face. But I do love how every Halloween sequel, like direct sequel to either a reboot or a requel or the original, you're ending up in a hospital somehow. And the majority of the film, well, not necessarily the majority, but a good chunk of the film takes place in a hospital. I think that's in tune with the Halloween series. And it's just, that's something I really liked about it. It was a callback to the original. Halloween Kills does this as well. Of course, there's the ridiculous kill within there where she gets stabbed 1 billion times.
1.5 billion times.
It's great.
We've
never seen, like, I would even maybe consider there's aspects of Halloween Kills in this one where it's up for debate, but you've debatably never seen Michael Myers be this brutal before.
Yeah.
Especially during this dream sequence. Like when he has Laurie, like in that wherever Buddy's security booth or whatever the fuck he is, when he's bursting through the walls and shit, like you've never seen him be that scary from like a violence perspective, I guess.
Yes.
The brutality perspective.
I liked all like the therapy aspects and like a more realistic approach to like almost like a PTSD type incident where like this girl has gone through such a traumatic event. I also like
she's in therapy.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, she's in therapy. I like that, but I also like the fact that they show her at the beginning where she is just so fucked up and I think some of the screaming in her dialogue's a little overdone, but they show her just like getting stitched up and sewn up. I mean, she went through such an extreme event where it's dramatized, but it still feels more realistic, where it's not like in some films somebody gets stabbed, shot, whatever, and they just are limping away at the end fine. Like, she clearly has broken bones. She has tons of open wounds. I mean, she's losing blood. It kind of feels... The whole thing feels like a much more realistic approach to the slasher genre. Something like that, you know?
Some other random things that I like about it, like, Michael Myers is also kind of funny in this. There's moments where you see Michael's humanity, and whenever Michael Myers is a human, like in all of these films, when he does something that a normal human would do, it's funny. Like, whenever you see him drive, it's funny. Like, he has, like, a one-liner in this. Like, not... Obviously, he doesn't speak dialogue when he does this, but he murders everyone in this fucking strip club, and he turns the open sign to closed.
So good.
Like, come on. Like, Michael Myers is pretty fucking funny in this. The biggest complaint that internet marks and all these fucking wannabe Halloween fans will say is, like, this film sucks. He's not wearing the mask. He wears it a lot more than you think he does.
Yeah,
like, if you're
does.
going, because after just rewatching it, he's really not unmasked as much as everyone makes to be. Like, people make such a big fucking deal about it.
I mean, let's be the thing is, okay, use the word loosely, the term loosely, more realistic approach. You think Michael Myers is wearing them fucking masks 365 days a year? You're a fucking moron. Like, I'm sorry, he's not doing that. Like, he's just not doing that. God, I love these background graphics right now. I'm gonna have to get this.
If I remember to, I'll leave a link in the description so you guys can see all the things that we're looking at. But I love the aesthetic, love the atmosphere. Like we said, I love punk / metal Laurie in this.
I like Loomis's character being fully flipped because it feels very modern and like he's like, fuck it, I found a way, again, cashing in on the whole true crime stuff that was, now as we're getting to the late 2000s, true crime was becoming more of a
everyone's
thing.
making a fucking book today. Everyone's making a fucking podcast. Like, it's very realistic. Again, like, all the shit that people complain about with this film, it's very, like, surface level complaints, I guess.
I want to say one more thing on the stuff that I like. I do like the whole, like, I like that the brackets are in this. I like Sheriff Brackett is one of the most human characters in the franchise. I love Laurie, and then what is her character? And I'm drawing a blank right now because I didn't write it down. Danielle Harris's character. What is she? I mean, she used the same name from the original. It is Annie. Oh yeah, you're right.
Brackett, yeah.
I like Annie and Laurie. I like their relationship in this and how it evolved from the first film because there's a lot of guilt and blame and stress between them. There's just a lot of smart choices with the writing and the stuff and how trauma and tragedy really affects people, you know, because a lot of these horror films, we just see what they go through initially. If there are any survivors, even in some of the sequels we talked about, we never hear from Josh Hartnett's character again. Right. We have no fucking idea what he thinks or what, you know, but in this, you know, and it's not like a Friday the 13th where the character survives partway through another film. We see them in, you know, a handful of clips and they get killed. Like, we're actually seeing...
like, Laurie's living with them. Like, they are main characters within this. They're not like a throwaway, like, oh, it's just a quick cameo from Brad Dourif or whatever. Like, no, he's in the film. Like,
we're seeing their day-to-day and how a year or two has gone by and how much it's affected them and how much they struggle and how they're trying to move on with their lives. And I think, honestly, as far as a premise for a Halloween sequel... you know, yes, I have it at 7, but I think premise-wise, it's one of the best, in my opinion.
Yeah. Again, I just like how weird it is.
Yeah, it's just so different.
Like, as you said it last time, it's kind of like the anti-Halloween film. Like, Rob Zombie is just kind of doing whatever. It doesn't feel like a cash grab at all, where you could debate Rob Zombie's original one, kind of just in premise, like... on its own merit, it is a cash grab. Like, you're remaking a big franchise. Yes. Like this, he didn't give a shit how much money it made. Like, he was just like, fuck it, they're paying me regardless.
His budget budget was double on this compared to the first one. Even though he did say that the Weinsteins were so fucking miserable to be around, and any like interaction he had with them on 2 was some of the worst times he's ever had making films. So I mean, the fact that this film came out as good as it is mind blowing.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, honestly.
I love all the weird Rob Zombie creatures and like the fucking dream sequences.
Yes,
and,
yes.
I mean, people say what they want to say about the white horse shit, but I mean, like,
I'm hit or miss on that. I the more I rewatch it, I'm kind of like, I could use a little less, but I get it. You know, I mean, that would be if I had some gripes. I could see them doing the white horse stuff a little bit less, and also the fact that it's nearly impossible to see. We talked about this, you know, prior to the podcast when we were kind of ramping up for it, about how he prefers both of the unrated cuts. So the theatrical cuts have almost no physical media releases, or now even streaming releases. Right. I prefer the original ending, to my knowledge, to this film when Myers doesn't talk. I would say for me that is a down. That is
a downgrade when he says die or whatever.
It's just not.
I do like the ending of this, like when she's in the asylum. Like I wish that like they could have done a third one. Like I wish
they had a couple scripts.
Like I wish we lived in a universe where that could have happened.
The fact that David Gordon Green got a trilogy, which I actually like David Gordon Green, some of his other films outside of this, but I just blown away that. But again, I think a lot of it goes back to Zombie hating the Weinsteins. Which, hey, I mean, now that history is showed its cards, I mean, I don't blame them. I mean, I don't think they seem like very good people to be around. So,
yeah, I mean, overall, I mean, 8th on the list, but I still like the film.
Me, number 7. I mean, this is one where I honestly, when I looked at my list earlier, I thought this was number 6, and I almost flip-flopped it. I would say if any two, my 6 and 7, I could flip-flop them on any given day. But that was your 8, my 7. So keep going, brother. What's your number 7?
I'm going to guess my 7 is your number 3 or number 4-ish.
Okay.
That's my number 7.
Okay.
So it did drop a little bit from the original time I watched it. Well, the original time I ranked it, rather, is what I'm trying to say. But that's only because some of the other films that I hadn't rewatched in a while I ended up liking more than I thought I was going to. So, by default, Halloween 6 had to drop down just a little bit. Just a little bit. So Halloween 6 is my number 7.
Can I spoil something?
Is that your number 7?
It's my number 6.
It's your number 6.
So Curse of Michael Myers unfortunately dropped down my list. My nostalgia over the years.
I'm surprised. Wow.
This was
okay.
And I almost put Rob Zombie's H2 over Curse. I told you this about a month or so ago. I watched Curse, producer's cut first, went home. I think we actually hung out that day. Before we hung out, I watched Curse. We hung out. I came home. I watched the theatrical cut, fell asleep towards the end, then rewatched half the film and some behind the scenes. So I watched the fuck out of the Curse of Michael Myers for this podcast. But I'm going to let you do the talking first. Your number 7, my number 6.
I don't think I took a ton of notes for this one, to be honest. I have in my notes, and this is funny, I have in my notes it says, make Miles tell the story about watching both versions in the same day. In case you forgot to tell the story, I put that in my notes.
I have never done that with a film before, and so think about it. Then I rewatched part of it again. Within 48 hours, I watched a ton of Curse of fucking Michael Myers. I have to say, granted, your 7, my number 6, I still love this film, but my nostalgia for this film, I'd say kind of, I had a little bit more nostalgia, and unfortunately, watching it again, I'm like...
This film is, once again, very much a product of its time.
Yes.
And that's unfortunate because in this period of the 90s, Hollywood really wasn't making that great of movies. So,
This right here, this came out in 95, right?
Yes.
95, I think, as far as theatrical horror, might be the lowest of low year of anything. Like, I'm being honest, when you look at, like, calendar years, if you look at what came out in horror, I forget, I looked at some, and even, like, independent on straight-to-video releases, 95 was a fucking, the year before Scream, and it, boy, does it show.
The year before Scream, the year after, I think New Nightmare was 94, maybe.
I think you're
They're
right.
93, something like, either way.
94, I think, yeah.
Either way, it's sandwiched in between, like, two iconic years, because 94 had some other stuff, too.
94 had, you know, as far as outside of horror, it had some big releases, like
Forrest Gump was
Forrest
in 94.
Gump, that's exactly what I was
shit
going
like
to say.
that.
I mean,
like,
Jurassic Park was 93. I always want to think it's 94, but Jurassic Park was 93,
93,
right?
yeah, because I always think it's 94.
Yeah, same.
But
yeah,
it's not.
Yeah.
There's just so much, like, weird shit in this that, he has pages of notes.
I have a page and a half of notes on The Curse of Michael Myers. So you say you're...
I'll keep my... Because, like I said, mine were minimal. There's the stupid part where the lady calls the radio station and talk about how she wants to fuck Michael Myers.
So true, though!
The tone is just all over the place. Like, super cheesy at times. Like when the old lady's describing what Michael did to his sister as a kid and the lightning strikes in the background. Like we're fucking watching a William Castle movie all of a sudden for some reason. And then it tries to be super serious at other times. So, like, I don't know what it was trying to be. Go ahead.
So the writer of this, I read a couple articles and I listened to a couple podcasts on it. So the writer of this film, I think, was just a Halloween. If I fuck this up, internet, it's fine. I apologize. This is from memory. Like a Halloween, like, super fanboy. So he had basically been writing, like, Halloween, like, fan scripts and stuff, but he was trying to keep it as close to tone to the original as he could, while trying to incorporate things from every single sequel. Now, I gotta say, I respect that. The fact that they were like, well, goddamn, we gotta figure out something with the Men in Black. We gotta figure out something with the Call to Thorn. We gotta, you know, I respect that because, as you said earlier, famously now, if it would have been now, they would have just acted like 5 never existed and was started some brand new fucking timeline. But they tried to just incorporate everything and make it work. I know there were numerous scripts for this that were rewritten and written. I took notes. Do you mind? You want me
Go
to
ahead.
tangent?
Yeah.
I apologize.
Yeah.
I know, but I watched Producer's Cut first. I put my stuff for that. I mean, Producer's Cut, you and I talked about it on a multiple other podcasts. This is the first time I ever watched it with like a clear. Second time I've ever watched it total. First time I've ever watched it with like an actual like, kind of like finished cut, if I guess I could say. Immediately the cult is way more of a focus. I mean, just from the initial output. I do like the radio broadcast stuff with like Loomis is listening to, because it kind of shows how, I think better than any of the other films, how like Myers has really affected the overall community in Haddonfield. I'm always a big fan, and you'll hear about it more later, about how Myers has like affected the community around it, because that is something that would be true. I mean,
something about Halloween Kills, man.
Yeah.
One of the things. I mean, anyway.
I do like that aspect of Halloween Kills, anyways. But I like how Loomis is kind of in his golden years. He's retired. He's kind of come back to earth a little bit. I like Tommy Doyle being back in it. His obsession with Myers makes sense, because it's like something that's ingrained in his memory from his childhood. I mean, obviously, what a traumatic event. I mean, it's something that you could see realistically happening. Put funny notes. I'm like, how did no one see the bloodstains at the bus depot for like a whole day, or hear a baby crying in the bathroom? Like, there's just things you really have to
like something about this film, and I'll just like say it. I don't know if you felt the same way. There's so many portions of this that like it doesn't feel like you're watching a Halloween movie.
I can agree with that.
Not even because Michael's not in it, but like a lot of times it's like you're just watching some weird 90s drama thriller.
Yes,
Like, there's a lot
yeah.
of parts where, like, it doesn't even feel like it's in that same universe.
You have to suspend the disbelief in this film a lot, though. You know what I mean, too. I'm just being like, stuff like that. But no, I completely agree with that. Other funny moments, like the massive, like, thorn mark burned on the hay that's, like, 20 feet tall, like, all these veils. Just other funny 90s tropes, if you want to bring that around. Like,
it's so
the
90s.
radio host throwing the party and all that. He's such a fucking sarcastic asshole. It's very 90s trope. One thing I don't like, the producer's cut doesn't have the head explosion because that was part of the reshot. Myers, to me, compared to 4 and 5, feels a little more menacing in this, a little bit more akin to Halloween 2. I do like them coming back to Smith's Grove because it's part of the lore and part of that. The cult outfits are fucking ridiculous. Like, they're the most insane. They're huge and stupid. When I watched it initially, I put the producer's cut ending possibly more satisfying, but it kind of just ends. I put some theatrical notes. There's the random part in the producer's cut where Loomis talks about getting plastic surgery and they try to justify his makeup, which is so random. I'm just like, what a fucking... Like, I get it, but it's so random. I think all of the Wynn and Loomis interactions are actually better in the theatrical cut. The producer's cut ending I put was streamlined with the cult ritual and them escaping. I think it's a little bit... Watching them back to it's a little too abrupt. It makes more sense, but it's very abrupt.
Like, in general, the producer's cut of this film is more into... Well, I mean, obviously, because this is the original way that they made it. It's obviously more in tune with what they were leading up to in 4 and 5.
Yes.
The version that we ultimately got, the test screenings didn't like it, so they're like, fuck it. We gotta throw in a head explosion. We have to, like, you know what I mean? Like, they were just doing, like, what boxes do we need to check where people are going to want to watch this? Because, like, the producer's cut was, like, deemed unreleasable up until a couple years ago when they finally put it on that Blu-ray.
The ending where it's, like, they're using the ruins to trap Myers so that they can just basically escape and drive away. Like, it's just very abrupt. Where, like, I remember watching it and being like, I thought there was more to the ending. And then it just fucking ends, and I'm like,
yeah,
it makes more sense, but, and like some of the, I think in the producer's cut, isn't that the one where Loomis gets the mark? He gets the mark and has to get the mark of thorn.
That's only in the producer's cut.
So again, if you're looking at it from an actual like continuity perspective from the beginning of the film to the end, I guess the producer's cut makes more sense. I thought, because I watched producer's cut first, I'm like, I feel like maybe I'm going to like this more than the theatrical. But then when I watched the theatrical, the dialogue is actually better. Like, it just, there's less bullshit in it. It's weird. There's more bullshit, but there's less bullshit
the theatrical cut, they were right, and this is a more enjoyable viewing experience for the casual watcher. If you're a hardcore Halloween fan like the person who wrote it, I can see why you might like the producer's cut or certain aspects of the producer's cut more. For me, and like the reason why this kind of ranks a little bit lower than it did originally is just, I just don't like where it ended up. I don't like where they went with the cult stuff. I talked about this last time where it would have been better if the cult was a cult of people worshiping Myers and maybe making it easier for him to do this and that, not actually having Myers be a part or a pawn of the cult.
One of the worst scenes is just like all the cults are going, Myers just staying in the background like this. Like, it's just so... It's so jarring, especially to everything up to the series. Like, I can believe that maybe Myers would be okay following a mysterious man in black, but not having a bunch of fucking weird cult members in these elaborate gowns.
It just seems ridiculous. Like, if Michael Myers, like, if the Michael Myers we knew from like the first couple films, like no context, like if you were to just drop him into that scenario, like he would have just murdered everybody.
Well, that's why
Like,
I put theatrical. Michael Myers chasing them through Smith's Grove and killing the cult is a much more satisfying watch. And the fact that even Wynn at one point says, we don't need those costumes. We all know whoever, like, even him making fun of the actual film.
Right.
There's like, the theatrical just hits so much better. But I will say, you know, I had it, I think, maybe like number 3 or 4.
yeah,
on my
that's
last
what I'm
one.
saying. You had it pretty high.
It just, my nostalgia for this was just a little too high, and it did not hold up on these rewatches. And I do think, though, I think they were actually correct. I think the theatrical cut is a more enjoyable, not even just because I'm a sucker for head explosions, but I think overall, Myers not standing there like a fucking tool bag and watching the cult do this stuff, and him just slaughtering them and getting on with the other main characters. I just think it's a better ending, you know?
One thing we haven't mentioned, even though we've been talking about this for like 10 minutes now.
There's a lot here with this, with the 2 cuts, though.
I don't like what they did with Jamie at all.
If you're
a fan of 4 and 5, like an actual fan of like the story arcs of 4 and 5, I don't know how you can like 6, like on that same level. Especially like when you get into, like, we won't go into a whole behind the scenes thing, but like how like Jamie Lloyd fucking wanted what the hell's her actual name? I'm forgetting now.
Daniel Harris,
like, they didn't want to bring her back because
they didn't want to pay her. They literally didn't want to pay her.
She was under 18. They wanted someone who was over 18 so they didn't have to like have a teacher on set who could work longer hours or whatever. So like she spent like $3,000 or something to get herself emancipated.
That's right.
So she could be in the film. And then they told her, okay, well, this is what's going to happen. You're impregnated with Michael Myers' daughter after he raped you, and you're going to die in the first 20 minutes, and we're going to pay you less money than what it costs for you to get emancipated.
Well, no, that's what I mean. I knew they didn't want to. I knew that they wanted to like grossly. I do remember that story now that you say that, but I knew that they just didn't want to pay her shit to be in it, and she was super disappointed after.
So, for me, that kind of like ranks a little lower. Like, not even taking the behind the scenes aspect into it, just taking Jamie Lloyd like as a character, because she's like the main driving force between 4 and 5.
Yes.
So like, similar why I don't like Halloween Ends. What you're going up to, building up to the third film in a trilogy, in a way, it's kind of just like getting rid of it and doing something completely new, I guess. I don't know.
So that's your 7.
That was my 7, your
my
6.
So you want to keep going? What's your 6?
My 6 was one that you've already talked about.
Okay.
So there's not going to be a repeat.
Okay.
My 6 is Halloween 5.
Wow.
Halloween 5.
All
So
right.
made quite the jump from being at the bottom last time.
I like this.
Halloween 5, I have it, and I kind of debated if I wanted to put it above 6 or below 6. Because like you said, there's not a lot that's super memorable about it. There's not a lot of crazy, insane kills. But when I put it on, like, it's just a good vibe. It's just a good watch.
Yeah.
There's not as much to complain about as there is with some of the other ones.
I agree with that.
It's not as entertaining all the way through. It has its ridiculous moments as well. Like Michael wearing that like old trucker man mask driving a car around Haddonfield. It's just like, okay, why isn't he killing this girl like instantly? Like, why is he driving her to the gas station? Like all this stuff. I love the beginning segments, as you already mentioned, him going down the river. Living with the Hermit is one of the most like iconic moments in the Halloween franchise for me. How this dude just like keeps him for a whole year. He just wakes up, kills him.
He doesn't
instantly.
just like after like a month or two just be like, oh, he's dead, and just dispose of the body. Like no sane human being would do that. Well, I think 5. Okay, so I like that. Okay, another point in case of doing this podcast, 5 has risen for both of us extremely significantly for you. And I really think if they could have had a clear game plan with what they wanted to do with 5, it would have risen even more on my list, because I think there is a lot to like there, but it is still a mess. But it's that sweet spot in the series where you're like, I don't care. It's like and it's also, maybe we'll give it a little bit of a pass because it's an 80s mess.
Oh yeah.
And I like 80s messes more than I like modern messes, you know.
So there's just a lot of it that's just like fun to me.
Yes.
Like
yes. And Tina's hot. I just want to throw that out there. Tina is fucking hot. I just want to throw that out there.
I talked a lot about in some other aspects of these parts of the list, like establishing mood and tone. This one, it does get a little bit of a ding because, again, when you're trying to build it up, it's just this lame, generic-ass music, and then this... I don't even think... Yeah, there's like an atmosphere of music and knife slashes whenever like the opening credits happen. It's super lame. There's the weird psychic link in there with the fucking woman in there. But I like a lot of the ideas, because like they were rushing everything, so it's commendable that they have something that was even watchable within a year.
Yes.
And some of the stuff they came up with, I think, was kind of like, maybe they didn't realize they were doing things that were like subtle things that could have been callbacks to the original.
Yeah.
Like, obviously at the end of 4, she murders her stepmom or like whatever the case is, and now she's in an asylum, Jamie is, and she's having trouble speaking. Do we know another person who ended up in an asylum killing a family member and now doesn't talk? I don't know if that was intentional when they were doing this, but again, once you got to 6, you still kind of went with Jamie could be the new killer kind of thing.
Yes.
So I like that aspect to it. Because again, we, at this point, have never seen what Michael's childhood was like. So his childhood in the asylum could have been very similar to what Jamie was going through. These interactions that she's having with Loomis, who's to say those weren't the similar interactions that Loomis had with Michael when he was in the asylum? Like, just say something. What's going to happen? What are you going to do?
That's a
and
good point.
Michael's trying to write down whatever. We don't know because we've only seen those little non-canon TV edit things. I like the scene where, at the end, Michael is actually able to... Loomis is actually able to kind of, like, not subdue Michael, but, like, actually get him to have this human moment where he stops and he's just listening to what Loomis has to say. It's those moments where, like, you just feel like there's a deeper layer to this where even maybe they weren't noticing it at the time, but like you watch it back and you get the sense that like, okay, this dude was his fucking psychiatrist for 20 years.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean?
They have
like,
a relationship, like an actual established relationship.
Yes.
Hence why I brought up the original ending to Rob Zombie's Halloween, because I'm like, oh, this fucking makes sense. Like, it makes sense with everything that's happened before it. It's just very unfortunate in some of these that wasn't what audience wanted at this point in 5 and in a remake. They just wanted murder. They just wanted fucking a rampage Michael Myers, you know?
I still don't necessarily care for Loomis's turn at the very end where he's using her as bait. Like, I get that he's at his wit's end. Like, he's gone through all this stuff, but like, I think that's still a little tiny bit too drastic. Like, even if he knew, like, he obviously doesn't know because he doesn't know what's going on, but even if he knew nothing was going to happen to her, he's still traumatizing the fuck out of this child one way or the other.
I'm a very open-minded person. I like it because I can see where it goes, but obviously, because
you think about it, now at, like, this point in the story, Loomis is the only one that she can trust, I guess, and then Loomis is like, hey, fuck you, kid, I'm going to use you as bait. So to me, it's just a little bit odd. I was going to say, I brought up in here, I guess I took a little bit more notes. The scene where Michael switches masks, picks up Tina, lets Tina kiss him through the mask, drive her to the gas station, and for some reason doesn't kill her. Like, I don't understand his
It's
motivations.
because Tina is literally the hottest girl in the whole Halloween franchise.
But, like,
so
that's
my running joke.
This is
for
where,
that,
and that's what I put on my notes. Like, these are the moments where, like, does Michael have intelligence? What is actually going on? Because sometimes he's acting like a ruthless killer. Sometimes he's just driving someone around. So, like, again, I think it kind of goes with they were rushed doing this. Like, they didn't really have a clear understanding of where they were going to go with this. I talked about in the other show that his mask in this sucks. And, like...
Can we agree it's not as bad as the H2O mask?
It's not as bad
as
the neck in it is ridiculous. But my main problem with it is it's not like he goes to the store and gets a new mask. It's literally the same mask that he's wearing in the other film, but it just magically switches.
I understand.
If he goes to the store, gets another mask, and the neck is a little fucked up, that's fine. That makes sense. The way that it doesn't make sense because it goes from Disco Myers to long neck Myers for no reason.
I mean, it was 1988 to 1989. Do you know how much cocaine they were probably doing when they fucking made this film?
True.
Man, that's cool to see it jump that high up your list.
I mean, that's pretty much all I have to say about it. So,
we talked.
Like I said, it doesn't have all the memorable kills. It doesn't have the greatest storyline, but there's just something about it that's just it just kind of just a good solid film to watch.
So we have finally arrived on our top 5.
Yeah.
My number 5, and this was one that rose a little bit, even though it shouldn't be a surprise. Halloween 4.
Okay.
So I think personally, I mean, the intro the best in the entire fucking franchise, if we're being honest. Excuse me as I burp. How good is the fucking vibe in the first, 10 minutes of Halloween 4?
I swear to God, on the first podcast, I talked about the intro for, 10 minutes.
It's the greatest thing.
It's the greatest intro of any film.
Is it the best? Yeah, is it the best Halloween time imagery you've ever seen in a film?
Yes.
I think I might be.
It's the best imagery I've ever seen.
It's the most, and finally, it looks like they're in the fucking goddamn Midwest.
Yes.
They're not in California. I actually love a note that I think watching this again, and I've watched this 2 or 3 times in the past 2 years. There's a lot of subtleties in Halloween 4 that on these rewatches I really appreciate and maybe bump it up a couple notches. I've always really liked Halloween 4. I'd always probably put it in my top 5, but well, I guess maybe I wouldn't. But now there's more films. We have to say now there's more films. But anyways, I love the elevator recap with the guard talking to them coming to get him because it felt organic. It didn't feel like they were making a film and they just had to throw a behind the scenes recap or some images. Some dude who's probably worked there for 20 fucking years, and these people that are coming to pick him up, just some regular workers, don't really know shit about Michael Myers, and he's like, you don't know who the fuck this is?
Yeah.
And then he does the recap, but they're consistently moving forward, you know?
It's a nice way to do that recap that doesn't feel forced or phoned in.
Yes.
Or having to actually, use a ton of flashback clips or, however most films probably wouldn't have done it at that time.
It's perfect because it captures the urban legend or, that every small town has where it's just some hearsay hey, this is what happened. You know what I mean? It's not some sort of typical film trope. I love that the Halloween theme doesn't hit until Myers is being moved. Myers starts to be moved and it just hits perfect. They're just the whole the first 25 minutes of this film fucking slaps for a modern term. It's fucking great. I put a note, why are there no armed guards moving Michael fucking Myers though at this point? The Loomis and Myers gas station sequence, I mean, come on, fucking amazing. Bucky at the power plant, I put legend. the streets get odd. I think I put this as a positive and a negative, like the trick-or-treating scenes with like Jamie and stuff. Like the streets are randomly super full of trick-or-treaters, then they're not, and she's just walking in fog. Like just some little like things that I kind of like, but also are inconsistencies. I do like Myers like creeping around the sheriff's house. Like there's all those scenes where he's just like looking through a window and the music cues is perfect. There's some bad shit though, like the Brady and Rachel staircase scene takes forever. It's not realistic with the Myers character or anything. I put the one quote from the line where it's just a line where it's like, everyone's dead and I just want to go home. I think that's just a perfect, this is great. Just a couple little, I liked that the local bar gang actually listens to Reason at one point. Like, they're like, oh yeah, it's pretty fucked up in there and we're not the police. We're just going to just go. That's fine. Like, there's actually some intelligent writing throughout the film. Kills I like the bartender's neck getting ripped out in the truck while he's driving. I think it's fucking one of the best in the series. And then, of course, the ending with Jamie. Again, I'm just spitballing little notes I like, but I love they kind of were like, oh, we're going to pass it on. It's a great cliffhanger ending that feels organic for the series. I know that you are going to talk about this film probably some more, so do you have anything about what I said? Or
I mean, I agree with everything you said, obviously. I mean, we're getting in the top 4 or 5. Yeah, I mean, I'll be talking about it here in a minute.
So what's your number 5 then?
My number 5 is another one you've talked about already. So dropped a little bit, dropped just a hair from last time. It was the David Gordon Green Halloween 2018 is number 5.
All right.
Instead of previously number 3.
Wow. Okay.
I don't have a ton to add from what you've already said, which is kind of.
I apologize. I'm a big talker. I mean,
I still don't understand, and we talked about this last time. I still don't understand why Michael Myers is as big of a deal as he is in this film. When you put it contextually, the audience knows that we have 40 years of cinema of Michael Myers. Haddonfield knows One Terrible Night in 1978. And A Terrible Night in 64, or whenever it was. And again, every small town has their legend. Every small town has
their boogeyman.
Their boogeyman. But and I mean, I guess it's a little bit creepy because he wore a mask and like whatever. But like this podcast group is seeking him out. Like, okay.
From the UK. By the way, they're British. They flew thousands of miles to do this.
Like, you're telling me the imagery on the TV is beyond
so good.
You're telling me this hasn't happened elsewhere too? Like, why Haddonfield? Why this one person?
Think about the coincidental timing. These people have done podcasts, and I'm assuming other serial killers are like, we just happened to be there at the right time. Now, granted, they bring the mask, which acts like the catalyst in my mind, is the trigger for Myers to want to continue 40 years later. But still, anyways, continue.
But I have the same opinion as I did back then. His mask shouldn't fucking matter to him if he's just some crazy dude. Like, why does the mask have anything to do with it? Again, the doctor needs to understand why Michaels does what he does. Like, again, he's probably seen 1 billion crazy-ass people in this asylum. Yes, he wore a mask. He was a little bit different. There is not the 40 years of cinema between this. It is the original film. This is the direct sequel. So, there's the big scene where he says Laurie was the one that got away, and that's what's giving Michael a reason to live, or something like that. How does he know that? How does anybody know that if Michael hasn't spoken a word? There's just a lot of things in the film that don't make sense to me storyline-wise, which I guess on the original viewing, like, I knew that there were these problems, but there was definitely a lot of, like, recency bias going on. Because, again, you pop it on, you just watch it. It's just it's a good film to watch.
It's a good film to watch.
It's a fun film. Again, as I said, when you were talking about it, it does turn its wheels a little bit. Because, again, even with Laurie's character is this way because of the character we know from H2O. And they built upon that. Once again, go ahead.
The worst thing that this film does, in my opinion, and I do, even having this at 8, I still just said I've watched it 4 or 5 times in the past 6 years. It's almost, this trilogy in general, and we're going to talk about it more in a minute, has become almost like a comfort thing for me. I do like, this has brought my fandom for Michael Myers back. So I am thankful in comparison to the other iconic killers. I've got no Nightmare on Elm Street. I've got no Friday the 13th. You know what I mean? Michael Myers has been brought back, and regardless of all the flaws, and there are a lot, regardless of how I feel, I'm still glad that it's back. But anyways, I'm off on a tangent. I kind of lost myself there for a second. Anyways, you're going to have to pick up on that. I don't know. I lost myself there for
I can't remember what I was talking about now.
See, now we're getting too deep into the podcast, guys.
But, like,
I'm sorry.
regardless, so, like, as I was kind of saying...
Well,
like,
Laurie... Oh, okay, I got it. I'm sorry. This character with Laurie would have worked a lot better if they would have not retconned Halloween 2.
Yes.
They're basing everything off of her having the one night, and she had maybe... Now, I have never had to try to fight for my life against a fucking mass murderer. I'm sure it is the fucking worst experience I would ever have in my whole life. But she...
is still living in Haddonfield.
And she only had maybe about 25 minutes or less with this killer as compared to if she would have had Halloween 2, where she was chased through a fucking hospital for an hour and ended up having to, go to all sorts of lengths to survive. If they would have just said, this was my fucking sister, I survived the hospital too, it would have made, she would have went through an entire half of day of a traumatic experience. I could see her being a raging alcoholic, having all these fucking things, and not believing. And I think it would work better in the fact that she was a little psychotic because Michael Myers exploded or blew up or whatever, and he basically, for all intents and purposes, is dead. But she thinks he's not.
Right.
So that would play into he was lit on fire. He blew up in an oxygen tank. The whole room blew up. She's fucking crazy. I think that if they would have not retconned 2, it would have made 2018 make a lot more sense. What do you think?
The entire time I'm watching this sequel trilogy as they were coming out in theaters, I was waiting for them to reveal that they were brother and sister.
That they didn't retcon.
I was waiting for them to, because in the first film, they're walking down the street or whatever, the 3 friends, and they're like, oh, isn't that her brother? And they're like, oh no, that was just a rumor. I was praying in Halloween Kills or Ends, they were just going to be a moment where they were like, the rumors are true. Something like that. To, again, give it that level of depth. Because, again, she's one girl that survived a rough night.
But again, she only experienced him for maybe 20 to 25 minutes. I know that I'm downplaying. I know that that would be the most horrifying thing. But the extent of her obsession over 4 decades would have made more sense with 2.
The podcasters coming to her house. Like, yeah, she survived, but it's not...
Okay, the kids survived. Tommy survived.
Tommy Doyle survived.
Other people survived. Like, why is it just... I understand that she was the oldest, but...
You needed to have the brother-sister connection. That, in my mind, regardless, even though it wasn't in the original film, that is what the series has been focused on for 40-plus years. So, for me, that retcon, where, again, that's why I don't like the whole, oh, we're going to ignore this and keep this and blah, 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 blah. If they would have found a way to not retcon 2, I just think in general this trilogy would have worked a lot better because it took away an essence of what the series was, not where it started with, but what the series was, it loses that connection.
It's in all honesty too. If I'm really nitpicking, there's no reason why they had to do it. Like it was just such an easy, just changing a few words, doing a few things. Because two, as we're going to talk about later,
You probably could have still
incredible.
if they didn't like 2 for whatever reason, they could have still retconned 2, but revealed through other ways that they were brother and sister.
That familia connection. It just, I don't know. I just love it. I love it for the franchise. But anyways, I feel like any other positives you want to talk, because this isn't your top 5.
This isn't my top 5.
It is a fun watch. I will say, no matter where I place it, it's a fun fucking watch.
I mean, there's not a ton to really say about it. I mean, obviously, the ending's fantastic. I like where... Because even at the end of this, they have the ending scene where the granddaughter's holding the knife. Like, you could have done something with that. That's not followed up with. I don't know. Like, there's a lot about in this film that I like. Again, a lot of it we've talked about through your entry. I talked about it last time. But I didn't like it as much as I did the first couple times I watched it. I think this is the 3rd time that I've watched it.
This is each time. Now I'm kind of at where I'm at, where like I've seen it 5 times, and I'm like, all right, I like it a lot, but it's still definitely middle of the road for me. I think also too because it's a good time. It brings back characters that I love, but it's pretty by the books if you actually watch the film. And then the ending, they just go balls to the walls, and you're like, well, where do you go from here? That's the hardest thing about the film is when you know it's a trilogy now. I know you want to talk about, ranking each film based on the merits of just what the film is, and I respect that. But the fucking hard part is it's a trilogy, and they give the best climax of the 3 in the first film. As a filmmaker or writer, it's like, I don't know. I'd be like, well, what the fuck do we do now? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, obviously you can come up with something, but you're always going to be handcuffed by how fucking hard you went when that first film's ending,
It is a good film to, I guess, recommend.
Yes.
Because, like, if someone's, like, getting into Halloween or horror or whatever, it's like, oh, like, I've seen the first one, but, like, there's so many needlessly complicated timelines and, like, all this bullshit. It's like, well, where the fuck do you start? Like, obviously, I have a few films on this list that I've ranked higher, but, like, if you're telling someone, like, oh, well, if you like the first one, like, watching the 2018 one, it's an easy one to pop on and kind of, like, understand, like, what's... Like, I would...
Yes.
Obviously, I have Halloween 4 ranked higher than this because I haven't talked about it on my list.
Yeah.
But I'm going to recommend someone watch 2018 before I recommend you watch 4, I guess. You know what I mean?
All right. Yeah.
It just makes more sense. I don't know. I love... My favorite scene in the whole film is not the ending, actually. It's the scene where it's the big one-shot take of Michael walking through the streets. He
great.
goes into the couple houses. He does the stab on the window. He, like, passes a baby in the crib. He just kind of looks at the baby and keeps going. Like I said, when Michael has human moments, it's hilarious. Yeah.
How good is the fucking kid, though? The little kid, on a side note, as a final note.
I've seen people on the internet hating on this kid now. I still thought he was funny.
I thought he was... Every time I watch this film, I think he's so fucking funny. I'm going to transition it in a minute into something else, but David Gordon Green, I still think, in this whole trilogy, has moments that feel organically funny, and he knows how to write humor, but it doesn't feel out of place.
Yeah.
I think he does shine in those moments, but I think the kid's fucking hilarious. There's some good humor. Maybe that's what brings me back to this trilogy, since I've watched all of them multiple times now, that regardless of the inconsistencies, there's still some good humor, some good gore, and there's some other stuff I like. So, but anything else to say about that? Is for your number 5?
No, that's my number 5. We're on to your 4, and I hope to fucking Christ that you finally talk about Halloween Ends and you don't have Halloween 3 below Halloween Ends, because I know you love Halloween 3.
We're at Halloween Ends for my number 4.
Thank God. Thank
I
God.
actually watched.
Holy shit! Thank
I
God.
actually watched Halloween Ends this morning. If I'm going to be honest, I love Halloween Ends. And you can say whatever you want after this, but Halloween Ends, and I used this in the prior podcast, and you brought it up in this, which I appreciate that you did. Halloween 2, Rob Zombies is like the anti-Halloween Halloween. To me, the biggest problem with Halloween Ends, and I can fully admit it, is the fact that it's called Halloween Ends. And I think I tried to say this in the podcast that we did, but Jared and you were just screaming over me so much. It was so defeating. And so, like, I actually, like, when we left that podcast, I never wanted to do another podcast again in my entire life. I was completely done. I was like, I've never heard people scream and tell me something that I was just wrong about everything I was feeling and why. And I was trying to give valid reasons or try to give reasons for discussion. And they were so shot down. I was like, I don't ever want to do a podcast again. Like, I really did. I left that. And you know, we did take a break after that. But I love doing podcasts with you, buddy. We've been doing this now for years, and I greatly appreciate it. As much as I disagree, and I do, with your ranking. You gave Halloween Ends a 0.5 star on Letterboxd. I'm sorry, man. It's not a 0.5 star film. And it's just the way that it's shot. The way there's just... Is it safe to say that out of all the franchises we've done, is Halloween your favorite?
Yes. Yes.
That's what I thought. If you look at Buddy's Letterboxd top 4, what's one of the films that's in there, Buddy?
Oh, I got my homepage. Oh, Halloween's number 1. My favorite film of all time.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert for number 1 on this list. But
Well, hey, I was trying to call you out, but not in that way. So, as someone who has that as their favorite film, and is their favorite in the franchise, I get it, man. I get it. But for me, someone who has watched 12 other Halloween films before this, who has seen all the ups and downs of the franchise, and it's something that you and Jared, mostly Jared, brought up. Well, just to have Laurie and Michael fight again. Bro, I've seen Michael and Laurie fight or be in some sort of entanglement so many fucking goddamn times to the point where it's not interesting to me anymore as a person. And I don't know, and I brought this up 3 times on this podcast so far, I don't know what the fuck they could outdo after the load they blew in Halloween 2018. I'm just serious. Like, I have no fucking, I don't know. You know what I mean? She had a whole fucking Saw trap house basically to do with them. I don't know what they could have done. I'm sure there were some things, but I like when Halloween Ends starts, the music that you don't like and the way the titles are, that it tells you immediately this is just going to be whatever the fuck they want it to be. And
I don't like there's a soundtrack in the film, period.
Okay.
This is the only film that I'm aware of that has like actual songs within the film.
Rob Zombies does.
Well, she plays Love Hurts, which I'll never fucking think of that. But anyways, go ahead.
But to me, if the biggest problem, like I said, that this film is called Halloween Ends. If this would have just been called Haddonfield or been the middle, I think the order, and I've said this on multiple podcasts, I'm repeating myself again, but the order is all out of fucking whack for this series. If they would have made Halloween 2018 and then taken the ending off, somehow in the middle, introduced Corey in some small parts, taken this film, made it the middle film, and then taking Kills and then added the actual true ending of Halloween 2018 with Kills, and still had the ending that Kills has, but it not be the finale. So so Kills would have just, or that whatever the final would
Kills would have been a 10-star masterpiece.
Would have been like, yeah, it would have been phenomenal. The problem is, I think that Ends was the film that they pitched to Universal, and they fucking and Malika Akkad, and they told them fucking no. And I think after they made the Accods and Universal $250,000 fucking dollars, and then all the DVD Blu-ray sales, they're like, oh yeah, now you can make what you want to make. I think it's another thing of studio interference and all the bullshit. I'm going to go through the bullet points quick of why I love Ends. And it's funny, Ends on my Letterboxd, I have a couple people you don't know, but they've given it 5 stars and have fucking essays on why they think it's 5 stars. And I have you at a half star. I have the most divisive scores through, and I respect that. I'm just going to go through quickly. As someone who grew up in a small town, you did as well.
The same small town.
The same small town. I was born in Cleveland, but I grew up in Beulah. I like the tale of Corey, and I like of how much it feels like fate is involved in this film. Here's the problem. I understand what you wanted and maybe what others wanted out of a Halloween film. I got a film that probably shouldn't have been called Halloween. If it would have been called Haddonfield and been a film in the Halloween universe, that would have been fine. So I understand. I get it. But
if it was that, I wouldn't have had a problem with it. The problem with it is, for me, it is Halloween Ends. This is how it ends. Like you said, if this was some of the first elements of this, or maybe this stuff's going on with Corey, then Michael Myers escapes, they team up somehow, that would have been a good first film. But it's not the first film.
I know.
And that's, I don't know. I'm glad that you like it. I'm glad that you enjoy it.
I like how they talk about. I like the ways that they talk about evil and how it's infected the town in this. I like the way, and they do talk about it in Kills to a degree, but Kills is much more like punching you in the face with it, with all the running and all this. This is much more like the day to day of like how the tragedy of Michael Myers and the murders and stuff have really started to infect the town. So it almost takes what I like about Rob Zombie's Halloween 2 and expands upon that over the course of a couple years. So I like the beginning where I'd like to just say I like the actor that plays Corey. I like Corey. He seems believable. He seems like people I've known. So I think right off the bat, I think it draws me in. So, I mean, again, maybe I have a bias, but that's okay. I'm the one fucking watching it if I enjoy it. I like that Haddonfield has like a curse over it and they talk. I love all the scenes with Laurie where Laurie's like, this is what got me to this point in regards like she sees like murders happening and people's suicides and how there is this kind of black curse over Haddonfield. And she's like, you know what? I am going to try to move on with my life. It's been a couple years. Now, granted, this is 4 years later, but in the flashback, she says, it's been a couple years. Myers disappeared. He's not fucking back. I am going to try to move on with my life because at this point, what's the fucking worst that can happen? I'm in my 60s. I can just get fucking killed and that, whatever. So I like how Haddonfield looks. It looks very, very Midwest. I like the push and pull of Corey's character where there are moments where he's like, he's not an evil person. He has that in him, just like we all have good and evil in him. He wants to fight back. He's like, I'm not, like, he's trying to convince the town that he's not this fucking dude, but they will not see him any other way. The biggest problem, I think, is this call is, again, it's called Halloween Ends, but I love the fucking character arc of Corey. And I actually like the character arc of Allison. I like that it is more of their show than it is Laurie. Laurie's just kind of like a narrator, like woven through the background. I know that's not what you want. I know that's not what people want from Halloween, but I love that this film exists. I love that this film is a weird, romantic, tragic thriller, and it has the highs and lows. And as I watch the film, like, there's a lot of foreshadowing and all stuff. Like, there's a lot of just stuff that just constantly they're paying attention to each scene, detail to detail to detail. that's okay if that's not what you wanted from Halloween, and I acknowledge it should have never been called Halloween Ends, should have never been the final film in the series. But I'm fucking thankful to exist because I love it. I honestly, if it wasn't for a few nitpicks, I wouldn't have rated it any higher on this. But I would, like, star-wise, I would rate it higher. I mean, I took other notes. I mean, I just like the way... I like Corey and Allison's relationship a lot. I think if they weren't playing off each other in the way that they were, or if Corey didn't have her to play off of, I think it wouldn't have been as strong. I think a lot of the kills in this are great. I mean, all right, I'll acknowledge the Michael Myers stuff. He comes in partway through the film. Here's a problem with this and why I even want to rate this film higher. Not on my list, but star-wise, and I can't. The biggest thing with David Gordon Green's films is they don't solidify, is this a man? Is this supernatural? Like, they go back and forth on trying to decide, like, what it is. When I watched this trilogy all the way through, this is a man where he's not maybe a ghost or whatever, but this is a man with extraordinary just resilience capabilities. I mean, to the point where he does feel inhuman, right? Am I right? Like,
not in this one.
I mean, at the end, he still gets his wrist slit, he gets stabbed, and he basically gets crucified on a table and a fridge dumped on him. And he's a 70-year-old man. Like, I'm sorry. I mean, he's missing the two fingers. I mean, they keep the continuity with that. Stuff that, I'm sorry, if I saw a 70-year-old man, that they wouldn't be doing that kind of fucking stuff.
But at age 68, or 2 years prior, I mean, he's the GOAT.
I get it. I get that. That's another thing why I have such a hard... I get it. But I don't know. There's so many... Like, I watched it again today, and I'm just like... I just love how fucking different this film is. And it hits all these different notes for me where it's almost like an alternate universe Halloween film. And I'm really fucking glad it exists because it is my favorite in the trilogy. And I would definitely prefer to watch this over almost any fucking sequel any day of the week. And today, watching it again, solidified it because I just love the way it looks. I don't know. I love this film. It's cool that we have completely different takes on it, but I fucking love it, man. So anyways, if you got anything else to say about it, go ahead.
Well, I guess just kind of like I said, like, we talk all these hypotheticals, like, they should have done this, or if they would have introduced this, or they could have done this. And that's not what they did. Like, that's the only thing for me, and, like, I don't necessarily care as much about the Michael and Laurie fight, because, again, we've seen that. The thing that I do care about is how they made Michael, like, an absolute joke in this. He has his moments at his end, like you said, with the wrists and all that, but he gets his ass kicked by 20-year-old Corey in the sewers when he fucking murdered 1,000 people the year prior.
It technically was 3 years prior.
However many years. I don't know. That's my whole thing, is when you're ending the trilogy... Like you said, had it been a side story that leads into a new trilogy, or if it was at the beginning film where they introduced Corey earlier, taking it within the context of the trilogy is why I don't really like it. If it was a standalone film, then maybe it wouldn't be a half star.
I just don't think it's a half-star film in general, because I've watched some half-star films, and they don't, even taking my bias of enjoying it away, they don't look and are shot like this.
I understand this isn't Manos: The Hands of Fate.
Okay.
I understand.
This isn't the I remake with Jessica Alba or Kidnap with Halle Berry. But anyways, I famously hate both of those films. Fuck those films forever. Halle Berry went into a post office, and when she ran out of fucking gasoline, it's probably one of the stupidest fucking things I have ever seen in any film that's ever existed. Anyways.
I mean, everything that I've said before. I mean, we've compared this to Star Wars a lot during this. So imagine you've got A New Hope, you've got Empire Strikes Back, Han Solo is frozen in carbonite, Luke, I am your father, hand chopped off, screaming. You can't fucking wait for what's happening in this next film. Return of the Jedi comes. They introduce a new character named Jimmy the Jawa, or just something ridiculous. The whole fucking movie's about him. Han Solo just kind of disappears. Darth Vader isn't a threat anymore at all. And Luke and Darth Vader fight for 30 seconds. The Emperor's nowhere to be found, and then that's your film. Like, that's kind of like if you're gonna compare it to something like that, would be like if
It's
they
a little
were
different, but yeah, I understand. I get it, and I also respect that you hold the whole, like, the character, the mythos, everything on a higher thing with me. Where I'm ready to see something different. It's fine. I mean, I think it's cool that you like kills. It's funny because if we talked about Jared earlier in the podcast. I would say that Jared's favorite of the trilogy is probably 2018.
all three of us have a different favorite.
I would have, yeah, but you had 2018 higher than Kills, didn't you?
Oh, we haven't talked about
shit.
Kills yet,
All
brother.
Okay, then good, because I thought Kills was okay. Man, this is good. We're getting good, but it's funny. But okay, look, that's awesome. That's the best part about the fandom for this series is we get to a point where we're coming to half a fucking century of Michael Myers. We all want different things. It's great. I respect it. I fucking love Halloween Ends. I'm glad there's some fucking Halloween Ends fans out there. If you don't like it, I fucking get it. But I'm gonna watch it. I have it on Blu-ray. I have all of them on it. I own all of them on physical media now, so it's not like, and some of them on multiple formats, but
That's the only one I don't own on physical media
I know you're
yet.
never.
Well, I want to if they finally like put out like a nice like set or something, which they probably will soon.
They had the again, and I've been ordering them from them recently. I actually got a package from them today, honestly. So thank you, Gov.com. Gruv, whatever. It's not government.com. Is owned by Universal, but they have basically it's like, and it's weird because they have Universal, but they also have Warner Brothers, all this stuff. It's basically a massive warehouse for a handful of the studios' Blu-rays and DVDs. They, the other week, had a Blumhouse weekend deal. They do weekend deals, and once in a while I order from them. They had the Blumhouse, the deal. It was the Halloween trilogy, the new ones, $20 for the Blu-ray triple set. You should have fucking got that, cat. It would have been the cheapest thing you could have done. I mean, 20 for all. Do you have the first two on Blu-ray?
I have the first two on 4K Blu-ray.
Oh wow. Okay.
But the thing is like a lot of the earlier ones that I haven't upgraded yet.
Okay.
So like my Halloween 1 through 5, well, 1 through 6 actually, are all on just straight DVD.
I know a guy who might be getting rid of his set, which was limited.
The one that Jared has.
The
Blu-ray set?
Yeah. Because I might be able to get it for you for super fucking cheap. So I'm actually going to, when this podcast ends, or in the next day, I'm going to work on that for you. So, anyways, continue.
Interesting. What were we talking about?
Just getting it physical media.
I'm going to get it on physical media regardless because I am a fan of the franchise. I need all of them on physical media, but I do not have it yet.
One thing I will say, I did like the actor, and I thought he did a good job in that role. I'm excited because he is in the next Osgood Perkins film, the one that comes out.
I saw that.
The monkey. Yeah, I'm very excited. I think the beginning of 2025 is going to hit pretty hard, and as far as like film wise, like Wolfman, the monkey. I mean, I think there's some good.
I'm just
out.
excited for horror in the next foreseeable future. I mean, obviously. Did you see the theater in Great Northern Malls doing the double feature of Terrifier 2 and 3?
So is Regal.
Okay.
But but the problem is, it starts at 5 p.m. I can't get off work that early. So, I mean, if you're going to, you should do it if you can do it.
That's so fucking long. And I did see Terrifier 3 is only 2 hours and like 5 minutes.
The runtime, though, without previews, I think is 4.5 hours.
That's insane.
So if they do you're in a 5
Like,
so you're 5 to 10. You might as well figure 5 to 10 probably. The initial reactions, I wasn't trying to look at reviews, but the initial reactions are, this is the fucking most gory film I've ever, like, so many people like, this is the most insane thing I've ever seen ever.
Yeah.
I've seen multiple people say it, because they premiered at Fantastic Fest the other day.
Yeah,
So,
I know some people who were there.
Yeah, so
Like, I don't know. I'm really excited.
yeah, I'm super excited. And he did say Terrifier 4 is definitely happening. So we're not done yet, baby. We're not done yet.
Thank God.
That's my number 4.
So my number 4, this time, and the previous time, is Halloween 4.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So
Oh wow.
I took essentially no notes about it. I love the intro, as we talked about.
God tier.
I love just the general aesthetic. I love the legend that they were building up with Michael Myers with this. Don't love what they did with Laurie's character. I think that, like, oh, she died in a car accident. Just sort of like a cop-out kind of thing.
Yeah,
so, like, if there is,
yeah.
like, something to complain about, it would be that. But other than that, I mean, a lot of the things that you talked about, I mean, it pretty much, like, covers a lot of the things that I would have really said about this, too. I like he has to go to the store and get the same fucking mask.
Yeah.
It does retread a lot of the things that I like about the original film. So if you're gonna redo things, at least it's stuff that I think is cool. I do think that there is a big missed opportunity in this film where we could have done with a little bit more of the bandaged up Michael Myers.
I agree.
Because like when he kills
yeah.
the mechanic, he looks so fucking hard.
It's real hard. Yeah, I agree with that.
So there's definitely something more I think they could have done with that from that aspect. But 4 is another one where, like, there's really not a whole lot to complain about. There's not a lot to really say for me. Just a good, solid flick. I have a ton of nostalgia for it. Obviously, I would watch 4 constantly as a kid.
This was the one that was always on TV.
Yeah.
Like, this is the one that I think was... Because for some reason there were rights issues, when especially like I'm a couple years older than you, like rights issues when I was a kid. Halloween 1 wouldn't be on TV a lot. For some reason, I swear to God, Halloween 4 was on multiple stations constantly. I think this was the first Halloween I ever saw.
Yeah. I love Jamie's character in this.
Yeah.
It's always tough, like, finding good child actors. Danielle Harris does an amazing job in this.
Yes.
I don't know if she does better in this or if she does better in 5. But it's just kind of like a consistent performance throughout, which is why I'm kind of let down that she was not in 6.
Yes.
Um,
Can we say that her performance actually in both Rob Zombie films, she was very solid in those too.
Oh,
We're
yeah.
just gonna compliment her throughout. I mean, which is also, it's funny because Malik Akkad, wasn't he a producer also on 6? So the fact that he was a producer on both the remakes, I wonder what that was like for her. Like, hey, see, you should have fucking cast me in this and paid me, you know?
I just really like her character a lot. I've seen a lot of, like, there's a lot of YouTube. I don't know if have seen a lot of this, but there's a big conversations online where Jamie Lloyd is actually the better character as opposed to Laurie Strode, and what she went through, like the psychological torment and stuff like that, is much worse than what Laurie had gone through. I mean, obviously in this, she has like the psychic link with Michael, and the fact that she's a kid. Like, Michael's going after Laurie as like a teenager, essentially an adult. Like, he's going after like a 10-year-old.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a lot of talk online about how Jamie is the real champion of the Halloween franchise. I don't know if I would go that far.
I can get behind it to a degree, honestly, only because we probably see. It's hard because we go on these alternate paths with Laurie, these alternate versions of Laurie.
Because again, I mean, up until this point, Laurie has still just had that one shitty fucking night.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? As opposed to Jamie's years of torment and then in an asylum.
Yeah. So I think there's a little bit more character evolution with Jamie's character. So I can get behind that. The Halloween series, to me, I've said it before, I'm very open to interpretation. There's so many different ways you can fucking go with the series, but I think most people have Halloween 4 in their top 5. I mean, it's pretty much, this is one you can, like, usually generally say, like, you put it on, most people are like, okay, this is good. Like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? There's not a lot of controversy.
Yeah,
with this
like
one.
I said, like this one, like I like it a lot, but there's not as much to really get into like the finer like details of it. I will say, like, out of all of them, this is probably the one that I have the most like nostalgia for. 'Cause like whenever I watch this film, I think of my childhood.
I like basically what I said. It was always on TV. It's probably the first one I saw. I think I can agree with that.
Because like I don't rewatch it as often as I do. Because Halloween 1 and Halloween 2, I watch pretty much every single year. So like it doesn't have like this nostalgic value to me in the same way because I'm watching it all the time. It's just like a part of my life. Like Halloween 4, it feels like a much more like special occasion kind of watch. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I really dig it. So
It's your number 4.
number 4.
So we're ready to enter the top.
We're
3.
ready to enter the top
We have
3.
gotten through 10 other fucking films. Thank fucking God. If you made it this far, I greatly appreciate you. Thank you. My number 3. Are you ready for it?
Yeah.
My number 3 is Halloween from 1978.
Holy shit.
So I had to just drop that on there. So in my honest to God rewatches for this, I want to say this right here. My top 3, all of them are like 5-star films to me personally. So it's you know, whatever. I'm not lessening the impact of Halloween, but
It's all personal preference, guys.
exactly. But as far as enjoyment, when I sat down and was completely honest with myself, when I watched the first 3, I was like, kind of got feel a little bit stronger about a couple other films in this franchise. But what can I say? It's the originator. It gave us the character that we've all come to know and love. A character that, for all intents and purposes, might fucking outlive us as far as, like, there might be doing
guaranteed.
sequels,
Guaranteed.
you know, 50 years from now if humanity still exists. He is an iconic form of just pure evil and madness. Before they tried to explain away all of his motives and his persona, he was just the shape. He was just simply the shape and scared a fucking generation. One of my friend's dads, no fucking joke, when I was a kid told me, I went and saw Halloween in theaters, and he goes, I had never seen anything like that, and I slept in bed with a shotgun for 2 weeks after that. I'll never forget him saying that as a kid.
That's hard.
And I thought that was the hardest fucking thing. And it's
Can
true.
you imagine? Just us as like a generation, we never have, and I don't think we ever will have an experience like that. Like, we're so, like, I don't even want to say desensitized, but like, we've just seen it all. Like, there's never been a film that's come out that has had that much of an impact on pop culture, I feel.
Look about this, and this is a trifecta for me. And all 3 of these are in my top films of all time. The Exorcist, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and Halloween in the 70s. Think about those 3 films and what they did for horror and stuff going forward. No one had ever seen anything like any of that.
Yeah.
You know, horror went from being spooky castles and melodramatic whatever to being a fucking family of cannibals that will just eat you up and cut you up for no fucking reason because you stumbled on their property. Michael Myers, for God knows what, just killing teenagers, you know. Fucking Satan will possess your fucking 10-year-old daughter and she'll call you a fucking cunt and spew fucking green bile all over you. I mean, those 3 for me will always be 3 of my favorite films ever because they changed the course of film history. And I don't think almost anything that could ever come again would ever be as iconic as those 3 films. I'm spewing a little bit off that, but it can't be understated the magnitude of Halloween as we talk about it here.
We talk about it all the time, me and you. 70s, man. People sleep on the 70s.
They do.
You talked about my Letterboxd 4, like my 4 films on Letterboxd. 3 out of those 4 films are 70s films. Obsessed with the 70s.
I think, honestly, the older I get, too, I know a lot of people that like the 80s more. I think the 80s have a lot more feel-good moments, and people have a lot of nostalgia for it, but
the 70s were so much more important.
The problem is a lot of the people, the 70s films, a lot of them made you think, they made you feel. They weren't happy. A lot of those films, even the good endings, these people just barely survived or made it through. Or at the end of the film, they made you ask like larger questions about your faith, about other things you were comfortable with. Certain aspects that if you look at the 60s, it's just such a dramatic leap of as far as content and the questions they were asking and the way the culture was being pushed forward. There'll never be anything like it in cinema again, I think, personally. So I'm glad that you appreciate the 70s as much as you do, because it's just...
Well, I'm glad you do, too, because we watch a lot of 70s shit together.
No
one else would ever watch this shit with me when we watch it all the time.
I've been on, especially lately, a big like 70s counterculture film kick. I mean, I just watched a film the other night, little sidebar as we're getting late I watched a film called The Wind Splitter the other night, which was from the writer of Dark Knight of the Scarecrow. It was one of the only films he's ever directed, and it has Tobe Hooper's only acting credit as a film.
That sounds like the hardest thing
I love it. We can watch it sometime. No, it's great. And it actually has it has the father from Texas Chainsaw in one of his only other roles.
Oh, that's tight.
You love it. It's about an actor coming back to his small town and them just basically trying to treat him like shit. And like him being just outcast from society and all these fucked up things that happen. 71 lately. I've been watching so much shit, like not intentionally. I'm like, put something on. I'm like, what's this from? 1971. 71 is hit as far as I would say lesser known films.
Yeah.
Like I'm realizing how crucial the early 70s was to filmmaking. But crazy to see Tobe Hooper basically as like a 20-year-old actor.
Oh yeah.
But maybe I'll bring it up. We'll bring it up. That I would love. I just watched it. I'd love to rewatch it though. I actually gave it 3.5 on a first watch. A lot of 70s stuff I love, but it's in that 3 to 3.5. But this was solid watch. Maybe I'll bring it over sometime. We'll check it out.
3.5 is still a good score, dude.
Good score, man. But again, was that a shocker for you? I put Halloween at 3.
No, because I know how much you love Halloween 3.
I know, but even for me, I was like, wow, like how,
Yeah.
But anyways, we'll talk about that more in a bit. What's your number 3?
My number 3, because you would think I was a crazy person if I were to have this at 1 or 2, but this is solidly at 3. Halloween Kills.
Wow.
The clear front runner for the best Halloween film of this modern era. I know there's things about it you don't like.
I'm here to listen.
It gives me everything that I want from a Halloween film. It has the trashiness that I love from Rob Zombie and the Thorn trilogy. It has Michael being an absolute fucking badass. It has callbacks to the Halloween films that, again, I grew up with, that I love. Again, Halloween 2018, it does its little fan servicey moments. I love the hospital stuff. Halloween 2, obviously, in my top 2 films. I love the backstory with Michael. I love that they tried to have deeper connections with that original film. Mm-hmm. Because obviously I love the original film a lot. We have not really explored, up until this point, because we're ignoring Halloween 2, we haven't explored what else has happened that night. We're only focused on Laurie's character. What is the rest of the town doing? What is Tommy Doyle's friends doing? What are the cops doing? How are they trying to get him? What is Loomis doing after they couldn't find him? Like, these are elements of that story that I don't feel like
you're over explaining or like trying to make sense of things that you don't need to make sense to. This is expanding the lore in a respectful way, I would say. But this is also where they kind of killed Halloween 2 being canon because they have the whole thing at the house. But I guess you could explain, like I said, you could explain after that, oh yeah, they were actually brother and sister. Like there were still ways you could get around it. But I love that aspect to it. That it kind of tried to bring it full circle. Because obviously you have a new trilogy. You need to have new characters within that trilogy. I thought that that was a way to connect. His name's escaping me right now, but the main cop to have some sort of personal connection with Michael.
What's his face? Oh god damn it! I just watched Ends today. I do like I like his character build up throughout this new trilogy. I just want to throw that out there. And I actually love the actor who plays him, a young version of him. He's
from the Mural and the Dying Girl or whatever.
Yes, which
Hawkins.
One of my favorites. Yes,
Hawkins,
yes.
By Will Patton. I think he's just a good character. I will say in general for this David Gordon Green trilogy, they needed someone for that sheriff to do the cowboy hat sheriff.
Oh yeah.
They just dropped the ball with him.
They did, yeah.
I would have loved the final confrontation to be with him and Michael, and they're literally just punching each other in the face.
It's so hard. There's definitely some missed opportunities, obviously. Even though the scene in Kills, I will say, when like after like the fucking like riot in the hospital, which again I said I'm not a huge fan of. I just think I'm not a huge fan of the way, like, they could have done it in a different way that I would have enjoyed more. But him seeing there with his, like, stomped on cowboy hat looking sad and it just pans away is so random and just, I do like that. Anyways.
Some other elements of the film that I like. I mean, obviously, it's just entertaining. Like, I'm never bored when I watch it. It's another, like, every time I watch Halloween 2018, it gets a little worse. It loses its luster a little bit.
Yeah.
Every time I've watched Halloween Kills, I mean, this is only the third time I've seen it, I've enjoyed it more every time that I've watched it. I love the music. I love what John Carpenter did with this. This is one of the first times, if not the first time, I mean, I don't have every soundtrack memorized in my head, but the Halloween theme feels epic in this. They do an orchestral remix of this. They have big choirs in this doing it behind the music. Obviously, I love the end credits music. My Dudes and Ghost making the song for it. Clearly gets a little bonus point for that, as no barring on the effect of the film. But like as I said, has elements from every iteration of the franchise that I like. The brutality that Rob Zombie does, it does imply some sort of cult thing or a higher meaning when Laurie's talking about every time he kills it gets stronger, calling back to Thorn trilogy stuff. I obviously said it takes place in the hospital, takes place in 1978. It's a love letter to not only the trashy elements in Halloween, but trashy elements of a lot of the 80s slashers that I love too, because I mean I love the 70s, I love 80s horror as well, obviously. I feel like this film is more of the love letter to the franchise that I love, more so than 2018. 2018 is more so like a love letter to the 78 film with some references thrown in. It's basically remaking the 78 film with some elements of H2O. This one, I feel like it's more so we're doing something within this universe, more so than it being stuck with being a requel kind of scenario. You were going to say something.
No. I think no. Continue.
Like the biggest thing for me is like I'm watching a Halloween movie for the most part for Michael Myers, and this film gives you some of the best Michael moments of all time. Obviously, has the scene at the beginning with the firefighters, has the scene at the end where he's literally murdering the entire town.
I want to say these are the parts that I like. So just so
yes.
As much as is where I put Kills, I would say 50% of it like it a lot. and I said it earlier in the podcast, all of these films have things I like a lot in it. I like this. I wish this franchise in general wasn't so disjointed, but I still like this new trilogy a lot. For, again, comparing to Star Wars, I like all 3 of the new Star Wars sequels a lot. Things are a little jarring at first, and I wish that maybe they were a little more connected, but I appreciate the swings that this franchise and all 3 of these films have taken. And I'm honestly not sure after these swings with the upcoming television series or whatever they do, I'm not sure if they'll ever be given the freedom to take these swings again, to be honest. So I really appreciate what David Gordon Green did and try to do these, regardless of what the results were.
Like, again, I think it's, besides the original film and parts of Halloween 2, like, this is just the best that we've seen Michael, like, as a character. Like, when we talk about 2018, besides the fact that we're told this is Michael Myers, he's wearing the mask, like, he acts like Michael in the sense that he's walking around killing people or whatever. In this film, I feel like it is really calling back to the original 78 film, where he's staging the bodies. He's doing this and that. Like, I feel like they really nailed the essence and the character of what they were trying to do with this film. And it's never boring. I think it's hilarious. I know you hate the mob stuff, but I think it's hysterical. I can understand why people don't like it.
Okay.
Like I can fully acknowledge why people don't like it. But again, it shows, like how you talk about it ends, this sort of cloud that has been over the town, influencing them.
I like that we are the yin and yang of this, where you find one of the modern sequels that you love a lot, and I find another one regardless, because at least we don't have a nostalgia bias over this series, you know? I mean, honestly, you know, we're open-minded.
There's not a lot of a nostalgia bias when the film came out 3 years ago. It's my number 3 in the entire franchise.
Well, I put one that came out 2 years ago at number 4, so yeah.
I mean, there's not a ton to really, like, go and say about it, like, that we haven't already said. I like the stuff at the bar. I like the characters. I like how this girl is talking up how she knows how to use a gun. She's always keeping a gun on her, and then the one opportunity she has to use it, she's shaking all over the place, and she shoots herself in the face.
That's one of the best kills, though, in the entire series, when the door hits her and it just fucking... I mean, I would have loved to have been there, like, in a meeting room, and they were just going to do that. Everyone had to laugh. Everyone was like, oh, yeah, that's funny. That's good. Yeah, you know, I mean...
Again, the humor works in this.
He said he wanted to make a Michael Myers exploitation film, and that's the best and the worst. He had 3 different visions of Michael Myers, and he did 3 different visions. It doesn't necessarily work when you call it a trilogy, but fuck it. I give him credit. You know, I mean, that's what he wanted to do. I mean, he made a fucking insane, crazy murdering maniac and kills. So,
I love the ending. I like where she calls her daughter. Her daughter has obviously been murdered by that point. Michael answers the phone. Obviously, Michael, being a human, is hilarious. Answers the phone, and he's doing the breathing. That wasn't in the theatrical. That's only on the Blu-ray releases and stuff like that. I want it... Part of the reason why I don't like ends. That ending where he's looking out the window... I'm still just envisioning him looking out the window. I want to see what happens at the end of that story.
That's fine. Hey, that's totally respectable. I gotta say, I love the queer couple that lives in his house and all their they also incredible. I just want to
So, fun factoid. I wasn't trying to get too much into the behind the scenes about all of these films and just judging them on surface level, but I did find an interesting factoid about the character of Little John in this film.
Okay.
To my knowledge, I haven't looked up this actor's entire discography.
Filmography.
I haven't looked up everything that he's done. but to my knowledge, this is the only actor that has been killed by Michael Myers and Mike Myers.
Oh my god.
Because Mike Myers kills this man in Austin Powers.
Jesus Christ.
He's the guy that gets run over by the steamroller that's like a mile away, and instead of getting out of the way, he just screams no repeatedly until it runs him over.
Do you think David Gordon Green did that on purpose? I could
hope
see
so.
him or Danny McBride being like, hire this fucking dude, yeah.
I hope so. That was probably his audition. He's like, hey man, I'll be the first actor that was killed by Michael Myers and Mike Myers.
You know the dude from, I think it's the dude from Halloween 2007, the one that is like about to bang Annie on the couch or whatever. Pretty sure that's nipple placement guy from fucking
Oh, it
Friday
might
the
be.
13th. Yeah, pretty. So there's some funny franchise things when you look at it. There's one character that's actually been killed in a Nightmare on Elm Street, Halloween, and Friday the 13th.
That's
I forgot. I have
crazy.
to look it up. But can you imagine like
That's
being in all that?
crazy.
Yeah, it's insane. But anyways, anything else to say about kills?
Not a whole lot. I love it. I'm obsessed with it. I think it's amazing. Obviously, it's not going to go over my top two because they're two of my favorite films ever. But as far as modern stuff, obviously in the new franchise, obviously I like it more than Thorn Trilogy, stuff like that. I love it. I don't know what else to say, but...
Your opinions on it, I can see why, and I'm not going to say it would change my ranking, but I can appreciate why you like that film a lot, and I can see why, and the things that you said, I'm like, oh, that's another viewpoint that I haven't
And I
thought
can
of.
admit the mob stuff is stupid. I can
I know,
admit
well-
it's stupid, but it's funny. And I mean, in their defense, they don't know what the fuck Michael looks like. He's
No,
wearing a
I
mask
know.
the whole time.
The thing is, that's why we did a re-ranking, because once in a while you can watch something and then watch something a year or two later and be like, it's just not, it just doesn't hit the same.
Yeah.
You said it, we both said it, like 2018 upon initial watch, like, oh, fuck yes, it was amazing. And then the more you watch it, you start to see the cracks. You start to think, this part kind of sucks, or this or that, or it doesn't work. But, hey, I respect it. But we've made it to our top two. Hand me your nice little Mickey Mouse glass there.
God.
We'll pour one last
drink.
thing together. We'll have a pumpkin spice latte ale from Masthead here in Cleveland.
Behind the scenes, this is like my fifth beer now, because some of them we didn't announce on the show, but we
Okay.
kept drinking.
That's all right.
That's okay.
Again, I think we've done all right considering I don't really drink anymore either. So made it to our top two. My number two is Halloween 3: Season of the Witch.
Thank God.
Oh yeah, you. I love this film. I mean, I've loved it since I was a kid. It's not one of those fucking things where everyone was like, oh, I hate it, and then the past 20 years people have like re-examined it. I mean,
I feel like in the past 10 years, well, in 20 years, people have re-examined it, and they've been like, okay, this actually hits. In the past 10 years, which I don't want to say I fall into this camp because I judge it on face value and I've rewatched it, there's a lot of people that, not you, but there's a lot of people that hype it up or like speak more highly of it than it is for the sake of it being different.
fair. Personally, always as a kid, I started with science fiction first and then went into horror, which is probably why Alien and Aliens were so big for me, because it was like that nice little bridge that I stepped over and fell in love with horror. As far as it being different, I love the weirdness. I love just everything about this, the imagery. I'm a huge Tom Atkins mark, and my love grows year after year. I think he is fucking hilarious in this. I just showed Shelby this a couple weeks ago for the first time, and she was laughing her ass off at Tom Atkins constantly, just his little one-liners and the things he's like, yeah, before we figure this out, let's have a drink real quick. Or, it's the little things he does, just his little quips and stuff. And she's watched, thankfully, Night of the Creeps, which is another one of my favorite films of all time. She understands. I think he's like peak between those two films. I think he's hilarious. I think he fits the role he's in perfectly. I don't think there's a lot of other films like this as far as the way, like the story. It's just such a strange story when you put it on paper.
Is, yeah.
I think all the kills in this, for the most part, are iconic. When I was a kid watching it, I remember like seeing, one of the, robots or puppets or animatronics or whatever you want to call the suited men, watching him just go out, solemn face, pour gasoline on himself and blow the car up. I mean, there's something about that as a kid. Like, I immediately was like, oh, I'm hooked. And regardless that Carpenter didn't shoot this film, this feels like very Carpenter-esque, like the way it's shot, some of the things that he enjoys. I don't know. It kind of just feels like the film that he didn't make that was made, I find it fascinating that they wanted to make each sequel about a different story on Halloween. I think that's amazing. Unfortunately, if this would have been made, let's say Halloween and Halloween 2 would have been made in like the early 70s into, mid 70s, we probably would have gotten 2 or 3 Halloweens that would have been some sort of weird, just Halloween story. The 80s was all about franchising. It was all about continuity of sequels and stuff like this, especially as the counterpart, Friday the 13th, at this point was going into its, third or fourth sequel, and it was all about Jason, regardless of what he looked like throughout the sequels. So obviously it made sense for them to change gears, even though it took them years later to do Halloween 4. I love any kind of classic, iconic Halloween imagery. So obviously the 3 masks, the skull, the witch, the jack-o'-lantern. It's just...
I'll never get over when we did horror trivia, and we wrote... The question was, like, write down the masks, and we wrote witch, skeleton, pumpkin. And they didn't give us the point because they were looking for jack-o'-lantern.
Yeah.
I will never get over that.
Yeah, it's a little ridiculous. They've been, I think, a little bit more... Wait, which trivia was that?
That was at Side Quest.
Oh, okay. Oh, I told you, Side Quest was hard, man. I have stories on other podcasts. Man, they were hard. Rest in peace, though. I fucking love that place. I miss that place. But just everything for me... I watched it again. I'm like, my love just grows every year. It's so strange. For me, it came out at the perfect time because I love early 80s until about 83 because post 83, a lot of stuff started getting like really silly and self-aware and stuff where they didn't even try to make horror really scary anymore. You know, I mean, it would become a creature feature, which was entertaining, or it would be a horror comedy, regardless if the comedy hit. So I like that this was still like, kind of menacing in a weird way. I love how outlandish the story is, where it's some fucking part of the fucking ruins that does this and that, and the fucking just everything about it. I don't know. I don't know what else there is to say, really, honestly, off the top of my head. I didn't take super detailed notes in this because I was Shelby's first watch with this, so we watched it together.
Yeah.
This is her favorite of the Halloween films she's seen.
Okay.
So, I mean, hey, it's, again, like you said.
I'll say this. I watched this with my wife when we rewatched it. This was one of the worst ones that she watched.
Oh, hey.
To everyone, like, it's different. I mean, for me, like, I like the film. It's not going to rank super highly for me comparing it to other Halloween films, which originally is why I didn't have it in the list the first time.
I understand.
Because, like, for me, like, I love the franchise so much. Like, this one, when you pair it against some of the other ones, I'm going to like some of the other ones better. And then when it comes to even, like, John Carpenter-esque films of this time, like, I'd rather be watching The Thing than this and stuff like that. So, like, for me, it's harder to place it higher.
One of my favorite films of all time. It's hard to put it up against that. I want to say one thing. I do love... how bleak the ending is.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think that's. I mean, like the fact that.
I mean, that's a
There's-
callback to the 50s thing where they're
Yeah.
like, keep watching the skies, like, blah, blah, blah. Like, the phone call, like, the ending of this is iconic, too.
I just think there's so much to like. I think obviously we're watching part of the ambiance in the background as I talk about it. I will say, how do you want to put it? The test trial of the masks with the family, the number one selling mask family, from, I think they're from San Francisco, they say, or some bullshit. And then the kid just grabbing onto the mask, and it's just literally like destroying his like head, I guess, just caving it in, and all sorts of insects and bugs and everything horrifying comes out. It's for me one of the most iconic kills of all time. I know it's more of a cult film thing compared to like a mainstream thing, but for me it's something I can't ever unsee. I don't know. It just hits all the beats for me, and I was always a fan since I was a kid watching on AMC. But it's just grown more and more over the years. And, watching all these so close together, I was just like, man, I'm being honest. I would rather watch Halloween 3 than Halloween 1. It's kind of like a weird revelation. Like, I actually, like, moved it up in my top 100 films and stuff. And it's true. I don't know if it's because, I don't know. It's just what my sensibilities are the older I get. So I don't have much more to say about it. It's my number 2 film.
All right, it's time to talk about Halloween 2 for both of us, because that's the last one that you have. It's my number 2.
It's my number 1.
Well, I mean, my number 2, your number, whatever I said.
Yeah, yes.
It's the last one on Miles' list. It's the second to last on mine.
It's fitting because you can talk about Halloween. It is your podcast to end it, so.
Halloween 2, I mean, I've watched it so many fucking times. Like, it's the perfect double feature. Halloween and
Yes.
Halloween 2. It takes place immediately after the first film. I love the pumpkin skull at the beginning. I love everything. Like,
Just be like,
and this is my number 2, guys. And I'm just like, I'm obsessed with everything about this movie.
well, Buddy maybe composes his thoughts a little bit more. I will talk about it. For me, this and Dawn of the Dead are the perfect fucking sequels. They take everything, and Dawn of the Dead is my favorite film of all time. They take everything about the first film for myself and amplify it to a level that it just surpasses the original film. And that is very, very, very hard to do, in my opinion, of, 30 odd years of watching cinema and trying to understand it and all this. The storytelling is ramped up in every way. I think one of the most ingenious things that has ever been done with any kind of franchising. This film takes place moments after the original. And to my knowledge, has that ever been done before?
I don't know. I mean, off the top, I'm sure it has. I mean, you've seen the Dune movies. So does it pick up like right there? I mean, like, I mean,
guess,
it's been done. I don't know if it's ever been done as flawlessly as this. And prior to this,
prior to this, yes, and in a way where it affected the film so much, or made it seem, and the fact that this film was shot 2.5 years after the original, and it feels, like you said, so fucking seamless and perfect. And it's not even the same fucking director. I mean, most of the same crew, but still, it's mind-boggling to me. And
it wasn't planned.
Yes.
Like, that's another thing.
Yes.
Like, this was made because the sequel boom was starting.
Yes.
Like, Friday the 13th was already out, and they're like, shit, we gotta make a new Halloween. I mean, Jamie Lee Curtis's wig in this is not great, but that's what they had to do.
81, as far as slashers, for me, the golden year. You had what I would call the 4 horsemen of slashers. Halloween 2, Friday the 13th Part 2, The Burning, and My Bloody Valentine. Fucking peak.
That'd be a hell of a quadruple feature.
81, I think, is one of my favorite years as far as cinema in general. There are so many fucking masterpieces, but that is another podcast for another day. I still recommend, though, if you want to know what a slasher is, watch those 4 fucking films. Can you think of 4 better suggestions if you want to watch a slasher film?
I mean, the original Halloween 78 is my favorite film of all time. But I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
Where the storytelling is ramped up.
Yes.
Like, part of... And I guess we can talk a little bit about the original in this, too, because we are at the end of the list. I like the simplicity of the original a little bit better. Like, there isn't a need to explain everything. This is one where it becomes a franchise. The first film stands on its own. You can watch just that and be totally satisfied. The second film is where you have solidified yourself as a horror franchise. This is where you're bringing in the sibling element. This is where you're bringing in a lot more of the... I don't know what I want to say, but like a lot of the beats and the story stuff that not only would follow within the Halloween franchise, but horror franchises, slasher franchises in general.
Became a good template for the whole...
You're getting it from Halloween 2.
For me, it's just I like the setting more than the first one. I think I really like the hospital setting. I like the vulnerability of Laurie. I like the beginning where Michael is kind of... I like that it just doesn't start, Michael's gone, and then he shows up at the hospital. I like that he has a journey to the hospital.
Right.
I think that's ingenious. I don't think I don't want to say any, but I don't think most films nowadays, if they were doing it, would show that. Unless, like we're talking about the David Gordon Green trilogy, like... Unless they're like, oh, well, Halloween 2 did it, we should... You know what I mean? Like, there is a template. If it was like a new franchise, they're not going to go to that length to do that. I think the kills, if I'm being honest, the kills are more iconic. They're more individualized for me. And I think, obviously, I like the finale more. Rarely do I think sequels for me are better, but... There are a few instances, and for me, because I'm going to let you go and talk about the original after this, but Halloween 2 just hits everything for me. It's for me, it's the perfect amount of ruthlessness to Michael Myers. He's terrifying. There's so many good scenes of him in the shadows stalking. There's a lot. He seems intelligent in the film. For me, it's the perfect epitome of what Michael Myers is a character to me, is what Halloween 2 is. But
if I were to do any critiques of Halloween 2, which I have very few, Laurie Strode is a sharpshooter, man. Who taught her how to shoot a gun like that? 2 perfect shots in the eyes on the first try? Come on, bro.
Hey, it's some good imagery, though. Come on, that's some iconic
It's iconic imagery. A lot of people hate on the ending of Halloween 2 on the internet for some reason, because they think Michael slashing the knife where he doesn't see anybody is the stupidest thing ever. I mean, at that point, what else is he gonna do? I mean, we've never seen him be necessarily quick. Like, it's not like he's gonna pounce on someone. Like, in the first film, he's very much the slow stalk and slash. That's what we're used to. He's not gonna fucking turn into an animal instantly. So, I'm saying that to all the haters out there that think that scene sucks, because
seems pretty dumb.
I don't know what else he would really do, because he knows that everything else in the room is gonna fucking explode. He's not just gonna start pouncing on everything.
It seemed pretty dumb. But anyways,
Halloween 1978.
Take the floor.
It's the perfect film. It's the perfect slasher film. Again, less is more. Many films have replicated it, but none have been able to come anywhere close to just sort of the lightning in the bottle that they got with this one. I mean, like, everything clicks. They weren't even really necessarily trying to make a classic, but it just shows like how skilled John Carpenter is at his craft. Like they were like, all right, fuck it, we're just gonna make a film. We're gonna call it The Babysitter Murders. Give me fucking $300,000, and we'll see what we do. He fucking made gold. Like, I mean, had they not called it Halloween, had they called it The Babysitter Murders, probably wouldn't have gotten the following that it did. The franchise obviously is not the first Halloween horror film-ish, not the first holiday slasher-ish. They had Black Christmas a couple years prior.
Goat.
Very vulgar. Very vulgar. I forgot about that until I rewatched it a couple years ago. I was just like, shit.
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck you can say about 1978 that hasn't been said before.
I didn't have much to say. That's why. I mean, it's...
I love the character of Laurie. I like the other characters as well. Tommy Doyle is in it. Obviously, you see him later. You see Lonnie in it as well. So I like how in some of these other films they're actually trying to tie it into the lore of the first film, as I said. We take the music for granted. We take the pacing of this for granted. All of this not necessarily started with Halloween, as I said, but this is the template, the gold standard of how to make a horror film, a slasher film specifically. I know you love Halloween 2 more, but like, if you were to think of... So, I'll ask you this. Do you like Halloween 2 more, or do you like Friday the 13th Part 2 more?
Friday the 13th Part 2 more. But Friday the 13th Part 2, as we've talked about on another podcast, you all should listen if you haven't listened to the Friday ranking. I just watched that in theaters a little over a week ago again, and I actually bumped my ranking up even a bit higher because there's something about that film that just hits with me on another fucking level. So I'm not really sure, continue what you want me to say about it, but I fucking love Friday the 13th Part 2.
Halloween is just the perfect slasher. Like,
I can't disagree.
It's the perfect
obviously.
slasher that doesn't have... I guess what I'll say in regards to Part 2, Friday the 13th, without a lot of the slasher tropes that you see. There's never a scene in this film where people are talking about the legend of Michael Myers or telling a story. It just happens.
Yeah.
A lot of these other films, like in these sequels too, it's telling the story of something that had happened years prior. And here we see it, and then it continues that story naturally. There's no need for the campfire conversation. There's no need for all of this extra stuff. This is the bare bones. This is a slasher film. It does it perfectly. It executes everything perfectly. Music is flawless. Pacing is flawless. It's the perfect runtime. It's not too long. We were talking about Terrifier 2 earlier in this. Like, holy fuck, that film would have been a 5-star if it was a half hour shorter.
I did give it 4.5, but that's 4.5 out of a modern rating. I'll just put that. But anyways,
I have nothing else about 78 to say that I haven't said. I mean, at this point, we've been going about 3 hours, maybe longer. What do you possibly say about this franchise anymore? I mean, we've talked about every film in depth.
The original 3 are 3 of my favorite films of all time. I don't think that there's going to be anything that's really going to knock those out of that.
And this is coming from 2 guys that were growing up in the 90s. Like we said earlier, like, I can't imagine watching this when it was new. Like, as a kid or a teenager, like...
Well, I mean, like I said before, I know it's a little bit off topic, but it's on topic. Halloween, Texas Chainsaw, The Exorcist. For me, You know, we've been doing these podcasts for years together now, and those films just absolutely changed my life at a young age. It's weird to say that, but just the fact that, like, those films made me obsessed with horror, and why I'll probably be a horror head till I fucking die. Why I'll probably do another fucking God knows how many of these fucking podcasts with you, and regardless of what the content is, because I got sucked into these otherworldly fucking characters, these personifications of evil, and they won't let me go.
Yeah.
What do you got? What do you got, huh?
I think we've covered everything. I think there's nothing that I can say about Halloween that I haven't already said. So we'll do a final cheers.
We're going to do a final cheers. Thank you, buddy, so much for having me on. I love it. I love you. I love this podcast. And I love that we have different fucking opinions about this franchise, because that's what makes life beautiful. Thank you.
But here's on to the next one. What should we review next? What franchise are we going to tackle?
I will say my piece on this final note, one that I'm trying to get.
The question was for the viewers, but I would love to hear what you have to say,
well,
too.
Okay, you give one, I give one. Then we'll be done
I'm
with
not
this.
the viewer. I was telling the viewers.
All right, well, should I shut the fuck up and just let it go then? Is what
No,
you're
because
saying?
I need to know. Because you tell me and we'll do it. I mean, we got to keep doing these.
Well, maybe we'll see each other in hell next year. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I suggested to you, bro.
I think we're gonna have to solve a couple puzzle boxes next year. Is what
Definitely,
I'm thinking.
it's gonna be quite puzzling putting this list together. I'll tell you that right now.
I think next year too we should watch a lot of these together, so we get that initial reaction.
Yes.
So
We're gonna try not to chatter too much about this, but I think you might know what we're hinting at.
Buddy's suffering might be legendary in hell next year. So I'm ready to take that step through. But I think for this podcast, it's Midnight Miles. We're cheersing again. Thank you again, buddy, for everything you do and for doing this. And we'll see you next time.
And that is about it for this time, you guys. If you made it all the way to the end, you are a true icon of your era. And with that, I'm just going to wrap this thing up because you've been listening to me yap for long enough. So everyone out there, just have a great day, take care, and stay spooky.